Chapter 1. Fairy Tale World, Western Continent. On a beautiful subtropical island, a graceful girl is eating ice cream. Yiyu looked at the beautiful girl with short emerald green hair, and his eyes suddenly burst into flames. Found you, Brandish. The beautiful girl in front of Yiyu is named Brandish, and she is one of the 12 holy shields of the Alvarez Empire in the Western Continent. It is also Yiyu's prey today. Of course, Brandish's youthful body wasn't what Yiyu was looking for. What he fancied is Brandish's magic, a magic that can make any object bigger or smaller. And Yiyu wanted to get the magic of zooming in and out from Brandish. Yiyu is not from this world. He is a time traveler. 2 years ago, he traveled to this world. When Yiyu learned that he had traveled to the world of fairy tale, he was not very happy, because this world is a high-risk world. And when Yiyu first came, he was still in the terrifying Western Continent. Here, without strength, one can only be reduced to cannon fodder. Fortunately, like most traversers, Yiyu also obtained his own exclusive gold-fingered, the attribute picking system after coming to this world. As long as the Magister casts magic, the system will drop magic power and magic attributes. Yiyu can permanently increase his own magic power after collecting the magic power attribute dropped by the system. After collecting the magic attributes dropped by the system, Yiyu can use the magic. Of course, in addition to dropping magic power and magic attributes, the Magister will also drop combat power attributes when performing physical combat. The so-called combat power attribute is actually a combination of the 3 attributes of strength, speed, and defense in order to simplify the system. The higher the combat power attribute value, the higher the corresponding 3 attribute values of strength, speed, and defense. In the fairy tale world, determining the strength of a Magister is nothing more than magical power, magic, physical skills, and combat experience. However, in the face of powerful magic, combat experience and physical skills are somewhat inconspicuous. After all, some powerful magic can destroy a city in an instant, and then some lost magic that stops time. In the face of these heaven-defying magic, even if you have thousands of combat experience, it will be useless. Therefore, after turning on the attribute picking system, Yiyu set his target on those Magisters who possessed heaven-defying magic. The 12 holy shields of the Alvarez Empire are Yiyu's best target. August's instant copy magic, Irene's additional magic, and Holy Dragon Slayer magic de Maria's time magic, Neinhart's embodying magic. Yiyu wants all these magics. However, before he has the ability to protect himself, Yiyu will not easily approach the 12 holy shields. After all, these people are all powerful monsters. Even the Jura of the Holy 10 is not good enough in front of these people. Therefore, Yiyu just found a weak Magister to start with. After improving his strength through the attribute picking system, Yiyu searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the 12 holy shields. However, the area of the Western Continent far exceeds Yiyu's imagination. In nearly 2 years, Yiyu only found Irene, Envel, and Neinhart among the 12 holy shields. There has been no news of the other 9 people. Fortunately, through various means, Yiyu successfully obtained Envel's ice magic attribute, Neinhart's embodied magic attribute, and Irene's additional magic attribute. Yiyu also wanted Irene's Holy Dragon Slayer magic attribute. It's just that Irene's strength is too terrifying. She doesn't need to use the Holy Dragon Slayer magic at all to blast the opponent into scum. As for the additional magic attribute, when Irene was hardening a piece of wood, the system happened to drop the additional magic attribute, which was then collected by Yiyu. This woman Irene is too scary, and Yiyu dare not rush to follow her before she has no strength. However, Yiyu is quite satisfied with the additional magical attributes. After all, this additional magic is very against the sky. Irene uses additional magic, not only can strengthen the strength of others, but also can turn the sword into a thinking lowly by adding personality. In addition, Irene, who has become a dragon, can also drop meteorites from the sky through additional magic. Although it's a pity that Irene didn't get the Holy Dragon Slayer magic, what Yiyu thought was that he would go to Ishgar in the future to get Natsu's Flame Dragon Slayer magic attribute. Yiyu is confident that when he transforms into a dragon, he can also drop meteorites from the sky with additional magic. After acquiring Irene's additional magical properties, Yiyu started looking for the other 12 holy shields. But nothing. At this time, Yi was going to go to Ishgar first. After all, many years later, when Zerif attacks Fairy Tale, the 12 Holy Shield will gather in Ishgar. At that time, it will be more convenient to collect the magical attributes of August and others. However, when Yi went to Ishgar and passed an island, he encountered Brandish of the 12 Holy Shields. This is really nowhere to be found, and it takes no effort to get it. Naturally, Yi would not let go of this great opportunity. Brandish, your shrinking magic, I want it. Yi looked at Brandish over there, his fists clenched tightly. After that, Yi walked towards Brandish. The new book is uploaded. If you like this book, you can bookmark it. Please also ask for flowers and monthly tickets for support. Chapter 2. Brandish was 25 years old when the 12 Shields invaded Ishgar. But Brandish right now is only 17 years old. After all, in the area Yi lives in, the serious island incident has not happened yet. Although Brandish looks young at this time, she is one of the 12 Holy Shields after all, and her strength should not be underestimated. In addition, her magic of shrinking and shrinking is almost unsolvable. Once it is reduced by Brandish, it is quite troublesome. However, if you want to collect Brandish transformation magic attribute, you don't have to do it yourself. Just force Brandish to use transformation magic, and then the system will drop the transformation magic attribute. Thinking about it, Yiyu's eyes fell on a virtual screen in front of him. This virtual screen is naturally the system screen. Of course, only Yiyu can see this virtual screen. At this time, various attributes of Yiyu are displayed on the screen. Host: Yiyu Mana, 14311 Combat Strength, 324 Magic, A History of Applied Magic, Ice Magic, Embodying Magical Corpses. The magic power of 14,311 is neither high nor low. If it is placed in Ishgar, it will be considered a relatively large magic power. After all, the magic power of Jura during the Daimodo Yenwu period was only more than 8,500. However, if the magic power of 14,311 is placed in the Western continent, then it is nothing. Each of the 12 Holy Shields is much higher than this value. But Yiyu has only been in this world for 2 years. Yiyu is confident, as long as he is given a certain amount of time to collect the magic power attribute, surpassing the magic power of the Magic King August, it will be a matter of time. As for the combat power of 324, it is easy to crush Natsu of this period in physical skills. Yiyu directly skipped the attributes of magic power and combat power, and set his sights on the embodied magic attribute of the magic bar. Embodying the history of magical corpses, the magic of Neinhart of the 12 Shields. Through the corpse's history, magic, Neinhart can peek into the opponent's mind, and then manifest the powerful enemy the opponent has fought against or the mage who can cast a psychological shadow on him. The realized person has all the original memory and combat ability. In the original show, Neinhart used this trick, simultaneously manifesting Turtledove, Azuma, and Kyoka to severely damage Erza. But this magic can only manifest the dead. According to Yiyu's plan, after he received the embodied magic attribute of Rusty Rose, one of the 7 subordinates of the Devil's Heart, to see if he could improve the magic. After all, Rusty Rose manifesting magic, whether dead or alive, can manifest as long as one imagines it. If it can be improved to manifest a real dragon, it is not impossible. Of course, these are things for later. What Yiyu needs to do now is, through the history of the corpse, manifest some dead people to come out to fight Brandish. As long as Brandish uses the transformation magic, the system may drop the transformation magic attribute. Yiyu looked at Brandish not far away. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated History of Corpse. In the next second, a lot of memories appeared in Yiyu's mind. These memories are naturally Brandish's memories. Soon, under Yiyu's control, people who had fought against Brandish but died appeared out of nowhere. Do it. Following Yiyu's order, those who manifested all rushed towards Brandish. Brandish, who was eating ice cream, saw a group of people rushing up suddenly. A little puzzled expression appeared on her lazy, pretty face. After those manifested people approached Brandish, Brandish directly launched the transformation magic. In just an instant, the bodies of those embodied people disappeared into the air. To be precise, it didn't disappear, but was shrunk down to the size of an ant by Brandish transformation magic. and it looked like it disappeared. As expected of the 12 holy shields. Seeing that Brandish didn't make a move, and those who manifested were all killed, Yu also secretly praised in his heart. At the same time, a mechanical notification sound came from Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +3. When the Magister releases magic, the more magic power used, the higher the magic power attribute value dropped by the system. Obviously, when Brandish used the transformation magic just now, he didn't use much magic power. If Brandish uses transformation magic to shrink an island down to the size of a fist, then the system may drop hundreds of magic points. At the same time as the notification sound came from the system, a golden attribute the size of a tadpole dropped from under Brandish. This golden attribute is naturally a magic attribute. Just like the virtual screen, this golden magic attribute can only be seen by Yu. May I ask if the host collects magic attributes? Soon, the system beeped again. But Yu didn't respond to the system immediately, but was waiting for something. He is waiting for the system to drop Brandish transformation magic attribute. After all, after the Magister casts magic, the system will drop magic power and magic attributes. The magic attribute has been dropped, but the magic attribute has not yet been dropped. But Yu waited for a few breaths, and the system did not send a notification sound for a long time. Regarding this, Yu also sighed in his heart. However, he was not surprised, because according to the introduction of the system, the drop magic attribute and combat power attribute are 100%, but the probability of drop magic attribute is only 1/5. The last time the system dropped Irene's additional magic attribute, it was Yu's Ohuang possession. In most cases, it takes several times to drop the magic attribute. Therefore, it is quite normal that the system does not drop the transformation magic attribute of Brandish. Since it didn't drop once, just ask Brandish to cast the transformation magic a few more times. Thinking about it, Yu activated the corpse's history magic attribute again. As before, when the manifested people approached Brandish, Brandish performed another transformation magic, shrinking those manifested people to the size of ants. The moment Brandish activated the transformation magic, a system notification sounded in Yu's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the attribute of transformation magic. Hearing the notification tone at the back of the system, Yu was overjoyed. Then, under Yu's gaze, 2 golden attributes instantly dropped from under Brandish over there. May I ask if the host charges the transformation magic attribute? Collect. This time, Yu replied to the system without any hesitation. Following Yu's order, the 3 golden attributes under Brandish's body over there gathered towards Yu as if attracted by some gravitational force. After the 3 golden attribute pieces entered Yu's body, the data on the virtual screen in front of Yu changed. I saw that the magic attribute directly changed from the previous 14311 to 14317 on the magic attribute bar. There is also an additional transformation magic attribute. Looking at the property of transformation magic on the system screen, Yu clenched his fists. Finally got it. Transformation magic. With the property of shape-shifting magic, Yu can also have the ability to make any object larger or smaller, just like Brandish. Even a certain organ of the human body can be enlarged or shrunk. Thinking of this, Yu subconsciously looked down. Are you the mastermind behind the scenes? How dare you attack Master Brandish? You're unqualified. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came from behind Yu. Hearing the sound, Yu immediately turned around and saw a man in purple clothes with goggles walking towards him. Seeing this man, Yu's heart was overjoyed. This man is none other than Brandish's subordinate, Marin Hollow. According to what Yu knows, Marin possesses space magic. In the original play, he made Erza unable to transform by manipulating space. In addition, his space magic can also carry out teleportation. It's a pretty handy magic trick. Just received Brandish's scaling magic, and now there is another space magic. Yu is naturally happy. It's just a matter of using Yu to try the power of transformation magic. Yu looked at the transformation magic attribute on the system screen, and he thought to himself, Duh. Chapter 3. Brandish naturally also noticed Yu. It's just that she rather hates trouble. Seeing Marin walking towards Yu, she looked back and turned to leave. After Brandish left, the fake smile on Marin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by annoyance. All men are not qualified. After all, Marin's figure disappeared in place out of thin air. At this moment, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came from Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +2. Obviously, Marin used space magic to disappear in place. At this moment, Yu also ignored the magic attribute falling over there, and his attention was all on the surrounding space. Yu knew that the disappeared Marin would suddenly jump out from somewhere in the space around him, and then launch a surprise attack on him. As Yu expected, after a few breaths, the mechanical notification sound of the system sounded again in Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +2. Hearing the beep, Yu's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, Marin appeared behind Yu out of thin air, raised his foot, and kicked Yu's back fiercely. Just when Marin's attack was about to hit Yu suddenly turned around and grabbed Marin's kicked leg firmly. Seeing that his surprise attack had been seen through, Marin was startled. He rarely misses this move. Except for the 12 holy shields. Ordinary people simply cannot resist. But the guy in front of him saw through his surprise attack. How did Marin know that when he used space magic to jump out, there would be a notification sound of magic attribute drop in Yu's mind? Although usually this notification sound is used to remind the magic attribute of falling. But at this time, Yu took it as an early warning. Therefore, Yu knew that Marin was going to make a surprise attack the moment the system prompt sounded. And this can be regarded as a usage of the system prompt tone. Before Marin had time to make the next move, Yu charged up and threw Marin's body out. Of course, if Yu wanted to kill Marin, it would be very simple. He can use the shape-shifting magic he just acquired to make Marin smaller. You can also use Invel's ice magic to freeze Marin. It's just that Marin's space magic attribute has not been obtained yet, and Yu doesn't want to kill Marin. The moment Yu let go, Marin's body flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. However, just when Marin's body was about to hit a rock, he immediately activated the space magic, and his figure disappeared on the spot. At this moment, the system's notification sound came from Yu's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +2. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the attribute of space magic. Yu was overjoyed when he heard the system beep. He looked up and saw 2 golden attributes falling from the place where the rock was. Soon, the system beeped again. May I ask if the host collects space magic attributes? Collect. Yu replied immediately without any hesitation. Following Yu's order, the space magic attributes over there, together with the 3 magic attributes that fell before, directly gathered towards Yu. After the 4 tadpole-like golden attributes fell into Yu's body, Yu's magic power increased from 14317 to 14323, and on the magic attribute column, there are also 4 words, space magic. Looking at the magical attribute of space, the corner of Yu's mouth curled up suddenly. Without any hesitation, he directly activated the space magic attribute. Like Marin, Yu's figure instantly disappeared in place. At this moment, Marin is in a different space. His face was full of unwillingness. How did that unqualified guy see through my space magic? Not long after Marin finished speaking, Yu's figure appeared in his vision. Seeing Yu who suddenly appeared, Marin's expression changed drastically. This guy, how did you come in? This is my space. Yes, this different space is Marin's personal space. It stands to reason that other than him, no one else can enter at all. Seeing that Yu broke into his space, he was naturally taken aback. From now on, this space is mine. After all, before Marin had time to use space magic to escape, Yu directly activated Brandish transformation magic. In just an instant, Marin over there turned into the size of an ant. This is Lord Brandish magic. Marin, who was as big as an ant, looked at Yu who was like a mountain, and his mind was startled suddenly. He couldn't understand why this guy in front of him was using Brandish transfiguration magic. For Marin's questions, no one will answer him. In order to prevent Marin from escaping, Yu activated Invel's ice magic again. In just an instant, The ant-sized Marin was frozen into an ice sculpture by the cold. Ding! Afterwards, the ice crystal instantly turned into powder and disappeared into this different space. Disappearing with the ice crystals is Marin. At this moment, Yu discovered that Marin's magic power had completely disappeared. After finishing Marin, Yu activated space magic again and returned to the original island from the different space. Yu first glanced in the direction of Brandish, and then shifted his gaze to the sea in front of him. At the end of that sea is the land of Ishgar. Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, and other guilds are all on that continent. At the same time, on that continent, there are many magical attributes that Yu wants to obtain. The magic attributes of Brandish and Marin have already been obtained, and there is no need for Yu to stay on this island any longer. It's almost time to move on. Chapter 4. First meeting Mira Jane, Kingdom of Fiori, Magnolia Town. This is a commercial magic city with a long history. Seen from the sky, a large number of houses and buildings are neatly arranged together. And on the streets all over the town, people come and go. The whole town is filled with a harmonious atmosphere. Looking closer to the main road in the town, a black-haired man in a black cloak was walking towards the town, facing the crowd. This black-haired man was none other than Yu, who rushed over from the western continent. When Yu walked to the middle of the street, a church-like building appeared in his vision. And above the building, there is a sign that looks like an animal's tail. Here we go, fairy tale. Looking at the familiar sign, Yu raised his head and said aloud, "Yes, this building is the Guild of Fairy Tale." Yu came here, naturally, to collect Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute. Just as Yu was approaching the Fairy Tale Guild, bursts of loud noises came from the facade of the building. Although Yu couldn't see the situation inside clearly, but one can imagine the chaotic picture. And this is the daily life of the Fairy Tale Guild. When Yu walked into the guild, as expected, it was a mess. Drawing racks for drawing racks. Drink the drink. Those people didn't seem to see anyone coming in. "Welcome. Is this a commission mission?" Soon, a pleasant voice came from Yu's ear. Following the sound, he saw a beautiful girl with long white hair, holding a wine tray, standing in front of him. The girl looked about 18 or 19 years old, with fair skin and delicate face. She was wearing a red Gothic dress, which could hardly conceal her curvy figure. Although the girl looks young, she has a generous temperament that embraces everything. This girl is none other than Fairy Tale's signature girl, Mira Jane. When Yu looked at Mira Jane tilted her head and smiled. "I'm looking for someone." Hearing Yu's words, Mira Jane put a glass of wine on the wine tray on the table beside her, then turned around again, looked up at Yu, and said with a smile, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "Natsu." The moment Yu said the name, the originally noisy hall fell silent, as if the name Natsu is taboo in this guild. At this time, the smile on Mira Jane's face also disappeared, replaced by a dignified look. This is very sorry. Natsu, they're on a mission." Mira Jane tried to keep smiling and replied to Yu, "Not normal, very abnormal." According to what Yu knows, Natsu is a core existence in this guild. Why is Natsu mentioned today? Everyone's face is unnatural. Could it be that Natsu stole something big? Although Yu wanted to ask where Mira Jane Natsu went to perform the mission, but to this guild, Yu is just a passing stranger. No matter how good Mira Jane's character is, he probably won't reveal Natsu's whereabouts casually. But even so, Yu wants to know where Natsu went. It is still very simple. History of the corpse. Without any hesitation, Yu immediately cast the corpse history magic on a man next to him. History of corpses. In addition to being able to embody the dead, you can also peek at other people's memories. After Yu activated the corpse's history attribute, a lot of memories appeared in Yu's mind. Soon, Yu saw that Natsu, Lucy, and Happy went to Galena Island. At this moment, Yu already understood everything. Galena Island is known as the Cursed Island. The task on this island is S rank. According to the rules of the Fairy Tale Guild, Natsu and others are not qualified to accept S-level tasks at all. And according to the rules of the guild, if you secretly perform S-level tasks without the consent of the guild leader, you will be expelled from the guild. So when Yu mentioned the name Natsu, Mira Jane and others would show that expression. In addition, Yu also knew a very important thing, the current specific time in this world. In the original play, when Natsu and his team were carrying out the mission of Galena Island, Erza had just returned to the guild, Spectre had not yet attacked Fairy Tail, and Jalal had not rebelled against the Senate. The subsequent guild civil war and oration cease did not even happen. Thinking of Galena Island, the image of a woman appeared in Yiyu's mind. This woman is none other than Altair, one of the demon heart 7 kin of Purgatory. Galena Island? Altair is on that island, just in time to collect her Arc of Time magic attributes. Altair's Arc of Time magic is a sky-defying magic that can manipulate time. It can not only make time go backwards, but also make time speed up. When he was in the Alvarez Empire, Yiyu always wanted to obtain the time magic attribute of Demaria, one of the 12 holy shields. It's just a pity that Yiyu never met Demaria. Right now, Altair's Arc of Time magic attribute can be collected to temporarily replace time magic. If it's convenient, you can leave your name. When Natsu comes back, I will help pass the message. Just as Yiyu was thinking to himself, Mira Jane over there said aloud, "No, thank you." Hearing Mira Jane's words, Yiyu withdrew his mind and glanced at Mira Jane. After saying that, Yiyu turned around and left Fairy Tail's guild. After Yiyu left, everyone in the guild fell silent. That guy Natsu played big this time. A person who usually has a good relationship with Natsu said, with a look of hatred. And Mira Jane's pretty face was also full of worry. I asked for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day. Thank you guys. The support of the old buddies is the motivation for the author to update the fungus. Chapter 5. Before, the cursed island is in front of you. On the ship, a man walked up to Yiyu and reported in fear. Hearing these words, Yiyu stood up and walked to the side of the boat. Looking around, I saw an isolated island standing in the sea. Very well, let's go like this. As soon as Yiyu said this, several men on board turned pale with fright. Please spare us. That is a cursed island. As long as humans get close to it, they will definitely die. Seeing the terrified expressions on the faces of several crew members, Yiyu also sighed inwardly. Rumors kill people. According to Yiyu's knowledge, Galena Island is not cursed at all. It's just a rumor. Yiyu didn't intend to explain anything to these crew members, and then even activated the space magic attribute, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. Disappeared. This island is indeed cursed. Quickly withdraw. When the crew saw Yiyu disappear out of thin air, they all seemed to see a ghost, and immediately drove the boat away from Galena Island. While the crew members were talking, Yiyu's figure had already appeared on Galena Island. After surveying the surrounding terrain, Yiyu chose a road to go directly to the center of the island. However, when Yiyu was halfway up the mountain, a black shadow rolled towards him from the top of the mountain like a rolling stone. Seeing the rolling stone, Yiyu's expression changed. Just when Yiyu was about to avoid the rolling stone, he heard a cry. Oh, can't stop. Gray UB ******** D. Remember. Gray? Hearing this familiar name, Yiyu's heart skipped a beat. Looking closely, I saw that the thing that rolled down, where there was a rolling stone, was clearly a person. A person whose body is frozen in ice, with only his head and feet exposed. This person is none other than Natsu. Originally, Yiyu came to Galena Island to find Natsu. Seeing Natsu right in front of him, Yiyu raised his eyebrows. Just when Natsu rolled in front of Yiyu, Yiyu raised his foot and directly blocked Natsu. Stop! Natsu, who was wrapped in ice, was stunned when he saw that he had stabilized his figure. Soon, he saw a man about 18 or 19 years old standing in front of him. Did you stop it for me? Thank you. Natsu looked at Yiyu and grinned. While speaking, Natsu stood up. Next, I'm going to the top of the mountain to find a guy to settle accounts. See you next time. After the frozen Natsu said something to Yiyu, he walked slowly towards the top of the mountain with his hands tied like a weight. I'll help you one more time. Yiyu looked at Natsu's funny look and then pointed his finger at Natsu. In the next second, a piercing chill emanated from Yiyu's fingers. At this moment, the hard ice on Natsu's body disappeared without a trace. Is the ice gone? Natsu was overjoyed when he was freed from the ice. Then, he rushed to Yiyu in an instant and said gratefully, "It's amazing. This ice cube can't even be melted by fire. How did you do it?" How did you do it? Naturally, it was lifted by using Invel's ice magic. Invel, one of the 12 holy shields, is known as General Winter. His ice magic is stronger than the ice magic. The ice on Natsu right now is Lion's magic. Invel's ice magic, undoing Lion's ice magic, that's not an easy task. I can use ice magic. Huh? I know a guy who can use ice magic too. While speaking, Yiyu and Natsu walked directly towards the top of the mountain. Gray, you be asterisk 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 D. You did that to me just now. After Natsu came to a dilapidated palace on the top of the mountain, he shouted loudly. At this time, in the palace, there were two people fighting with ice magic. Those two were none other than Gray and Lion. Natsu, why are you back here? Just now Natsu was frozen by Leo's ice magic. Gray then kicked Natsu away in order not to be hurt by Lion. Seeing that Natsu actually turned back right now, he suddenly felt that his good intentions were in vain. Soon, under Gray's watchful eye, Natsu rushed into the hall. But there was another strange man who came in with Natsu. Gray, when you were fighting me, you still had the mood to control other people. When Gray was looking at Yiyu, Lion over there swung his palm suddenly. Ice shape, sharp sword, shhhhhhh. In an instant, a large number of ice swords fell from the sky like arrows, directly hitting Gray. After Gray sensed the danger, he moved his feet, and his figure exploded backward in an instant. Although Gray avoids most of the ice swords, but one of the icy swords hit Gray anyway, slicing his arm open. Gray, seeing Gray injured, Natsu flew into a rage. UB asterisk 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 D unexpectedly attacked. With a roar, a cluster of flames was created out of thin air under Natsu's feet. Then, under the propulsion of the flames, his body was like a cannonball, directly impacting on Lion. After getting close to Lion, Natsu clenched his hands into a fist, and a cluster of crimson violent flames instantly rose from the fist. At this moment, the temperature of the air in the entire hall seemed to have risen slightly because of the flame. At the same time, because of Lion and Natsu's use of magic, the mechanical sound of the system also came from Yiyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +3 ding. Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +5 ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the magic attribute of Fire Dragon Slayer. Hearing the last notification sound from the system, Yiyu was overjoyed. At the end of this chapter, ask for daily flowers, monthly tickets, and various supports. Chapter 6. Originally, Yiyu planned to ask Natsu to release the dragon-slaying magic a few more times. After all, the probability of the system dropping magic attributes is only 1 in 5. But what Yiyu didn't expect was that Natsu just released the dragon-slaying magic once, and the system dropped the dragon-slaying magic attribute. It's rare for a situation like this to get into the soul. May I ask if the host receives the Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute? Soon, the system beeped again. Without any hesitation, Yiyu immediately responded, Charge. Following Yiyu's order, the Dragon Slayer magic attribute and magic attribute under Natsu, together with the magic attribute under Lion, all converged towards Yiyu. After the 3 golden tadpole runes were all submerged in Yiyu's body, a series of changes took place in the data on the virtual screen in front of Yiyu. I saw that the magic power has risen from the previous 14323 to 14331 on the magic attribute bar. There is also a Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute. Finally got the Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute, so I can also use Fire Dragon Slayer magic? Yiyu looked at the magic attribute of Fire Dragon Slayer on the system screen and immediately clenched his fists. At the same time that Yiyu was collecting the magic attribute of Fire Dragon Slayer, Natsu's attack over there had already bullied Lion in front of him. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. But Lion wasn't slow to respond either. Just as Natsu's flaming fist was about to hit Lion, Lion swung his palm. The shape of ice, the ice wall. Just in the blink of an eye, a thick wall of ice appeared in front of Natsu. In the next second, Natsu's fire fist hit the ice wall. Click! The moment Natsu's fist hit the ice wall, a crack appeared on the ice wall. At this time, Natsu's fierce offensive also stopped. But Natsu didn't give up. While Natsu was roaring, 2 flames burst out from under his feet. Pushed by the flames, Natsu's fists went deeper. Ka ka ka. Soon, the cracks on the ice wall spread out in all directions like spider webs. After one breath, the thick ice wall instantly shattered. After losing the barrier of the ice wall, Natsu's fist bombarded Lion without hindrance. This guy. Lion saw that Natsu could destroy the ice wall, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Surprise is surprise. Lion isn't going to sit still. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised his arm and prepared to cast the magic again. However, before Lion's magic had time to activate, Natsu's fist rushed over. Boom! Natsu's fist landed firmly on Lion's cheek. Although most of the power of Fire Dragon's Iron Fist was blocked by the ice wall, but Natsu's punch still sent Lion flying. I saw Lion's figure draw an arc above the sky, and finally wiped a trace on the ground, and then stopped. Just as Natsu and Lion were fighting, the system's notification sounded again in Yiyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining combat power attribute +0.2. EU's system drops combat power attributes in addition to magic power and magic attributes. It's just that most magisters use magic to fight. So in the past 2 years, EU has collected more than 14,000 magic power attributes, and the combat power attribute is only 324. Of course, the combat power attribute value dropped by the system is also directly proportional to the combat ability of the magister. Right now, Natsu's strength is not very strong, so the combat power attribute value dropped by the system when he attacks is not very high. If Natsu uses Flame Dragon King's Collapsing Fist to attack the enemy, then the combat power attribute value dropped by the system may reach double digits. May I ask if the host collects attributes? Collect. Following Yiyu's order, the 2 golden attributes over there converged towards Yiyu. Soon, the data on the virtual screen in front of Yiyu changed again. What a mess, 0 Emperor Lion. Just after Yiyu collected the attributes, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the hall. After hearing the voice, both Natsu and Gray were startled. Following the sound, I saw a short man with a ghost mask walking out of the hall. Maybe Natsu and Gray didn't know the masked man, but Yiyu knew each other. This person is none other than Altair. Altair in disguise, to be precise. Finally, Altair. Yiyu looked at the disguised Altair in front of him. His eyes lit up immediately. Originally, Yiyu came to Galuna Island to obtain Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute and Altair's Arc of Time attribute. Right now, Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute is in hand. In the end, only Altair's Arc of Time attribute remained. Chapter 7. Just as Yiyu, Natsu and others were staring at Altair, Lion over there stood up from the ground. He first wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and then looked at Natsu with a murderous look on his face. I was just careless for a while, and it is not easy to deal with this kind of guy. After saying that, Lion waved his palm at Natsu. Ice shape. Big eagle. In the next second, the ice bird formed by the condensation of a large amount of ice directly charged towards the place where Natsu was. When the ice vultures swept towards Natsu, Gray rushed in front of the ice vultures in an instant, blocking Natsu behind him. Ice shape. Ice wall. I saw Gray put his palms together, and a thick wall of ice appeared in front of him instantly. Judging from its posture, it seems that it intends to use this ice wall to fend off Lion's ice vultures. But just when those ice vultures were about to hit the ice wall, the corner of Lion's mouth curved into a playful arc. Gray, have you forgotten that my modeling magic can move? As soon as Lion finished speaking, those ice vultures, like living creatures, adjusted their direction around the ice wall created by Gray and converged towards Natsu and Gray behind the ice wall. Seeing those ice vultures rushing towards them, Natsu swung his fist and crushed 2 of them one by one. But because those ice vultures were flying too fast, all the remaining ones hit Gray and Natsu. Just as Gray and Lion were using modeling magic to fight, a system prompt sounded in Yiyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the ice modeling magic attribute. Ice shape magic attribute. Hearing the notification sound from the system, Yu frowned suddenly. For Yu, who has the attribute of Envel ice magic, this ice modeling magic is not of much use. After all, Lion and Grey's ice modeling magic is not enough for Envel's ice magic. But now that the system has dropped this attribute, Yu naturally won't refuse. When Yu was collecting the magic attribute of ice shape, Altair saw a lion suppressing Grey and Natsu. Her expression moved slightly, and then she said in a hoarse voice, "Then I will leave it to you. I'm going to prepare for the ceremony of resurrecting Lionra." After all, Altair's figure rushed out of the hall. "Resurrect Die Lion." After Grey heard this sentence, his face suddenly changed. You know, Grey's master Ulu gave his life to freeze Die Lionla. How could Grey have brought Lion back to life and made his master's sacrifice in vain? "Natsu, leave this to me. You go after that guy." Hearing Grey's words, Natsu didn't hesitate and directly chased after Altair. It's just yet to be seen how far Natsu has run. Lion over there waved his palm. "How can I let you get in the way?" The shape of ice, the mace. A thorny ice hammer made of condensed ice rushed towards Natsu like an arrow leaving the string. When the ice hammer was about to hit Natsu, Natsu's feet moved and his figure rushed out. Boom! In the next second, the huge ice hammer landed on the ground where Natsu had been before. Suddenly, there was a huge crash in the air. The whole hall shook, and the rock fragments above the head were scattered one after another, showing a tendency to collapse. On the other side, after Yu collected the magic attributes dropped by the system, he activated the space magic and disappeared into the hall. Even if you stay here, you can collect the magical attributes that Lion and Grey drop when they fight. But for Yu, the most important thing right now is Altair's Arc of Time attribute. Altair in disguise jumped up and came to the innermost hall. Looking up, I saw a huge ice sculpture in the hall. Inside the ice sculpture, there is a huge monster frozen in ice. This monster is none other than the demon Die Lionra. In addition, there is a purple beam of light above the sky, through the big hole in the ceiling, just shining on the ice sculpture. Because of the irradiation of the purple light beam, the thick layer of ice on Die Lion's body was slowly melting. Soon the seal will be lifted, Die Lion. Altair looked at Lion, who was frozen in front of him, and a frenzy burst into her eyes. However, at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the air. Altair turned his head and saw a man walking towards him. It's that person. Looking at the person in front of him, the image of seeing Yu in the main hall immediately appeared in Altair's mind. Yu, who walked into the main hall, first glanced at the huge ice sculpture over there, and then shifted his gaze from Die Lion to Altair. "Show your true colors, Altair." As soon as Yu said this, Altair over there was startled. This guy actually recognized me? Altair is very confident in his transformation magic. Even people who know her may find it difficult to recognize her transformation. But right now on this inaccessible island, it is recognized by people. Altair was naturally quite surprised. But now that his identity has been found out, there is no need for Altair to hide it anymore. Then under Yu's gaze, Altair tore off the mask on his face. In the next second, her body and appearance changed drastically. "Since you recognized me, I can't let you go." With a black and beautiful Altair, with one hand on his waist, he said to Yu in a clear female voice, "I ask for flowers every day, ask for monthly tickets, ask for all kinds of support. Thank you guys." Chapter 8. In a dilapidated palace on Galuna Island, Yu and Altair in white faced each other far away. And the ice on Die Lion's body was also melted layer by layer under the effect of the moon's drop. As the ice continued to melt, a thin layer of mist shrouded the palace. Altair flicked the long black hair on the back casually and said to Yu with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "Die Lionla is about to lift the seal. Let's get rid of you as soon as possible." After that, she waved her white palm at Yu. The crystal ball suspended behind Altair, like a cannonball, directly impacted towards Yu. Yu's purpose is to collect Altair's Arc of Time attribute. The most important thing right now is to force Altair to cast the Arc of Time magic. Just when the crystal ball was about to hit Yu punched out. Boom! In the next second, Yu's fist landed on the crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball shattered. Altair saw that Yiyu smashed her crystal ball so easily. A playful smile appeared on her pretty face. Arc of Time. As Yiyu expected, after he shattered the crystal ball, Altair immediately activated the Arc of Time magic. The fragments of the crystal ball that splashed around returned along the original trajectory, finally gathered together and condensed into an intact crystal ball. Is this the Arc of Time magic? Although Yiyu has long known that Altair's Arc of Time magic can make time go backwards, but seeing that scene with his own eyes like a movie reversed, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. While Yiyu was secretly praising, the system's notification sound also came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +4 at the same time as the notification sound came from the system. A golden magic attribute dropped from under Altair over there. For this magical attribute, Yiyu was not in a hurry to collect it. He was going to charge it together with Altair's Arc of Time magic attribute for a while. Just as Yiyu was amazed, Altair over there saw the expression on Yiyu's face. She thought Yiyu was shocked by her Arc of Time magic, and then said with a happy face, "This is the lost magic Arc of Time. No matter how many times you smash my crystal ball, I can restore it. Let's talk." Altair's white fingers draw a graceful arc in the air again. At the same time, under Altair's control, the recovered crystal ball charged towards Yiyu again. Yiyu, with a combat power of 324.2, doesn't care about attacks at this speed at all. Same as before, when the crystal ball was about to approach Yiyu, Yiyu punched him casually. Boom! With a loud noise, the crystal ball shattered. However, before the fragments of the crystal ball fell to the ground, Altair used the Arc of Time magic to restore the shattered crystal ball. For the next period of time, Altair continued to manipulate the crystal ball to attack Yiyu. And Yiyu smashed the crystal ball again and again. When Altair used Arc of Time magic to restore the crystal ball for the 6th time, the prompt sound he wanted to hear finally sounded in Yiyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +4. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the magical attribute of the Arc of Time. Here it comes. Here it comes. Finally, here it comes. Hearing the system's notification tone, Yiyu was overjoyed. May I ask if the host receives the Arc of Time attribute? Collect. Yiyu replied to the system immediately without any hesitation. Following Yiyu's order, the Arc of Time attribute under Altair, together with the magic attribute, directly gathered towards Yiyu. As those golden attributes continued to sink into Yiyu's body, the magical attributes on the virtual screen in front of him also continued to rise. 14350, 14354, 14374. In the end, Yiyu's magic power stabilized at 14374. In addition, there is an additional Arc of Time attribute on the magic attribute bar. Yiyu looked at the Arc of Time attribute on the virtual screen, and a fiery look burst into his eyes. The Arc of Time attribute is also quite against the sky. Don't look now, Altair is just restoring the shattered crystal ball. Later, Altair turned back the time of the whole world, making those who were originally dead resurrected. Of course, the price is also quite high. But what Yiyu thinks is, if only the time of a specific space is reversed, can the people in this space be brought back to life, and the cost is quite small. For example, Miss Minerva of Sword Bite Tiger, her space magic can create a not very large spherical space. At this time, if you use the Arc of Time to reverse the time in this sphere space, let the person who just died return to the state before death. Since this sphere space is not as big as the world, the side effect is not as big as Altair reversing the world time. Of course, these are all unknowns, and Yiyu needs to experiment. If it is really successful, Yiyu can use this Arc of Time attribute to cooperate with Minerva's space attribute to resurrect the dead and regenerate limbs. By the way, the attribute of the Arc of Time cannot be directly used by humans. Just when Yiyu charged the Arc of Time attribute, the Altair over there also stopped attacking Yiyu. It seems that I underestimated you. I'll be a little more serious next time. Altair looked at Yiyu, and after she said something lightly, she activated the Arc of Time magic again. But this time Altair isn't turning time backwards. She's speeding it up. Call out. At the moment when the time of the crystal ball was accelerated, The flying speed of the crystal ball also accelerated by more than 10 times. In just the blink of an eye, the crystal ball rushed in front of Yiyu. At the moment when the crystal ball was about to hit Yiyu, Yiyu activated Invel's ice magic attribute. I ask for flowers every day, and I ask for a monthly pass in the new month. Thank you guys. Chapter 9. Condensation. The moment Yiyu activated Invel's ice magic attribute, a bone-piercing chill emanated from Yiyu's body, and the crystal ball rushing towards Yiyu was frozen the moment it came into contact with the cold air and finally stopped an inch away from Yiyu. Is this your magic? Altair looked at the coldness emanating from Yiyu's body, and a look of understanding appeared on her pretty face. Immediately, he moved his palm. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he wanted to take back the frozen crystal ball. But after Altair waved his hand, the frozen crystal remained motionless, without any response. It's not ordinary ice magic. Altair itself also uses ice magic. If it was Lion and Gray's level of ice modeling magic, she waved just now, and the crystal ball would definitely break out of the ice. But right now, she is unable to manipulate the crystal ball. Obviously, Yiyu's magic is much more difficult than she imagined. Although ordinary means cannot break Yiyu's ice magic, Altair is not an ordinary person either. Arc of Time. Without any hesitation, she immediately activated the Arc of Time magic. Under the action of time going backwards, the crystal ball frozen by the ice disappeared into the ice out of thin air. The next second, when the crystal ball reappeared, it was already outside the ice. Altair, who deflected Yiyu's ice magic, raised a happy arc at the corner of his mouth. Although she didn't speak, the expression on her face seemed to say, "It's my magic that is better." Flash of the future. After freeing the crystal ball from its icy freeze, Altair activated the Arc of Time magic again. Immediately, crystal balls appeared one after another out of thin air near Yiyu's body. It depends on how you block this move. After finishing speaking, Altair's palm grabbed Yiyu in the air, and the large number of crystal balls suspended around Yiyu all gathered towards Yiyu at an astonishing speed. Back in time, just when those crystal balls were about to hit Yiyu, Yiyu immediately activated the Arc of Time attribute just collected from Altair. The moment Yiyu started to reverse time, the crystal balls that were rushing towards Yiyu all returned along the original path. Altair itself uses the Arc of Time. Seeing Yiyu cast the Arc of Time magic right now, she recognized it at a glance. This Arc of Time magic is lost magic. Logically speaking, it is impossible for ordinary people to use this trick. But this strange man in front of him can use it. This has greatly exceeded Altair's expectations. Who are you? Why did it appear on this island? Altair looked at Yiyu. The playfulness on his face completely disappeared, replaced by a seriousness towards the powerful enemy. Just when Yiyu was about to say something, there was a loud roar in the air. Following the sound, I saw that Dai Lionla, whose huge upper body had been frozen, had been lifted from the ice under the action of the moondrop. Altair saw that Dai Lion was about to lift the seal, and on her pretty face, there was an expression of success. At the same time, Natsu, Gray, and Lion above the main hall all heard the roar. What happened? Natsu released Lion from under him, looked up at the ceiling, and said. Maybe Natsu didn't know what the sound was, but both Lion and Gray did. It's Dai Lionla. It's finally done. At this time, Lion has been defeated by Natsu and Gray. But when he heard Dai Lion's roar, there was a smile on his face. But Gray's complexion was very ugly. Dai Lion pulls but the shadow in his heart. He knew that once Dai Lion was resurrected, the consequences would be disastrous. Natsu. Gray greeted Natsu, and then, together with Natsu, ran towards the place where Lion was. At this time, Yiyu just glanced at Dai Lion for a while, and then set his sights on Altair. It's almost time to end this battle. Yiyu looked at Altair and said, that's exactly what I mean. After all, Altair leaned forward slightly. All gods shine. After Altair launched the magic, the sky above the huge palace was densely covered with cone-shaped crystals, and the sharp parts of those conical crystals are aimed at Yiyu below. With a wave of Altair's arms, the cone-shaped crystals above the sky, like a hail of bullets, swept towards Yiyu on the ground overwhelmingly. Ice magic. Seeing those crystals rushing towards him, Yu mobilized a huge amount of magic power and immediately activated the ice magic attribute. In the next second, a violent cold air swept across the entire hall like a whirlwind. At this moment, the hall was overwhelmed by the biting air conditioning. The air conditioning came and went quickly. After a breath, when the cold air dissipated, the entire hall was almost completely frozen. Those crystals that swept towards Yu, as well as Altair himself, were also frozen in the ice, unable to move. This guy, Altair in the ice, stared at Yu, his eyes flickering constantly. Although she urged the Arc of Time to crack the ice, but after consuming a lot of magic power, the ice frozen on her body only disappeared a little bit. At this moment, ripples appeared in Altair's heart. When did such a powerful ice mage appear in the kingdom of Fiori? While Altair is constantly melting the ice, Yu is collecting the magic power attribute that Altair dropped when he used magic before. With the entry of 3 magic attributes, Yu's magic attributes rose from 14,374 to 14,392. After collecting the magic attributes, Yu glanced at Altair in the ice, and then he was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Die Lion over there also completely lifted the seal. Roar! I saw the huge Die Lion Liangdian roared angrily. At this moment, the entire island trembled. After the dilapidated palace, a large number of rocks continued to fall. Danger! Gray, who rushed over from the outer hall, saw Die Lion pulling up that huge claw, ready to attack Yu. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately reminded Yu loudly. In fact, without Gray's reminder, Yu has already noticed Die Lion. Originally, Yu didn't want to pay attention to this demon. After all, he knew that Yu's seal had taken away an absolute part of Die Lion's life. Die Lionla at the moment is probably just a flashback before the oil is exhausted. However, Yu couldn't ignore Die Lion's death blow. Transformation magic. Without any hesitation, Yu immediately activated Brandish transformation magic. In just the blink of an eye, Die Lion, who was originally like a mountain, instantly became the size of a grasshopper. Then, under the astonished gaze of Gray and Natsu, Yu raised his foot, directly pulled Die Lion, and trampled him to death. At this moment, the astonished voices of Natsu and Gray sounded in the hall. At the end of this chapter, ask for daily flowers, monthly tickets, and various supports. Chapter 10. At this moment, Gray and Natsu's eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open, as if they saw a ghost. You actually stomped Die Lion to death? At this time, Gray's heart was filled with a huge wave, full of horror. Who is Die Lion? The so-called Calamity Demon. At that time, his master Ulu couldn't kill Die Lion, and finally used forbidden magic, absolutely frozen, and at the cost of sacrificing his life, Die Lion was frozen. But right now, this man stomped Die Lion to death. How could Gray accept such absurd thing all of a sudden? At the same time, Natsu on the side agreed, and was extremely surprised. But he is different from Gray. He was not surprised that Yu stomped Die Lion to death, but he was surprised that Yu stomped Die Lion to death to pull this strength. Good, so amazing. Yu, what kind of magic was that just now? It turned such a big monster into such a small one. On the way to the palace, Natsu already knew Yu's name. He rushed in front of Yu in an instant, clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Yu glanced at Natsu and Gray, and then activated the transformation magic attribute again. In the next second, Natsu and Gray shrank to the size of ants. Good, so big. Natsu looked at Yu, who was as big as a mountain in front of him, and he was incomparably amazed. While Gray was amazed, he was also incomparably terrified. At this time, Altair, who was frozen by Yu, also saw everything in her eyes. Seeing that Yu, besides ice magic and Arc of Time, also has the kind of magic that can shrink the target, she was also extremely surprised. At this moment, in Altair's eyes, Yu's sense of mystery is even stronger. During the conversation between Yu and Natsu and others, Altair has already used the Arc of Time to break free from the ice. Call out. With a leap, Altair landed on top of the hole where Del Lion had been. After Yu, Natsu, and Gray noticed the movement, they immediately looked up. I saw Altair with long black hair, with one hand on his hip, looking at everyone. Who was that woman? Natsu has seen Altair wearing a mask, but he didn't know the real face of Altair. Looking at Altair right now, Natsu said with a puzzled face. But Gray on the side seemed to see a ghost, and his face changed drastically. You are you? Altair and you are you look very much alike. The moment he saw Altair, Gray thought that Altair in front of him was Ulu himself. But Altair didn't care about Gray and Natsu. Her eyes were on Yu from beginning to end. Yu, I remember this name. See you next time. I will never lose to you. After all, Altair's figure turned into a white shadow and disappeared into the air. Ulu, seeing Altair disappear, Gray immediately chased after him. But after Gray came to the entrance of the cave, where can I see half a figure? Ulu, is that really you? You are still alive? At this moment, Gray glanced down, once frozen die lion, but the ice that has melted into water, he said with a lonely face. Gray. Natsu below, seeing Gray's expression like that, his face also straightened. Yu, have you joined the guild yet? If you don't join the guild, how about coming to our fairy tale? No, as powerful as you. Please come to our fairy tale. During the time when Die Lion came out of the hall, Natsu had been talking enthusiastically. Leave him alone. This guy wants you to join our guild. He definitely wants to fight you. Hearing Natsu's words, Gray on the side reminded Yu helplessly. At this time, Natsu also showed a hint of being set on his face. Join fairy tale? At this time, Yu was also thinking in his mind whether to join the fairy tale guild. You two are really relaxing. Just as Yu was weighing, an extremely domineering female voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Hearing this voice, Gray and Natsu on the side looked like they saw a cat and a mouse. The hairs on their bodies stood up in fright, and the expressions on their faces were also extremely frightened. Looking up, I saw a woman standing at the entrance of the palace. I saw the woman with long red hair, wearing a silver-white battle armor and a long sword on her waist. The woman looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old, but the expression on her face at this moment was extremely terrifying. The moment he saw this woman, Yu recognized her. This person is none other than Erza, known as the Fairy Queen. Behind Erza stood a girl and a blue cat. The girl had long golden hair tied into a ponytail. A simple miniskirt also looks extremely youthful and beautiful. The girl and the cat are naturally Lucy and happy, because Natsu and his team came here privately to perform S-level missions. So the moment Natsu saw Erza appear, he knew that Erza was here to catch him. Erza, there is a huge monster on this island. We are here. Natsu pointed to the palace behind him and tried to explain to Erza. Before Natsu finished speaking, Erza interrupted Natsu's words. Then he sighed and said, I've already heard about the specific situation from Lucy. Seeing that Erza's tone has eased a lot, Natsu also heaved a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, who is this? Erza looked up, and Yu, who was taller than both Gray and Natsu, asked aloud. His name is Yu. We met on this island. Seeing Erza asking about Yu, Natsu introduced him impatiently. Erza, Natsu and Gray greet you. After hearing Natsu's explanation, Erza stretched out her palm to Yu like a big sister. Yu. After Yu stretched out his hand to shake Erza, he introduced himself again. Hey Lucy, come out and get to know each other. Hello, my name is Lucy. I am happy. Chapter 11. Affected by the drops of the moon, there is a huge disc-like layer of exhaust gas above Galuna Island. It is precisely because of this exhaust gas layer that the demons on the island have memory impairment. After Erza removed the exhaust gas layer, the demons on the island all recovered their memories. The task of Natsu and others can be regarded as a successful completion. To express their gratitude, the demons on the island sent a huge ship to Yu and others. Afterwards, Yu, Natsu, Erza and his party took the huge ship and returned along the original road. Yu, come back to the guild with us. After seeing the harmonious atmosphere of our guild, maybe you want to join our guild. Natsu said to Yu again. Harmony? Hearing Natsu's words, Erza had a headache, while Lucy was speechless. Is that a harmonious atmosphere? That's obviously messing around. And every day is so chaotic. For Natsu's invitation, Yu did not refuse. According to what Yu knows, This time after Natsu and Erza and others return to Fairy Tail, Phantom Lord will attack Fairy Tail. And the Iron Dragon Slayer Magister Gajeel is the Ghost's man. Although Yu already got Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute, but he also wants Gajeel's Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute. However, the real reason Yu agreed to Natsu's invitation was that during the battle between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord, Makarov would cast the legendary super magic that the Fairy Law. For the magic of Goblin Law, Yu wanted to get it before he came to Ishgar. Now that there is such an opportunity to collect the legal attributes of goblins, Yu will naturally not let it go. In addition, if Yu had to choose a guild to join, Fairy Tail would be his first choice. As for the reason, Fairy Tail doesn't have so many rules and regulations. Very good. After Yu agreed to go to the guild together, Natsu was overjoyed. It didn't take long for Natsu to be happy, Erza said aloud. As for the punishment of your private actions this time, it will be decided by the president when you go back. Hearing Erza's words was like pouring cold water on Natsu's head. A second ago, he was extremely excited. In the next second, it was like an eggplant beaten by frost. No, don't punish. Natsu kept shaking his head, but was still dragged away forcefully by Erza. When Yu, Erza and others came to Magnolia Town, they saw the building of the Fairy Tail Guild, like a hedgehog, covered with thick steel. Seeing the scene in front of them, the faces of Natsu, Gray and others changed drastically. Natsu, Gray and others all grew up in Fairy Tail. He has already regarded this place as his home. Now seeing the guild being destroyed like this, the anger in their hearts rose to the maximum in an instant. At this moment, even Erza's pretty face was full of anger. What is this? Happy looked at the destroyed guild. He said solemnly. Perhaps Erza et al. Don't know what's going on. But Yu knew. Phantom Lord sneak attack on Fairy Tail. And looking at these steals, one can tell at a glance that it is the work of Iron Dragon Slayer Magister Gajeel. Has the ghost come to this town yet? After Yu glanced around, he activated the perception magic. During the 2 years in the Western continent, apart from the magic attributes of the 312 holy shields of Irene, Envel, and Neinhart, Yu also collected many other magic attributes. It's just that these magic attributes are nothing compared to the magic of the 12 holy shields, so Yu rarely uses them. The perception magic attribute currently used by Yu was collected from a magician in the Western continent. With the activation of the perception magic attribute, an invisible ripple centered on Yu and spread out in all directions. Soon, most of Magnolia's town was within Yu's range of perception. At the same time, a lot of magical reactions appeared in Yu's mind. However, this attribute of perception magic can only perceive the position and size of magic power, but it is impossible to know more detailed information. However, if it is someone who has been in contact with Yu before, Yu can remember the magic power of that person. Take Natsu, for example. The next time Yu perceives Natsu's magical reaction again, he will know that the magical reaction is Natsu. As for those who have not been in contact with it, it is difficult to judge. However, the person Yu wants to perceive right now is the president of the Ghost Guild, Jose. Jose, like Makarov, is a holy 10. The magic power of these two people stands out from the crowd in Magnolia. Soon, Yu locked onto 2 huge magic power reactions. One of them is right behind Yu on the guild facade. Obviously, this magic power belongs to Makarov. And the other one, of course, is Jose. After discovering Jose's location, Yu immediately activated the space magic attribute and disappeared into the air. Natsu, Gray and others were still immersed in anger because of the destruction of the guild, so that they didn't realize that Yu disappeared. After Natsu and others entered the guild, they learned from Mira that the guild had been raided by the Phantom Lord. After learning about this, Natsu came to the basement floor of the guild angrily. President, Natsu yelled at Makarov, who was sitting on the table over there drinking heavily. Oh, back. Now is not the time to drink. The guild has suffered damage. We should go to the ghosts to settle the score. Isn't it just destruction? They only think of this way. Let them go. Makarov said indifferently. But the anger in Natsu's heart is getting bigger and bigger. Just when Natsu was about to say something, Makarov said, "You have accepted the S-level mission privately. I haven't punished you yet." After all, Makarov slapped Natsu symbolically. Speaking of S-level missions, Erza over there suddenly thought of Yiyu. By the way, the president will introduce someone to you. After Erza said this to Makarov, he turned to look, but there is no one behind her. Where is Yiyu? At this time, Yiyu had already arrived on top of a tall building in the town. And under the tall building where Yiyu is, there are two people. These two people are none other than Jose and Gajil, the presidents of Spectre. Makarov can really bear it, and there is no movement until now. Jose said aloud, "This shows that I haven't done enough. I'm going to give them another big gift." Gajil grinned. "Yeah, don't strike too hard and kill them." Duh. Chapter 12. At night, there are three people inside a building in Magnolia Town. These three people are none other than Levy, Droy, and Jet, who are known as the Lane Engine Trio in the Fairy Tale Guild. "Damn you, Ghost. You actually made a surprise attack on our guild, and the guild leader is really serious. You actually acted like nothing happened." Droy, who was sitting on the chair, said with a resentful expression on his face. The president is also considering the overall situation. A battle between guilds and guilds will definitely hurt both sides. Levy, with ocean blue hair, handed Droy a cup of coffee and said aloud, "Levy, don't worry. If the ghosts come, I will protect you." Droy took the coffee and said seriously, "And I." Jet on the side said hurriedly, "I'm not as weak as you think." Hearing what Droy and Jet said, Levy said with a smile. However, just as Levy turned around, a strange voice suddenly came from the air. "I found it, the one from Fairy Tale." Hearing this creepy sound, Levy turned around immediately. "I saw a black-haired man squatting on the window sill eating steel, his mouth making crackling sounds, which looked terrifying." Seeing this scene, Levy's expression suddenly changed. Droy and Jet, who were sitting on the edge of the table over there, also stood up immediately, looking at the man who suddenly barged in before them as if facing a big enemy. "You are the Iron Dragon Slayer of Spectre." Although the two of Droy have never met Gajil, they have heard rumors about the Dragon Slayer of Ghost Iron. Seeing Gajil eating steel right now, they recognized Gajil at a glance. "Bingo!" Gajil stared at the three of Levy in front of him and said jokingly. Once confirmed, the duo of Droy and Jet immediately put Levy behind him. "Levy, go and inform Erza and them. We will block this place." Droy hurriedly said something to Levy behind him, and then launched an attack on Gajil in front of him. Plant magic. Droy dropped a plant seed in his hand to the ground. In the next second, a thick branch and vine swept across Gajil on the window rock like a living thing. Seeing that Droy had already launched an attack on Gajil, the solemn Levy also left immediately, preparing to notify the people in the guild. But before Levy had time to go out, there were two loud noises in the room. Levy subconsciously turned his head to look, and saw that Droy and Jet had collapsed on the ground. "Levy, hurry up, hurry up." The badly injured Droy raised his head with difficulty and shouted at Levy. But before Droy finished speaking, Gajil, with a playful face, raised his foot and stepped heavily on Droy's body. Wow. Droy spurted out a mouthful of blood, then passed out. Droy. Levy's pretty face turned pale when he saw Droy was severely injured. And Gajil stepped on the bodies of Droy and Jet and approached Levy directly. Three-dimensional text magic, stone. Enduring the fear, Levy wrote a stone English letter in the void. Then under Levy's manipulation, the stone-like English letters directly charged towards Gajil. Hey! Faced with Levy's attack, Gajil didn't pay attention at all. He opened his mouth, and a piercing smile appeared on his face. After the stone text approached, Gajil raised his arm and punched out. Gajil's punch was no ordinary punch. The moment he punched out, his entire arm stretched out like rubber. In just a moment, Levy's words were smashed into slag. This is not over yet. Gajil's outstretched arm rushed towards Levy without a moment's pause. Seeing Gajil's steely fist magnified sharply in his eyes, Levy immediately waved his arms, ready to use the three-dimensional text to resist. It's just that Gajil's attack was too fast, and Levy didn't have time to cast the word magic. Just when Gajil's arm was about to hit Levy, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air and grabbed Gajil's outstretched steel arm firmly. This sudden change made Gajil's expression tremble, and Levy fell to the ground in fright. Levy supported the ground with both hands and looked up at the man who had saved her. It's just that this person's back was facing her, and she couldn't see his face clearly at all. Although Levy couldn't see the man's face, Gajeel could. Are you from Fairy Tale too? Gajeel retracted the outstretched steel arm, stood up straight, and asked seriously. The person who appeared in front of Gajeel at this time was naturally Yiyu. Yiyu did not answer Gajeel's question. He just tilted his head slightly and glanced at Levi behind him. Glancing at Yiyu's cold gaze, Levi, who was still in shock, immediately reacted. Without any hesitation, she got up from the ground and retreated to the side. After Levi and Yiyu put some distance away, she finally saw Yiyu's appearance clearly. Seeing that Yiyu didn't make a sound, Gajeel spat out the steel scraps in his mouth and said with a grin, "Forget it. It doesn't matter if you are from Fairy Tale or not. Since you dare to come out and get in the way, then let's clean it up together." After all, Gajeel launched an attack on Yiyu. I saw Gajeel's foot move, stepping on a deep depression on the ground, and his figure rushed towards Yiyu like an arrow from the string. After Gajeel rushed to the sky above Yiyu's head, he grinned, and then the iron fist exploded directly at Yiyu below him in a slam dunk. "Before you get the Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute, let's play with you." Seeing Gajeel exploding in front of him, Yiyu thought to himself, and then activated the magic attribute of Fire Dragon Slayer obtained from Natsu earlier. As Yiyu clenched his fist, a ray of crimson flame instantly rose above his fist. After Gajeel's iron fist approached, Yiyu's fist wrapped in flames punched Gajeel. At the end of this chapter, ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and various supports every day. Chapter 13. In the room, Yiyu's fist wrapped in flames and Gajeel's steel fist directly shook together. Boom! At this moment, there was a violent crash in the air, and Gajeel's body, also under the impact of a huge force, flew backwards directly. In an instant, Gajeel's figure smashed into the wall not far behind him. After breaking through the wall, Gajeel came out onto the street outside the house. In the end, his feet made 2 long scratches on the street floor, and he stabilized his figure. Amazing! Levi over there saw that Yiyu knocked Gajeel into the air with one punch. She covered her mouth lightly and exclaimed involuntarily. Levi also has a deep understanding of Gajeel's strength. Jet and Droy, but Gajeel gave him a second in just one meeting. But right now, this strange man knocked Gajeel away with a single punch. Levi was naturally surprised to see this. At the same time, the hunched Gajeel on the street slowly looked up at Yiyu. "Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Are you a fire dragon?" Gajeel looked at Yiyu and said with a grin on his face. Although Gajeel has never met Natsu, but he knew that in the Fairy Tale Guild, there was someone like him who was also a Dragon Slayer Magister. Now seeing Yiyu using Fire Dragon Slayer magic, he immediately thought of the rumored Fire Dragon. Yiyu naturally knew that the Fire Dragon in Gajeel's mouth was Natsu. He looked at Gajeel and said lightly, "I'm not a fire dragon." Levi over there heard the conversation between Yiyu and Gajeel, and she looked puzzled. What happened? Besides Natsu, is there another Dragon Slayer of fire in this world? Forget it. None of this matters. No matter who you are, I will clean you up here today. Just use my Iron Dragon Slayer magic." Having said that, Gajeel raised his arms. I saw that his arm was instantly covered with a layer of steel dragon scales, like dragon claws. It actually grew dragon scales. After Levi saw the change in Gajeel's body, her pretty face suddenly changed. Then, under Levi's watchful eyes, Gajeel moved his feet. His figure was like an arrow from the string, and he rushed towards Yiyu. Gajeel in dragon scale. His speed is faster than before. In just a few breaths, Gajeel rushed in front of Yiyu. Without any hesitation, he immediately clenched his fist with his arm covered with steel dragon scales and bombarded Yiyu with one punch. Facing the punch that strengthened Gajeel, Yiyu didn't hesitate in the slightest and also punched him with a fiery fist. In the next second, Yiyu's fist and Gajeel's fist collided directly. At this moment, there was a violent steel collision sound in the air. A wave of air also centered on Yiyu and Gajeel, spreading out in all directions like ripples. In addition, the bluestone ground under Gajeel's feet sank in an instant. "Hey!" Gajeel, who was in a fist with Yiyu, grinned at Yiyu. Although Gajeel didn't speak, the smile on his face seemed to say to Yiyu, "Now I won't be blown away by you like before." Not long after Gajeel laughed, Yiyu punched out with the other hand, directly hitting Gajeel's chest. Boom! Gajeel, who was hit hard, spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. The strength has indeed improved a lot, but the speed is still too slow. After saying that, Yu kicked Gajeel directly. Boom! Under a violent impact sound, Gajeel's body flew out in the shape of... It ended up hitting a guardrail on the street. The guardrail made of steel and stone was shattered in an instant. Gajeel's body was also buried under rubble. Finished. After a few breaths, Levy saw that Gajeel didn't make any movement. She clenched her hands tightly and asked Yu. Before Yu could answer Levy's words, Gajeel and the ruins over there suddenly exploded. It's been a long time since I met such a strong opponent. Today I must beat you. After Gajeel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he shouted at Yu with a fighting spirit. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yu and Levy, Gajeel picked up the steel on the guardrail beside him and bit it directly. Hearing a clicking sound, Gajeel's body undergoes earth-shaking changes. Originally, Gajeel was just covered with steel dragon scales on his arms. But right now, Gajeel's whole body is covered with steel dragon scales. Seeing the changes in Gajeel, Levy on the side was more worried than before. At this moment, Levy suddenly thought of Natsu. She knew that after Natsu ate the flame, his power would increase. And Yu, like Natsu, is a dragon slayer of fire. If Yu also eats the flame, his strength may also increase. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Levy immediately used the three-dimensional text magic to create a cluster of flames. Well, if you don't mind. After Levy created the three-dimensional flame, he asked Yu timidly. But before Levy finished speaking, Yu responded, "No need." What? People are so kind. After being rejected by Yu, Levy complained angrily. What Levy doesn't know is that Yu really doesn't need to eat flames to improve his strength. Not against Gajeel, to be precise. He can instantly kill Gajeel whenever he wants. Seeing that Yu doesn't eat flames, Gajeel narrowed one of his eyes, then grinned and said, "It's not necessary. It's really arrogant. However, don't regret it." After all, Steel Gajeel launched an attack on Yu. He took a sharp breath, and then covered his mouth with his hands. Iron Dragon's Roar. After a magic circle appeared in front of Iron Gajeel, a silver whirlwind mixed with Iron Dragon's iron pieces swept directly towards Yu with an astonishing momentum. And at this moment, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came from Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +6 ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute. After hearing the system's notification tone, Yu's heart was overjoyed. Finally come. I asked for flowers and monthly tickets for support every day. Thank you guys. Duh. Chapter 14. May I ask if the host charges Iron Dragon Slayer magic attributes? Collect. Yu replied to the system immediately without any hesitation. Following Yu's order, the Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute under Gajeel, together with other attributes that Yu and Gajeel dropped during the previous battle, all converged towards Yu. After those attributes were submerged into Yu's body, various data on the virtual screen in front of Yu also changed. I saw that the magic attribute has risen from the previous 14392 to 14412, and the combat power attribute has also increased to 325, although the attributes of magic power and combat power have not increased much. But Yu got the desired Iron Dragon Slayer magical properties. I don't know if the Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute and the Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute are used at the same time. Will it enter the Iron Dragon mode? Seeing the Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute suddenly appearing on the magic bar of the virtual screen, Yu thought to himself. You must know that in the original drama, Natsu used the dragon-slaying magic of two attributes of thunder and fire at the same time to develop the Thunder Flame Dragon mode. And Gajeel uses the dragon-slaying magic of Iron and Shadow attributes at the same time, and also enters the Iron Shadow Dragon mode. Right now, if Yu uses Iron and Fire Dragon-slaying magic at the same time, it is reasonable to say that he should also be able to cast a more powerful Iron Flame Dragon mode, or it is called the Steel Flame Dragon mode. Of course, this is just Yu's idea. Whether it will be successful or not will require experimentation. After collecting the Iron Dragon Slayer's magic attributes, Yu withdrew his mind and turned his gaze from the virtual screen to the Iron Dragon's roar in front of him. Danger! Levi behind Yiyu saw the violent whirlwind rushing towards Yiyu. She hastily reminded Yiyu loudly. Just when the violent whirlwind was about to hit Yiyu, Yiyu's finger was a little bit in the air. Additional magic. Without any hesitation, Yiyu immediately activated the additional magic attributes collected from Irene. Under Yiyu's manipulation, he gave Air additional instructions. Suddenly, a magic shock wave hit the whirlwind. Soon, the magic shock wave and the whirlwind collided with each other. But in front of the magic shock wave, the whirlwind was like paper, and it was washed away in an instant. What? Seeing that his magic had been defeated, Gajil's expression suddenly changed. It's not over yet. After the magic shock wave defeated the Iron Dragon's roar, magic, it didn't stop there, but continued to move forward and swept towards the place where Gajil was. Seeing the magic shock wave magnified sharply in his eyes, Gajil gritted his teeth and crossed his arms in front of him as a conditioned reflex. Judging by his posture, it seems that he wants to block the magic shock wave. But the power of this magic shock wave was beyond Gajil's imagination. The moment the shock wave hit Gajil, Gajil's entire body flew upside down like a shell. Bang! Soon, there was a terrifying explosion in the air. With the sound of the explosion, the violent air wave also spread along the street and towards the sides. This terrifying explosion came and went quickly. After one breath, the explosion stopped and the air wave dissipated. Levi put his arms in front of his body tentatively and looked up. However, when Lei saw the situation in front of her clearly, her expression suddenly changed. I saw a wide gully on the ground in the middle of the street, as if it had been bombarded by a powerful magic cannon. But Levi knew that it was not bombarded by magic cannons, but created by Yiyu's magic. And still use one finger. What kind of magic is that? Levi had never seen such magic before. She shifted her eyes from the ravine to Yiyu with difficulty. At this time, in Levi's field of vision, Yiyu is full of mysteries. Levi. Just as Levi was looking at Yiyu, a familiar female voice suddenly came from the air. Looking for the sound, I saw Erza in silver armor rushing towards this side. Erza. Seeing Erza approaching, Levi immediately went up to meet him. Levi, what the hell is going on here? Obviously, Erza heard the huge explosion and rushed over. We are being attacked by ghosts. Hearing Levi's words, Erza's pretty face suddenly changed. Where are the ghost people? It has been resolved, it should be. Levi looked at Yiyu and said with a wry smile. Erza followed Levi's gaze, and soon she also found Yiyu and recognized him. Yiyu, why are you here? Hearing Erza's words, Levi said with a look of surprise, You know him? I met on Galena Island. Erza first responded to Levi, and then walked in front of Yiyu. I wanted to introduce you to the people in the guild during the day, but I didn't see anyone in your guild. Yiyu looked at Erza and said, It will be the same next time we meet again. My name is Levi, and like Erza, I'm a member of Fairy Tale. Thank you for your help just now. Levi walked in front of Yiyu, put his feet together, and said with a little dodge in his eyes. Chapter 15. The next day, when Makarov, Natsu, and other members of Fairy Tale saw Jet and Droy's tragic situation from the hospital, they were all extremely angry. When the guild building was destroyed, Makarov was not angry, because in his opinion, it was very unwise to start a war with ghosts for a building. But now it is different. Makarov treats every member of the guild as family. Now seeing his own children being beaten like this, Makarov couldn't take it anymore. Jose, make me aware. After the angry Makarov left the hospital, he went straight to where the ghost guild was. When Makarov went to where the ghost was, Natsu, Gray, Erza, and other Fairy Tale members had already arrived at the ghost's foothold. The specters have long wanted to clean up Fairy Tale, just never had the right opportunity. Now seeing Natsu and Gray's group rushing in, they all rushed towards Natsu and the others without any hesitation. Soon, everyone from Fairy Tale was fighting fiercely with ghost mages. At this time, Yiyu, who came with Natsu and others, continuously heard the mechanical prompt sound of the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +3 ding. Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +2 ding. Congratulations to the host. Gaining combat power attribute +0.1. At the same time that the notification sound was constantly coming from Yiyu's mind, The golden attributes on the battlefield were also continuously falling. In the past, when Yu fought with others, the system dropped attributes one by one. But right now, in the battle between dozens of people, the attributes will drop by dozens and dozens. In Yu's field of vision, the golden attribute fell like a truck dumping coins. Seeing this spectacular scene, Yu was naturally overjoyed. At this moment, Yu has decided to join Fairy Tail. How many attributes can be collected by fighting alone? Fight in groups and collect attributes quickly. Just as Yu was excited, a mage from the Ghost Guild rushed directly at Yu. Before Yu could make a move, a stone made of three-dimensional characters charged over and hit the Ghost Wizard. The Ghost Wizard who was hit hard screamed, and his body flew upside down. At this time, the system's notification sound also came from Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the magic attribute of three-dimensional characters. Hearing the notification sound from the system, Yu turned his head and saw Levi smiling at him. Obviously, the person who attacked the Ghost Wizard was Levi. May I ask if the host collects the three-dimensional text magic attribute? Hearing the notification sound from the system, Yu replied without any hesitation. Charge it. Following Yu's order, the magic attribute of the three-dimensional text under Levi, together with other attributes on the hull, turned into golden tadpole runes and lined up towards the place where Yu was. Places come together. With those golden attributes entering the body, the magical attributes on the virtual screen in front of Yu continued to rise in seconds. 14412, 14454, 14578, but in just a few breaths, Yu's magic power soared from 14,412 to 14578. You must know that before, Yu had to collect 100 points of magic power, but it took several days. But right now, it has soared by more than 100 in just a few breaths. This speed is several times faster than before. And it's not over yet. The magic power on the virtual screen in front of Yu is still rising, and the speed has no tendency to slow down. At the same time, Yu also felt that the magic power in his body had increased a lot. In addition to the magic power attribute, the combat power attribute is also on the rise. However, compared with magic power, the increase in combat power is relatively slow. After all, even if Natsu casts Fire Dragon's Iron Fist to attack others, the system will only drop a few tenths of the combat power attribute overnight. Although the combat power attribute drops less, it is better than nothing. In addition, 10,000 0.2, that is also 2,000 when Yu's combat power reaches 2,000, coupled with the addition of Irene's additional magic. Yu is confident that, except for the Black Dragon, no one can match his physical skills. Of course, it will take quite a while for Yu to reach 2,000 combat power. Just as Yu kept collecting attributes, an angry shout suddenly came from outside the hall. Jose, get out. After hearing this voice, Natsu, Gray and others who were fighting in the hall all stopped. It's the president. The president is here. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Makarov walked in. After Makarov actually entered the hall, the fighting in the hall stopped completely. However, Yu's magical attributes did not stop growing immediately. After the last piece of golden attribute fell into Yu's body, the various data on the virtual screen in front of Yu stopped completely. At this time, Yu's magic power has stabilized at 15174, and the attribute of combat power has also risen to 407. The magic power has increased by nearly 800 points, and the combat power has also exceeded 400. Yu's face was full of satisfaction when he saw the rising magical power and fighting power on the virtual screen. Humph, Makarov. I thought you were going to be a coward for the rest of your life. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the air. After hearing the sound, Yu, Natsu, and other members of Fairy Tail looked for the sound, only to see a man with eagle dove walking in like a magician. Is this person the president of Spectre? Everyone in Fairy Tail looked at Jose who walked in. All of them showed resentment. And Makarov stared at Jose and said sharply, "Are you ready to die? Jose, I ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day. Thank you guys." Chapter 16. In the center of the hall where the Ghost Guild is located, a group of Fairy Tail members headed by Makarov gathered together. And around the hall, there was a mess. A large number of members of the Ghost Guild were lying on the ground in disorder. Obviously, in the battle between Fairy Tale and Spectre, Fairy Tale has the upper hand. Jose, who just walked in, glanced at the hall, and finally his eyes fell on Makarov in front of him. Seeing Makarov's angry face, Jose was pleased. Although there was a little accident on Gajil's side, the goal has been achieved. Everything is going according to plan. Now I just need to wait for Juvia's side to capture Lucy Hartfilia, and I will win this war. Jose thought to himself, and then said to Makarov jokingly, "Brother Makarov, it's been 6 years since we..." Before Jose could finish speaking, Makarov punched Jose. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go to war." Although the Makarovs look thin and small, their attacks are not weak at all. In just the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Jose. However, Jose's reaction was not slow. The moment he was about to be hit by Makarov, he turned slightly to one side, directly avoiding Makarov's attack. And Makarov's fist landed on the ground where Jose had been standing before. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the air, and the ground was smashed into pieces in an instant. All of a sudden, a large amount of rock debris splashed out in all directions. Makarov, the battle between the Holy Ten will be shattered. I just want to end the battle between us in a more peaceful way. Way more calm. Maybe Makarov didn't know what Jose meant by that. But you knew. In the original play, Jose first let Juvia, one of the 4 elements, capture Lucy, and then used Lucy as a hostage. When Makarov was shaken when he saw Lucy, Arya, the leader of the 4 elements, rushed out to attack Makarov. Arya's magic can instantly drain the opponent's mana. After Makarov's magic was drained, Makarov fell, and the battle between Jose and Makarov is over. Thinking of this, Yu looked at Jose, who kept procrastinating for time, and the corner of his mouth curled into an indiscernible arc. "I am bound to obtain the legal attribute of the goblin, but I cannot let your plan succeed." After all, Yu activated the attribute of space magic. Missing. Levi glanced in the direction of Yu, but at this time Yu had disappeared. On a street in Magnolia Town, Lucy is depressed. Where did everyone go? Not long after Lucy finished speaking, a drop of rain fell on her face. "It's raining." Lucy spread her palms and looked up at the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly began to rain heavily. At this moment, Lucy saw a woman with an umbrella walking towards her on the street ahead. The woman had wavy hair like the ocean, fair skin, and a delicate face. It's just that the gloomy expression on the pretty face gave people an uncomfortable feeling. If Yu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this woman. She is none other than Juvia, one of the 4 ghost elements. Lucy didn't know Juvia. She just took a look at Juvia, and then walked to the side of the street to make way for Juvia. And Juvia walked over like she didn't see Lucy. However, it wasn't long before Juvia and Lucy passed each other. Under the ground in front of Juvia, a person suddenly appeared. This person is Soul, one of the 4 elements. "Juvia, you can't do this. Your mission is to catch Lucy Hartfilia." As soon as Soul's voice fell, Lucy over there was startled. "Huh? Catch me?" Lucy immediately turned to look at the 2 people behind her. But Juvia realized it later, turned to look at Lucy, and said in an emotionless tone, "This person is Lucy?" "Good." Soul put on a strange pose and replied to Juvia, "Since it's Lucy, then Juvia is going to make a move." After being confirmed, Juvia looked at Lucy like a hunter locking his prey. Lucy was shocked. She immediately reached for the celestial spirit key in her backpack. But when I touched it, there was nothing behind it. At this moment, Lucy was struck by lightning. The celestial spirit key was forgotten, etc. Lucy was shocked and casually yelled this sentence to Juvia. Naturally, Juvia wouldn't listen to Lucy's words and directly raised his arms, attacking Lucy. Water flow magic, water flow restraint. With the urging of Juvia's magic power, the water splash on the opposite side of Lucy's feet, like a living thing, gathered towards the place where Lucy was. Before Lucy had time to react, the gathered water flow formed a spherical water prison, and Lucy was sealed in that water prison. Lucy in the water dungeon kept swinging his fists to attack the water dungeon, but the water dungeon remained motionless. "Don't waste your efforts. No one can escape Juvia's magic." Juvia said something to Lucy in the water prison without emotion, then turned and left. Mission completed. Soul beside Juvia, with his body in the shape of a 7, said happily. However, just as Juvia and Soul took Lucy a few steps away, a black-haired man suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking Juvia and them. Maybe Juvia and Soul didn't know the person in front of them, but Lucy in the water prison knows. Seeing Yiyu appear, Lucy in the water prison suddenly struggled violently. She wanted to cry out, but she couldn't make a sound in the water. Soul catches a glimpse of Lucy's action, and he knows it instantly. There is someone in the way, Juvia, I leave it to you. Soul looked at Yiyu in front of him. He stepped back a few steps and said to Juvia, I won't let you get in Juvia's way. Juvia raised her white palm and directly activated the water restraint magic. From the posture, it seems that he intends to imprison Yiyu as well. The moment the water gathered under Yiyu's feet, a gust of cold air swept out from Yiyu's body. In just the blink of an eye, the water flow around Yiyu was completely frozen. Ask for support from flowers and monthly tickets. Chapter 17. The moment Yiyu activated Invel's ice magic attribute, a cold air, centered on Yiyu like ripples, spread out in all directions. The water flowing around Yiyu's body was instantly frozen. In addition, the rainwater that fell from the sky and the water stains on the ground were all frozen. Seen from the sky, with Yiyu as the center, a radius of hundreds of meters turned into a frozen area. Good, so amazing. It actually froze the surrounding houses in an instant. This is more powerful than Gray's magic. Lucy in the water prison, looking at the frozen area around, she exclaimed in her heart. At the same time, the playful look on Soul's face disappeared instantly, replaced by shock and bewilderment. In Fairy Tale, apart from Erza, Mira, Laxus, Geardarth, and Mystigan, when did such powerful mages appear? Could it be that the information is wrong? After thinking to himself, Soul said to Juvia in front of him, This person is not weak. Let's attack together. Don't make the president wait too long. After all, Soul was the first to attack Yiyu. I saw Soul kicking suddenly like a tap dancer. Under Soul's control, all those ice fragments on the ground rushed towards Yiyu. The water flow cuts through. At the same time, Juvian's white palm swung at Yiyu abruptly. Immediately, a stream of water like sword energy swept towards Yiyu at an astonishing speed. It's 2 against 1. It's not fair. Lucy, who was in the water prison, saw Soul and Juvia team up to attack Yiyu, and she felt wronged for Yiyu in her heart. Just as Lucy was thinking, the water blades and ice fragments that were rushing towards Yiyu over there were all frozen by the biting cold air after approaching Yiyu for a certain distance. This guy, seeing that he and Juvia joined forces, they couldn't hurt Yiyu at all, and his expression changed slightly. Let me see who you are. In his mind, Soul is activating the magic, trying to read Yiyu's memory. In the original play, when Soul was fighting Elfman, he read Elfman's memory and learned that Elfman had lost control and hurt his sister Lysana. Then Soul used Elfman's trauma to make Elfman lose his fighting spirit. Now Soul is planning to read Yiyu's memory to see if Yiyu has any trauma and then use it for him. What's going on? Why can't I read this guy's memory? After Soul read Yiyu's memory, he saw that Yiyu's memory seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, and he couldn't see anything clearly. In fact, when we were in the Western continent, there were wizards who wanted to read Yiyu's memory. But the result is the same as Soul, nothing can be seen. As for why Yiyu's memory cannot be read, it may be because Yiyu is a time traveler. Just when Soul was trying to read Yiyu's memory, Yiyu pointed Soul's finger in the air and activated Irene's additional magical properties. Call out. In the next second, a golden magic beam hit Soul's body. Under Yiyu's command, Soul's body shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye and soon turned into a mouse. Lucy in the water prison. After seeing Soul turned into a mouse, she was dumbfounded as if she saw a ghost. And Soul, who turned into a mouse, was covered in hairs. It ran without any hesitation. Running naturally won't let it run. Before the mouse Soul ran far, its body was frozen into an ice sculpture. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lucy and Juvia, the ice sculpture turned into ice crystal powder and dissipated in the air. Seeing that Yiyu killed Soul, one of the 4 elements, so easily, Juvia, who had never been emotionally fluctuating over there, showed a look of horror on her fair and pretty face. Juvia won't lose. After throwing away the umbrella in his hand, Juvia activated the magic with both hands and attacked Yiyu. Water Typhoon. A magic circle appeared in front of Juvia, and in the next second, violent water rushed out of the magic circle like a high-speed rotating tornado, sweeping towards Yiyu. The moment Juvia activated the magic, Yiyu's mind also heard the mechanical notification sound from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +5 ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the water flow magic attribute. At the same time as the notification sound came from the system, 2 golden attributes fell from Juvia's body. May I ask if the host collects the water magic attribute? Collect. Yiyu replied to the system immediately without any hesitation. Following Yiyu's order, the magic and magic attributes of the water under Juvia over there, together with the magic attributes that Soul dropped when he used magic before, gathered directly towards Yiyu. After all those golden attributes were submerged into Yiyu's body, the data on the virtual screen in front of Yiyu changed. I saw that the magic power rose from 15174 to 15193, and the magic attribute column also has the water magic attribute. Yiyu glanced at the water magic attribute on the magic attribute bar, and then glanced at the Brandish transformation magic attribute and Invel ice magic attribute. Juvia's water magic can turn her body into water. Brandish's shape-shifting magic can zoom in and out. And Invel's ice magic can turn into ice. With this magical attribute of water flow, I can not only become bigger or smaller, but also softer and harder. Thinking about it, Yiyu spread out his palms and directly received Juvia's water typhoon magic. Condensation. The moment Yiyu activated Invel's ice magic attribute, the swirling water that swept over was condensed into ice. In addition, the piercing cold quickly spread towards Juvia along the swirling water. In just the blink of an eye, Juvia and the swirling water were frozen into ice sculptures. That's good. It's amazing. It's so easy to knock down 2 of the ghost's 4 elements. Lucy in the water prison was amazed when she saw Juvia was frozen and unable to move by Yiyu. As Juvia was frozen, the water prison that bound Lucy turned into a puddle of water in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Lucy fell to the ground together with the water stains. Juvia asks for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support. In addition, the Gajeel Steel Dragon mode has been modified. Thank you for reminding me. Chapter 18. Lucy, who just landed on the ground, coughed violently twice. After all, he was in the water dungeon just now, but he choked on a lot of water. Seeing Yiyu turn around and leave, Lucy hurriedly got up from the ground, wiped the corners of her mouth, and asked Yiyu how to deal with this. Hearing Lucy's words, Yiyu turned and looked at the frozen Juvia. Just take her back to the fairy tale guild. Lucy froze for a moment, then watched Juvia wave her hands desperately. Although Yiyu can instantly kill Juvia, but Lucy knew that Juvia was stronger than her. No, absolutely not. This person is the ghost's 4 elements, and I am no match for her at all. Yiyu looked at Juvia in the ice, and after thinking for a while, he spread his palms towards Juvia. In the next second, the ice that froze Juvia instantly turned into cold air and dissipated. Juvia, who had just escaped from the shackles of the ice, had not had time to breathe a sigh of relief when Yiyu cast Brandish's transformation magic on him. I saw Yiyu grab Juvia, and Juvia's figure shrank instantly, and then became the size of a palm, and was held in Yiyu's hand. Although in Galena Island, Yiyu used deformation magic to shrink Die Lion. But Lucy wasn't there at the time, so she didn't know that Yiyu possessed such magic. Seeing that Yiyu shrunk a living person and still held it in his hand, Lucy seemed to see a ghost, with an expression of disbelief on his face. You, what the hell did you do? Why did she become so small? It's just magic. Magic? How many kinds of magic do you know? Lucy looked at the mini Juvia in Yiyu's hands, and she complained in a voice that only she could hear. After all, from just now until now, she has seen Yiyu use 3 different types of magic. One is ice magic. One is the added magic that turns Soul into a mouse. There is also the transformation magic that is currently shrinking Juvia. If Lucy knew that Yiyu could use dozens of spells, The expression on her face would definitely be more exciting than it is now. While Yiyu and Lucy were talking, Mini Juvia looked at the man holding her in his hand. Eh, this man is so big. No, it should be that I was shrunk. My body is in the hands of this man. Thinking about it, on Jubian's pretty face that had always been emotionless, there was a rare, strange expression. What on earth is it? Just when the Mini Juvia was thinking about what was going on, Yiyu handed the Mini Juvia to Lucy. Now, it shouldn't be a problem, right? It's okay to be so small. Lucy spread her palms together and took the Mini Juvia handed over by Yiyu then. The Mini Juvia fell from Yiyu's palm onto Lucy's palm. After handing over the Mini Juvia to Lucy, Yiyu activated the magic attribute of space and disappeared into the air. After all, Yiyu came here to prevent the specter from capturing Lucy, so that Makarov and Jose could fight fairly. Once Makarov casts the goblin's legal magic, it is possible for Yiyu to gain the goblin's legal attributes. In addition, both Makarov and Jose are the top 10 magic guides. The magical attributes dropped by the two Holy 10 battles must be much more than that of ordinary mages. While Yiyu was fighting Juvia and Soul, Jose from the Spectre Guild was still fighting Makarov in a protracted manner. At first, Jose was very happy, because soon he will eradicate Fairy Tail. But as time went by, Jose gradually lost his patience. What's going on? Why hasn't Juvia brought Lucy Heartfilia here? Just as Jose was thinking to himself, Makarov waved his palm, and a golden magic beam directly penetrated Jose's clothes. Jose, it's your head that will hit you next time. After Makarov said something to Jose angrily, he launched the magic beam at Jose again. But this time Jose didn't dodge, but urged the dark magic to resist Makarov's magic. Boom! At the moment when the dark purple magic beam and the golden magic beam collided with each other, a violent crash sounded in the air. Along with the loud noise, a violent airwave swept across the entire hall. Is this the battle between the Holy 10? The surrounding Erza and others, while resisting the blast, were all shocked. While Erza was speaking, the battle between Makarov and Jose did not stop. I saw that the two were still fighting with magic beams. But the moment Jose avoided Makarov's blow, he sensed something. Soul's magic reaction is gone. Juvia is also defeated. What on earth is it? After realizing the failure of Juvia and Soul, the playful look on Jose's face has completely disappeared, replaced by a look of bewilderment. In Jose's plan, Lucy is an indispensable role. The arrest of Lucy failed at the moment, and Jose had to carry out another plan. Start the Spectre 2 Malawian Quatches. This is a super magic giant. It contains a powerful magic cannon, which can destroy most of the city in an instant. Shortly after Jose activated the Spectre 2 Malawian Quatches super magic giant, Macau rushed in and said in panic, "President, there is a huge magic giant outside, ready to bombard our guild." What? Hearing Macau's words, Erza, Natsu, Gray and others were all shocked. The anger on Makarov's face over there was even stronger. Jose, what exactly do you want? What are you doing? Give me Lucy Heartfilia. Ask for flowers and monthly tickets every day. Chapter 19. After the crisis of the guild brought about by Macau, Erza, Natsu, and Gray all rushed out of the hall. That is, soon, Erza and others saw a huge building at the port of Magnolia Town. The building looks like a robot, walking on 6 legs. It's amazing, that building can walk on its own, Natsu said in amazement when he saw the huge, super magic giant that looked like a robot. Now is not the time to talk about this. The giant itself is like a mage, and it contains amazing magic power. Once the magic cannon is released, the consequences will be disastrous. Hearing Natsu's words, Kana on the side looked at the super magic giant with a solemn face and said to everyone, "Kana, how many minutes until the magic cannon fires?" "About 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough." Natsu, Gray, let's go in there quickly, find the power source, and destroy it. After Erza greeted Natsu and Gray, she immediately rushed towards the huge super magic giant. Natsu and Gray also knew the urgency of the situation. Without any hesitation, they immediately chased after Erza. At this moment, Yiyu, who used space magic, appeared behind everyone out of thin air. That's the ghosts. After Yiyu glanced at the super magic giant, His gaze shifted from the super magic giant to Erza, Natsu, and Gray. Although Yi was not present when Erza was talking, but he knew that the three of Erza must be the power source to destroy the super magic giant. Perhaps Erza and others still don't know what the power source of the super magic giant is. But Yi knew. The power source of this super magic giant is none other than the four elements of Spectre. At present, Soul of the Four Elements was killed by Yi, and Juvia was also defeated. As long as Erza, Natsu, and Gray try to solve the remaining two four elements, the super magic giant will stop. In Yi's opinion, the strength of Erza, Natsu, and Gray is enough to deal with two four elements. In addition, for Yi, the most important thing right now is to collect the legal attributes of the goblin. After Yi withdrew his gaze, without any hesitation, he rushed directly towards the ghost guild in front of him. When Yi entered the hall, the battle between Makarov and Jose stopped temporarily. Lucy. When Makarov heard Jose's words, his old face changed suddenly. It seems that you don't know Lucy's real identity yet. Let me tell you. She is the daughter of the Hartfilia family. This time, Lucy's father entrusted our guild to capture her. If you dare to stop, I will let you fairy tale gone. Grasp. Makarov's eyes flickered when he heard Jose say the word. Lucy is now a member of Fairy Tale. It is her freedom not to go back. I knew you would answer like that. The corner of Jose's mouth curled up, and he continued. Actually, whether you stop it or not, I have made up my mind to eradicate your fairy tale. After all, an incomparably powerful magical power erupted from Jose's body. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of dark purple magic power separated from Jose's body, as if materialized. I saw the separated dark purple magic power, like ghosts, rushing out of the hall. The moment Jose used the magic, Yi also heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute plus 23. Hearing the system prompt, Yi raised his brows. One spell drops 23 points of magic power, worthy of the Holy 10. It must be known that when Natsu, Gray and others used magic, the magic attribute value dropped by the system was mostly 5 points and 6 points. But for one of Jose's spells right now, the system has lost 23 points of magic power. This is several times that of Natsu and Gray et al. Something came out. While Yi was sighing, Kana and others outside the building were all shocked when they saw the dark purple ghost soldiers rushing out. Soon, one person was attacked by that ghost soldier. I saw the man screamed, and then collapsed directly on the ground, dying. Seeing this, the faces of Kana and others changed greatly. Don't touch these things, you will die. Not long after, those dark purple ghost soldiers floating in the air swept towards Kana and others overwhelmingly. Fortunately, Kana and others are not ordinary people. Before those ghost soldiers approached, they used long-range attack magic to wipe out those ghost soldiers one by one. While Kana and the others were fighting the ghost soldiers, Makarov and Jose in the hall were also fighting fiercely together. A ray of light, Makarov spread his palms. In the next second, a huge golden magic circle appeared in front of his palms. Soon, a golden magic beam swept towards Jose under the control of Makarov. Faced with Makarov's attack, Jose did not dare to neglect in the slightest. Dark beam. After Jose activated the magic circle, dark purple beams of light gathered together and rushed towards Makarov's golden beam. Soon, the dark purple magic beam and the golden magic beam were deadlocked in the sky. At this moment, the earth shook. The ground under the feet of Makarov and Jose was also sunken. Bang! Soon, the two spells that were stalemate produced a terrifying explosion. At the same time as there was a loud noise in the air, a violent air wave swept across the entire hall. All of a sudden, rock fragments scattered in all directions, and the surrounding walls also seemed unable to withstand this terrifying battle, resulting in cracks like spider webs. Rain of light. After the magic explosion, Makarov didn't hesitate at all. As he jumped, a large number of golden beams shot out from the magic circle on his palms. Those beams of light converged towards Jose like rain. Snort. Jose snorted coldly and waved his arms suddenly. Ghost arrow. All of a sudden, a large amount of dark purple energy turned into arrows and hit the golden streamers. During the battle between Makarov and Jose, A series of system prompts sounded in Yiyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute plus 17 ding. Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute plus 14 ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the attribute of light magic. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly ticket support. Wow. Chapter 20. May I ask if the host collects the light magic attribute? Collect. Yiyu replied immediately without any hesitation. Following Yiyu's order, the golden attributes under Makarov and Jose gathered towards Yiyu as if they were attracted by some force. With the golden attribute entering the body, the magical attribute on the virtual screen in front of Yiyu is also continuously rising. When Makarov and Jose use magic, the magic attribute value dropped by the system is relatively large. Therefore, Yiyu's magic attribute will increase by 10 or 20 points every time it beats. 15193, 15216. 15279. After all the golden attributes were submerged into Yiyu's body, Yiyu's magic attribute directly increased from 15,193 to 15279. Just a few magic power attributes increased Yiyu's magic power by nearly 100 points, which made Yiyu quite satisfied. In addition, there is an additional light magic attribute on the magic attribute bar. This light magic is naturally the magic used by Makarov. At the same time that Yiyu was collecting attributes, Makarov's Rain of Light magic and Jose's Ghost Arrow magic collided directly. Boom, boom, boom. As the two magics collided with each other, a series of explosions occurred in the sky. However, the two spells did not cancel out. A large number of golden light beams and dark purple arrows collided with each other. The remaining golden light beams and dark purple arrows charged towards Jose and Makarov respectively. Field of Light. Seeing a large number of dark purple arrows sweeping towards him, Makarov slapped his palm on the ground. In an instant, a golden magic circle appeared on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden beam of light burst out from the magic circle, blocking all the dark purple arrows that swept over. At the same time, Jose also used defensive magic to resist the golden beam. After all the golden light beams dissipated, Jose withdrew his palms and said to Makarov, "It's meaningless to fight any further. Let's decide the outcome with one move." Hearing Jose's words, Makarov, who was full of anger, responded sharply, "It's exactly what I want." Snort. Jose grinned, and then released the magic power in his body. At this moment, a dark purple light rose from Jose's body, and the rock debris on the ground under his feet, as if attracted by some mysterious gravitational force, slowly rose to the sky. This creepy, massive magic power is. Outside the hall, those Kana and others who were fighting with the ghost soldiers stopped their movements after feeling the terrifying magic power and looked at the ghost guild behind them in horror. Soon, Kana and others felt another huge magic power. It's just that this magic power is completely opposite to the huge magic power before. The former magic is creepy. The latter magic gives people a feeling of temperature. It's the president's magic power. Soon Kana and others recognized that the magic power of this temperature was Makarov's magic power. At this time, in the hall of the Spectre Guild, Makarov, who was exuding golden light all over his body, and Jose, who was emitting dark purple magic power all over his body, faced each other far away. Although Makarov and Jose did not start fighting, the terrifying magic power emanating from the two of them has already begun to confront each other. At this moment, the air in the hall became extremely oppressive. If an ordinary person were here, it would be extremely difficult to breathe. However, Yiyu is fine. In addition, above the sky where the Spectre Guild is located, the dark cloud is like a whirlpool, constantly rotating, and the lightning flashes and thunders, which is extremely terrifying. Is this the battle between the Holy Ten? Kana and the others saw the change in the sky, and their pretty faces were full of dignified expressions. Jose, even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I will not forgive you. Makarov, who was exuding golden light all over his body, clasped his palms together suddenly, and said sharply to Jose in front of him, It's not certain who lives and who dies." Jose snorted coldly, then spread his palms. In the next second, a dark purple magic ball condensed on Jose's palms. As Jose continued to inject magic power into the magic ball, the magic ball grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the magic ball swelled up to the size of a basketball, Jose pushed with both palms. Death Storm. The moment Jose launched the magic ball, a dark purple magic shock wave swept directly towards Makarov not far away with an astonishing momentum. Faced with Jose's strongest magic, Makarov was unmoved. After the magic shock wave approached Makarov for a certain distance, Makarov's palms that were joined together suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling light. The moment he saw the dazzling light between Makarov's palms, Yiyu's face lit up with joy. The Law of Goblins. That's right, Makarov is unleashing metamagic, laws of fairies. Fairy law is different from ordinary magic. Normal magic is instant. But fairy's law has a few seconds to prepare for action, which is a delayed magic. For the attributes of delayed magic, the system is 100% dropped. Because during the period of magic delay, the system will drop the magic attribute every moment. It's like an infinite streak. With a 1/5 chance of winning the lottery, with infinite continuous draws, it's only a matter of time before you win the lottery. By the way, Jose's Death Storm magic is also a delayed magic. At this point, the system has dropped the Death Storm magic attribute. However, Yiyu did not collect the Death Storm magic attribute immediately. He was going to collect it together after the system dropped the Fairy's Law attribute. Immediately, I will have the legal attributes of a goblin. Yiyu looked at Makarov with great anticipation in his heart. But while Yiyu was waiting, a figure suddenly jumped out from nowhere and moved directly behind Makarov. That person is. The moment Yiyu saw that person, Yiyu's expression changed slightly. Yiyu knew this man. This person is none other than Arya, the head of the 4 ghost elements. Arya's magic can instantly drain the opponent's mana. In the original play, Jose uses Lucy to threaten Makarov, and Arya sneaks up on Makarov from behind, instantly draining all of Makarov's magic power. Right now, Arya is taking advantage of Makarov's Fairy's Law, and then sneak attacking Makarov. Airspace destroyed. Arya, who suddenly appeared behind Makarov, without any hesitation, immediately cast a magic that can take away the opponent's magic power. Naturally, Makarov also noticed the sudden appearance of Arya. It's just that there was Jose's Death Storm magic before and Arya's sneak attack later. Before Makarov had time to think, a magic circle appeared between Arya's palms. Seeing that the system is about to drop the legal magic attribute of goblins, how could you let Arya get in the way? At the moment when Arya's airspace destruction magic was about to be activated, Yiyu directly activated Brandish transformation magic attribute. At this moment, Arya's figure disappeared into the air. To be precise, it was shrunk down to the size of an ant by Yiyu. After solving Arya, Yiyu's mind also heard the prompt from the system as scheduled. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the legal attribute of a fairy. Chapter 21. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the legal attribute of a fairy. Hearing such a notification sound from the system, Yiyu was overjoyed. Soon the system beeped again. May I ask if the host receives the legal attributes of the goblin? Hearing what the system said, Yiyu replied without any hesitation. Take it. Following Yiyu's order, Makarov's Fairy's Law magic attribute, together with other attributes on the battlefield, all converged towards Yiyu. After those golden attributes were submerged into Yiyu's body, Yiyu's magic power directly increased from 15,279 to 15,397 points. On the magic attribute bar, there are also Fairy's Law attribute and Death Storm attribute. I finally got it, the legal attribute of the goblin. Yiyu looked at the Fairy's Law attribute on the system screen and immediately clenched his fists. When Yiyu agreed to Natsu's invitation, the main reason was to obtain this Fairy's Law attribute. Right now, he has obtained the Fairy's Law attribute, which can be regarded as fulfilling his wish. Not long after Yiyu received the Fairy's Spell attribute, the Fairy's Law magic in Makarov's hand was finally activated. At this time, The system prompt sounded again in Yiyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 101 points of magic power. Hearing the system's notification tone, Yiyu frowned. One spell drops 101 points of magic power, which is indeed the legendary super magic. While Yiyu was amazed, an incomparably huge golden magic circle appeared above the sky of Magnolia Town. Immediately afterwards, dazzling white light swept out from the magic circle. The dark clouds that were originally condensed in the sky were instantly dispersed by the dazzling white light. The dazzling light through the dark clouds enveloped the entire Magnolia Town in an instant. At this moment, everything in Magnolia Town was swallowed by this dazzling light, and the world fell into a deathly silence. This dazzling white light comes and goes quickly. After a brief silence, the white light was completely dissipated, and the entire Magnolia Town once again appeared in the field of vision. Biska, who was holding a magic gun, put down her hands that were protecting her body. After realizing that she was not affected by the light, she asked with lingering fear, "What is that white light just now?" "It's the president's magic, the goblin's law, which can purify all evil in the world." Hearing Biska's question, Kana responded first, then looked at the sky and said, "Look, those ghost soldiers have disappeared." Biska and other members of Fairy Tale looked up, and as expected, the dark ghost soldiers floating above the sky were constantly dissipating at this time. In addition, in the hall of the Ghost Guild, Jose, who was originally invincible, collapsed on the ground like a deflated ball, with a horrified expression on his face. Obviously, both Jose and Jose's magic were purified by the law of goblins. "Jose, take your men and get the hell out of Magnolia Town. If I see you next time, even the council will not be able to protect you." Makarov looked at Jose under his feet, and after he said something sharply, he turned and left. However, just as Makarov reached the exit, he stopped and looked up at Yiyu. While fighting Jose, Makarov noticed Yiyu. In addition, he also knew that it was Yiyu who helped him deal with Arya just now. "You are what Erza called Yiyu. Thank you for protecting my family." Not long after Makarov finished speaking, Kana, Biska, and other members of Fairy Tale came up to welcome him. President, are you okay?" Levy, who followed behind Kana and the others, quickly noticed Yiyu beside Makarov. "It's Yiyu." At the same time, Natsu, who was inside the super magic giant, looked bewildered. Originally, he came here with Erza and Gray, preparing to destroy the power source of the super magic giant. But on the way, he meets Totemaru, one of the ghost four elements. Then Natsu and Totemaru fought together. Although Natsu is the dragon slayer of fire, but Totemaru is also a fire mage who is not afraid of fire. At first, Natsu and Totemaru were neck and neck. However, Natsu was at a disadvantage once the super magic giant started moving. Because of Natsu, he fainted the vehicle. After realizing Natsu's weakness, Totemaru is ready to kill Natsu. It's just that when he shot at Natsu, a white light fell from the sky. When Natsu came back to his senses, he saw Totemaru collapsed on the ground motionless like an eggplant beaten by frost. "What on earth is it? And that white light, just now?" Natsu first glanced at Totemaru on the ground, then looked out at the sky. "It's the president's magic, the goblin's law. It's over, Natsu." At this moment, Erza in a silver-white battle armor jumped down from upstairs and said to Natsu, "Huh? It's over so soon. Didn't Spectre have a dragon slayer? I still want to fight him." Hearing Erza's words, Natsu said with a dissatisfied face, "That dragon slayer was defeated by Yiyu last night." "Yiyu? Was he preempted? But it doesn't matter. As long as I defeat Yiyu, I will indirectly defeat that dragon slayer of Spectre." Natsu raised his arms, clenched his hands into fists, and said with a fighting spirit, "Thank you guys for your flowers, monthly tickets, rewards, and support." Chapter 22. Although the ghosts were repelled, the life of the Fairy Tale Guild was not easy. To be precise, Makarov, the chairman, is having a hard time. After all, according to the regulations of the Magic Council, fighting between formal guilds is prohibited. This time, the Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord guilds made such a big commotion, it was inevitable that they would be held accountable by the Magic Council. Of course, this incident was unilaterally provoked by Spectre. However, Fairy Tail's reputation in the Magic Council is not very good. Many of them hope that Fairy Tail will make a big noise, and then take the opportunity to uproot this thorn. And this time, some counselors proposed disbanding Fairy Tail and the Dominator of the Spectre together. Fortunately, in the Magic Senate, there are also people who have a good relationship with Makarov. Finally, under the hard work of these people, Fairy Tail survived the disaster safely. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed since the ghost incident. After 7 days of recovery, Fairy Tail resumed its usual routine again. I saw that the rough repaired guild was still in chaos. Everyone talked and laughed, fought and made trouble. Makarov walked in amidst the uproar. "President, you are back." When Erza saw Makarov coming in, she immediately went up and asked, "What is the Senate going to do with our guild?" Hearing Erza's words, the originally noisy hall fell silent for an instant. All eyes fell on Makarov, as if they were waiting for Makarov's reply. Makarov glanced at the crowd, then jumped onto a table to face the crowd. Ahem. Makarov cleared his throat first, and then said, "As for the handling of the Senate, the Spectre Guild is disbanded." Hearing Makarov's answer, everyone was unmoved, as if they had expected it. "What about our guild?" Natsu asked eagerly. "Of course it's fine." After hearing Makarov's answer, everyone in the hall cheered endlessly. "However, I have another important announcement to make." "Important things? What important things?" Everyone looked at Makarov with puzzled faces. "Starting today, our guild will welcome a new member." "Oh, is there any newcomer joining the guild after Lucy?" "Who could it be?" While everyone was discussing, Makarov looked at the door and shouted, "The one outside. Come in." Outside. Hearing Makarov's words, everyone looked towards the door. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a black-haired man in a black cloak walked in. "It's you." Levi looked at the man who walked in. Her eyes lit up. "You. It really is you." And Natsu also shouted excitedly. In addition, Erza, Gray, and other people who knew Yu all had expected expressions on their faces. "This is Yu, who is part of our big family from today on. If you want to ask anything, just ask." After Yu came over, Makarov jumped off the table and said to everyone, "Yu, fight with me." Before everyone could speak, Natsu over there shouted with a look of fighting spirit, "Natsu, give me enough time. Today is a good day for Yu to join the club. We should give him a welcome party or something." Erza walked to Yu's side and yelled at Natsu. For Erza, Natsu instinctively still had some fear. After hearing Erza's words, he immediately looked depressed. At this time, Yu said, "It's okay, since Natsu wants to fight, let's fight." Natsu, who was still depressed a second ago, at this moment, it is already very exciting. But Erza sighed. A few minutes later, all the people in the Fairy Tail Guild gathered outside the guild. Yu and Natsu stood in the middle of the crowd, facing each other from a distance. Does the rookie want to fight Natsu? I don't know what kind of magic this newcomer uses. What magic? Hearing everyone's discussion, Lucy over there immediately recalled the scene of Yu fighting Juvia that day in his mind. The magic that turns the four-element soul into a mouse. The magic that froze Juvia. And the magic that makes Juvia smaller. Thinking of this, Lucy looked at Natsu with a self-seeking expression on his face. "Natsu, there should be no problem." Just when Lucy was thinking this way, Natsu over there had already started to attack Yu. I saw a cluster of flames burst out from under Natsu's feet. Under the propulsion of the flames, his body rushed towards Yu like an arrow from the string. Seeing Natsu rushing towards him, Yu activated Brandish's transformation magic attribute directly. In just an instant, Yu's body became enormous. So big, Mira Jane, Erza and others on the side looked up at the huge Yu in front of them, and they all exclaimed, "Not only will he shrink, but will he also grow?" Lucy widened her eyes and said in surprise. As for Natsu, who rushed towards Yu, seeing Yu who was as big as a mountain in front of him, he was so frightened that he instantly stabilized his figure. "Is it the same giant magic as the president?" "No, it's much bigger than the president." "Yu, your body has become so big. How can you still fight?" Natsu protested loudly to Yu. Hearing Natsu's words, Yu recovered instantly, then raised his arm and activated the transformation magic again. At this moment, Yu's arm was as huge as a giant hand. It can actually make a certain part of the body bigger. This is really an interesting ability. Erza looked at Yu and exclaimed with a serious face. A part of the body gets bigger. When Levi on the side heard Erza's words, she thought of something instantly, and then a puff of heat came out of her head. Levi, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red. No, nothing. Duh. Chapter 23. Fire Dragon's Iron. Outside the fairy tale guild, Natsu, whose arms were wrapped in crimson flames, punched Yu, who was not far away, while bursting. But before Natsu's figure really got close to Yu's gigantic arm punched Natsu's body. Boom! I saw Natsu's body flying backwards like a cannonball under a loud noise. Oh, it's amazing! Knocked Natsu down with one punch. All the fairy tale members around were amazed after seeing Yu knock Natsu into the air. After all, everyone is still clear about Natsu's strength. While everyone was talking, Natsu's figure, who was flying upside down, stopped suddenly, as if he had hit something. In fact, he didn't hit something, but was caught by a person with one hand. I saw the man with short blonde hair, headphones on his ears, and a black cloak on his body. Oh, it's Laxus, thank you. Natsu stabilized his figure, turned his head and glanced at the man behind him, and then said thankfully, yes, the person who caught Natsu was none other than Fairy Tale S-Class Wizard Laxus. It's just that just after Natsu finished thanking, a golden thunderbolt spread directly along Laxus' palm to Natsu's body. Zizizi. At this moment, Natsu, who was shocked by the electric shock, collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. And Laxus walked past Natsu without even looking at Natsu. Laxus, you be asterisk 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 D. Natsu, lying on the ground, looked at Laxus walking away with a curse on his face. Natsu, how are you? Happy flew over and asked worriedly. The body is paralyzed, I can't move for a while. At the same time, Erza, Gray and other members of Fairy Tale all looked at Laxus walking towards them solemnly. Similarly, Yu also looked at the Dragon Slayer who controlled lightning. It's finally here, Laxus. Yu looked at Laxus in front of him and clenched his fist slightly. Currently, Yu has acquired Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute and Gajiel's Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute. If the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute of Laxus is charged, then Yu will have 3 attributes of Dragon Slayer magic. There are more dragon-slaying magics with 3 attributes. But Selene, the god of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, ranked first, has 8 different attributes of dragon-slaying magic. God Selene, after I collect Wendy and Sting's dragon-slaying magic attributes, I really want to fight with you. Just as Yu was thinking to himself, Erza over there with a gloomy face yelled at Laxus. Laxus, what on earth are you trying to do, to attack Natsu? Hearing Erza's words, Laxus suddenly looked up at Erza, then grinned and said, Fairy Tale, there is no need for weaklings. When Laxus said this, Droy, Macau, and other Fairy Tale members who were not very strong were all surprised. And Erza frowned. What did you say? It's because you are too weak. Only guilds like Ghosts dare to bully you. If I become the guild leader, I will definitely make Fairy Tale a stronger guild. Of course, the weak are not eligible to stay in my guild. Laxus glanced at everyone, and after jokingly said something, he left directly. Seeing Laxus' arrogant attitude, Macau, Droy and others dare not speak out. Who is that person? It feels terrible. Lucy looked at Laxus and asked Mira Jane beside him. He is Laxus, the grandson of the president. The grandson of the president. As soon as Mira Jane said this, Lucy was startled, and the comparison between Makarov and Laxus suddenly appeared in her mind. I can't see it at all. Mira Jane covered her mouth with a smile and continued. Although it doesn't look like it, it is true. Besides, if the president retires, Laxus will most likely succeed the president. While Mira Jane and Lucy were talking, Yu suddenly noticed a gaze. Yu turned around and saw a head protruding from the corner of the guild, as if peeking at something. That is... The moment he saw that head, Yu frowned. The owner of this head is none other than Juvia, who was shrunk down by Yu before. When Juvia saw Yu looking over, she was startled at first, and then shrank her head back in a panic. I ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day. Thank you guys. Chapter 24. The Space Mage's Nemesis. Yu, do you want to work together? Just when Yu was thinking about how to obtain the magic attribute of Laxus Thunder Dragon Slayer, Erza came over and asked aloud. Hearing Erza's words, Yu withdrew his mind and looked at Erza. I saw Erza holding a task list in his hand. The content of the job is to defeat the active underground Holy See in Rubina's city. Counting you, me, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy, each person can get 100,000 J. It's a very good job. Erza saw Yu look over, and she said aloud again. 100,000 J. Although Yu is a wizard, he still needs to eat. Thinking that the money brought from the Western continent was running out, Yu agreed to Erza's invitation. After a little preparation, Yu and Erza's group embarked on a journey to Rubina's city. I didn't expect the five of us to act together again after Galuna Island. Natsu, who was carrying a large backpack, said excitedly. Natsu, if you don't hurry up, the train is leaving. Not long after Natsu's voice fell, Erza, who had half-stepped on the train over there, reminded the leisurely Natsu. Train. After hearing Erza's words, Natsu, who was extremely excited 1 second, turned blue the next second. After Yu and Erza boarded the train, Natsu was lying on the table like a puddle of mud, with a painful look on his face. Natsu, he's sick to the vehicle. Erza, who was sitting next to Yu, saw Yu looking at Natsu, and she explained aloud. Yu naturally knew that Natsu would faint in vehicles. Dragon Slayer, to be precise, the first generation, second generation, third generation, and the Dragon Slayer who awakened the Dragon Slayer profound truth will faint the vehicle. When he doesn't get dizzy at the beginning, but she will also get dizzy when she wakes up the Dragon Slayer profound art later on. To Yu's surprise, he didn't feel any discomfort after getting on the train. After all, he can also use dragon slaying magic, and he can use 2 kinds of magic. Could it be because of the system? Looking at the magic attributes of Fire Dragon Slayer and Iron Dragon Slayer on the virtual screen in front of him, Yu thought to himself. Although I don't know the specific reason, but there is no such weakness as dizzy vehicles, so it is naturally better. After the train traveled for a while, Yu and Erza finally arrived at their destination, the city of Rubinas. After getting off the train, Natsu instantly revived with full blood. At night, Yu and Erza's group arrived near a remote church outside Rubina's city. Natsu, Gray, you two go to that church and lure the target out. Lucy, you stay outside with me and clean up those who rushed out of the church. As soon as Erza's voice fell, Natsu and Gray over there rushed towards the church in front of them like a race. Soon, a series of fighting sounds and screams came from the church. Change. Before the people in the church rushed out, Erza began to prepare for battle. She let out a light snort, and then used the magic of dressing up, preparing to change into a battle armor. With the launch of Erza's dress-changing magic, a dazzling light burst out from her whole body instantly. But after the light faded, the imaginary change of clothes did not succeed. Erza, Lucy stared at Erza in front of her, her eyes widened as if she saw a ghost. Hearing Lucy's exclamation, Yu also looked up. At this moment, Erza's curvy figure was completely exposed to the air. Seeing the scene in front of him, a strange expression suddenly appeared on Yu's face. What is this? Erza himself was also startled and immediately squatted down, covering his body. Although Erza is not the kind of little girl who is easily shy, she is still a little embarrassed in front of Yu. Lucy hurriedly asked, Erza, what's going on? Erza replied, I don't know. It's the first time I have encountered this situation. Hearing the words of Lucy and Erza, Yu on the side coughed dryly. Cough. This may be because of my magic. When Yu collected Brandish transformation magic attribute, he incidentally also collected Brandish's subordinate Marin's space law magic attribute. This space law magic can invalidate all space magic, and Erza's dress-up magic belongs to the category of space magic. Your magic. Hearing Yu's words, both Erza and Lucy looked at Yu. In front of me, all space magic will be invalid. In addition, anyone who uses space magic in front of me will be automatically transferred to a different space. As soon as Yu finished speaking, Erza, who was squatting on the ground over there, disappeared instantly. Lucy, on the other hand, lowered her eyes and looked at Yu, unable to complain. How many kinds of magic do you know? Suddenly, Lucy thought of something and immediately crossed his arms and said to Yu with a vigilant face, "My celestial spirit magic won't be affected, right?" "I guess so." After getting Yu's confirmation, Lucy wanted to cry but had no tears. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for various supports. It seems that Oration Cease Midnight's twisting magic is also space magic. Chapter 25. On the second day after completing the mission in Rubina's city, Yu, Erza, and others took the train and returned to Magnolia Town. Resurrection. Natsu, who just got off the train, raised his hand and shouted excitedly. And Happy in the back also imitated Natsu's movements and shouted, "Love." Erza, who was walking with Yu, Gray, and Lucy at the end, couldn't help shaking her head when she saw that Natsu was still muddy 1 second, but full of energy the next second. Not long after everyone walked out of the train station, a blond young man in a black suit walked towards Yu. The blond youth seemed to have not seen Natsu in front of him and directly bumped into Natsu head-on. Fortunately, Natsu dodges quickly, otherwise they would really collide. "That rascal." Natsu stopped and turned to look at the blond youth. Happy asked, "Natsu, do you know?" Natsu shook his head and replied, "I don't know." Then, under the watchful eyes of Natsu and Happy, the blond youth stopped in front of Yu and the others. To be precise, it stopped in front of Erza. When the golden youth raised his head, Erza's pretty face suddenly changed, and he shouted in a surprised tone, "Shio?" And the blond youth also said to Erza, "Long time no see, sister." "Elder sister?" Hearing the name of the blond-haired youth, both Lucy and Gray were shocked. "Erza, is this your brother?" Gray looked at the man named Shio in front of him and asked Erza with a look of surprise. For Gray's question, Erza didn't answer, but had a look of embarrassment. It was the first time Gray had seen Erza show such an expression. Since Erza didn't want to talk about it, Gray couldn't go any further. Maybe Gray and Lucy didn't know the man named Shio in front of them. But Yu knew. Although Shio calls Erza his elder sister, in fact he is just Erza's childhood companion. Just like the relationship between Natsu and Erza now. In the original play, when Erza, Lucy, and others were vacationing at the seaside, Erza's childhood companions, including Shio and Simon, suddenly appeared and directly captured Erza to the Tower of Heaven, where Jalal was. Although the time and place where Shio appeared in front of Erza are somewhat different from the original drama. But what you can be sure of is that Shio must have come to catch Erza. After confirming this, Yu immediately activated the perception magic without any hesitation. Soon, Yu sensed that there were many wizards with strong magic power gathered nearby. "Jalal, are you finally moving?" Just when Yu was thinking this way, a man wearing a turban not far away activated the magic directly. Dark magic, dark moment. The moment this person activated the magic, the mechanical notification sound of the system sounded in Yu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +5 at the same time." The space where Yu, Erza, and others lived was plunged into darkness, and nothing could be seen. "What happened? I can't see anything." The moment they lost their vision, both Lucy and Gray were startled, and the man named Shio took the opportunity to activate the card magic. His card magic can lock opponents into the card space. Judging from his posture, it seems that he intends to seal Yu, Lucy, and Gray into the card space first. The darkness came and went quickly. After a few breaths, the darkness receded instantly. Erza regained his vision. The moment he regained his vision, Erza glanced around. Seeing that Yu, Lucy, Gray, and Shio were all safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although Erza breathed a sigh of relief, Shio looked at Yu, Lucy, and Gray in surprise. "What's going on? Why didn't my magic activate?" Just now in the darkness, Shio had already activated card magic on the three of Yu. From Shio's point of view, Yu, Lucy, and Gray should have been sealed into the card space by his magic. But right now, Yu, Lucy, and Gray stood in front of him intact. Shio was naturally very surprised by this unexpected scene. Shio's card magic did not activate, naturally because of Yu's space law magic attribute. Like Erza's dress-up magic, Shio's card magic belongs to the space magic. In front of Yu, his card magic was naturally unable to activate. It's just that Erza and Lucy didn't know what Shio was surprised about. They just saw a pile of cards like poker under Shio's feet. Soon, under the gaze of Erza and Lucy, Shio's figure was sucked into Yiyu's space. What happened? Lucy looked at the familiar scene in front of her. She immediately looked at Yiyu. Before Yiyu could answer, Simon, Miliana, and other people Erza was familiar with all surrounded him. Simon, Miliana? Duh. Chapter 26. Long time no see, little Ilu. A girl dressed like a cat girl walked over slowly. The moment he saw the cat girl, Erza shouted in surprise, Miliana. As soon as Erza finished speaking, the cat girl named Miliana waved her palm, and a whip shadow roared directly towards Yiyu. However, just when the whip was about to hit Yiyu, Yiyu raised his arm and held the whip firmly in his hand. It's pretty amazing. The cat girl looked at Yiyu and said with a smile on her face, Miliana, what are you doing? They are my companions. When Erza saw the cat girl attacking Yiyu, she immediately stopped her. Companion? Weren't we also companions before? At this time, a male voice suddenly came from the air. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of Yiyu, Erza, and others, a large number of small three-dimensional blocks appeared out of thin air in the place where Natsu was. Those squares are constantly arranged and combined like building blocks, and finally form a person. That person is like a cube robot, with a square head and a square body. Fong Fong. Natsu, Happy, and others looked at this person, as if they were seeing some surprised animal. Their faces were astonished. But in Yiyu's mind came the mechanical sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +4 ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the magic attribute of body splitting. Hearing the system prompt, Yiyu raised his brows. Body splitting magic. Just like the person in front of him, the body can be split into countless cubes, then moved in space, and then reassembled. This magic is not very strong. Magic King August, who is only one of the 12 holy shields, used magic similar to body splitting to offset Gear Darth's shattering magic when fighting Gear Darth. In other words, this body splitting magic is a restraint smashing type of magic. May I ask if the host receives body splitting magic? Collect. Following Yiyu's order, the 2 golden attributes under the square person, together with the magic attribute dropped from the previous system, all gathered towards Yiyu. After those attributes were all submerged in Yiyu's body, the magic attribute on the virtual screen in front of Yiyu rose from the initial 15546 to 15558. In addition, there is also a body split magic attribute on the magic attribute bar. If I fight Gear Das in the future, I won't be afraid of his shattering magic. Looking at the body split magic attribute on the system screen, Yiyu also thought to himself with satisfaction. At the same time that Yiyu was collecting the body split magic attribute, Erza looked at the square man and shouted in surprise. This way of speaking, is it Wally? 8 years has really changed a lot. If I didn't recognize your voice, I almost wouldn't recognize it. Also, do you know how to use magic? Hearing Erza's words, before Wally could answer, the man who had used dark magic fell from the sky and said to Erza, If you want to learn magic, anyone can use it, right? Erza looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him. His pretty face changed slightly. Even Simon. Erza, we're here to take you back. Simon, wearing a hood, said to Erza, Go back. Where are you going? Hearing Simon's words, Gray turned his gaze from the 3 people who suddenly appeared in front of him to Erza and asked. Before Erza could reply, Miliana, the cat girl over there, smiled and said, Of course it's our original place, Tower of Heaven. After saying that, Miliana suddenly whipped the whip in her hand. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he wanted to pull out the whip that Yiyu was holding. It's just that after the cat girl pulled hard, the whip remained motionless as if it had been welded into Yiyu's hand. Seeing this, the cat girl showed a look of unwillingness on her face, and she pulled it hard a few times. But the result was the same as before. They didn't pull the whip out of Yiyu's hand. Seeing that the whip could not be pulled out, the cat girl threw the whip away and opened an attack posture. Wally, Simon, do it. After the cat girl greeted Simon and Wally, she rushed directly at Yiyu. And the square Wally immediately activated the body splitting magic, turning his body into a large number of cubes and disappearing in place. Oh, fight! Natsu saw the cat girl and Wally make a sudden move. He instantly ignited his fighting spirit. After all, he directly attacked Simon. Just as Natsu rushed towards Simon, Wally, who turned into a cube, had moved to Lucy's side and assembled them together. Seeing Wally disappearing, Lucy was shocked, and Wally raised his pistol, facing Lucy. Don't. Before the word moving came out of Wally's mouth, a bone-piercing cold air swept directly from Yiyu's body. In just the blink of an eye, Wally's figure was frozen. In addition, the cat girl who was still some distance away from Yiyu was also frozen into an ice sculpture. The battle is over before it begins. This is ice magic. Gray, who was about to make a move, was startled when he saw that Wally and the cat girl were frozen instantly. Then, he shifted his gaze from the frozen Wally to Yiyu. It's so powerful ice magic. Even an ice mage like me can feel the abnormal cold. Compared to Gray's shock, Lucy on the side was much calmer. After all, she was there when Yiyu faced Juvia before. She saw with her own eyes that Yiyu froze Juvia in an instant. Now that Yiyu freezes Wally and Miliano again, it's no longer so surprising. Natsu and Simon, who had just fought fiercely over there, saw Yiyu freeze Miliana and Wally, and they stopped at the same time. That's amazing, as expected of Yiyu, Natsu said in amazement. What a terrifying magic power. If it is this magic power, maybe it can defeat Jalal. Simon looked at Yiyu, his eyes flickering constantly. Daily asking for flowers, asking for monthly tickets, asking for all kinds of support. Wow. Chapter 27. So strong, I'm on fire. Natsu saw that Yiyu had solved 2 in an instant, and he was not far behind. After shouting excitedly, Natsu slammed his fist and palm together. At this moment, a crimson flame rose from his whole body. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Without any hesitation, Natsu immediately clenched his fists and attacked Simon. Since Yiyu solved 2, let me solve the last one. Natsu thought so. However, just as Natsu's fist was about to hit Simon, Simon raised his hands and said, I surrender. Kong, hearing Simon's words, Natsu fell headlong. Throw in the towel. I took off my trousers. You tell me I'm wilted? Give me back my fighting spirit. At this moment, Natsu seems to have 10,000 drafts running in his heart. And Yiyu looked at Natsu lying on the ground. He couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. Why? We haven't fought yet. Why do you admit defeat? Natsu asked Simon unwillingly. Because I'm here to ask you for help. Simon looked up at Erza and Yiyu and said aloud. Help? Aren't you here to catch Erza? Gray looked at Simon puzzled. That's for Wally and Miliana. Simon glanced at the frozen Wally and Miliana over there. After pondering for a moment, he continued. 8 years ago, after Erza left us, Jalal said. 8 years ago, after Erza defeated the Watcher of the Tower of Heaven, she invited Jalal to leave with her. But at this time Jalal has been brainwashed by Zirif's undead and rejected Erza's invitation. Of course, Simon didn't know that Jalal was brainwashed by Zirif. He only knew that after Erza left, Jalal told them that Erza had betrayed them. Although Miliana, Wally and others believed Jalal's words, Simon never believed it. Then Erza also said that when she invited Jalal back then, Jalal threatened Simon and others with their lives. After synthesizing Erza and Simon's words, Gray said aloud, So, Jalal has been deceiving you all this time, using you to help him build that Tower of Heaven. Yes, now that the Tower of Heaven has been built, Jalal wants to use Erza as a sacrifice, and then resurrect the legendary black mage, Zirif. As soon as Simon said this, the expressions of Gray and Erza changed drastically. To Erza's surprise, the Tower of Heaven was built. What shocked Gray was the name Zirif. Mentioning Zirif, Gray immediately thought of the demon who once killed his master, Ulu, the Lionla, in Gray's mind. He wants to resurrect Zirif, who created a demon like Lion. If Zirif is resurrected, the world will truly be over, Gray said with gritted teeth. Hearing what Simon and Gray said, Yiyu was calm. Resurrection Zirif? Zirif wasn't dead at all, okay? Although Yiyu really wants to say something to Gray and others, Zirif is not dead at all. But it is estimated that even if Yiyu said it, Gray and others might not believe it. After all, Zirif was hundreds of years ago. How can normal people live so long? In addition, even if Gray and others can believe it, they still have to explain a lot. Therefore, Yiyu was too lazy to say anything. Anyway, sooner or later they would know that Zirif was still alive. Just as Yiyu was thinking, Simon said to Yiyu, Erza, and others, if Jalal really revives Zeref, the consequences will be disastrous. So I want to entrust you to stop Jalal. For Simon's request, Erza himself will naturally not refuse. It's just, she doesn't want Gray and Natsu at all to join her on an adventure. Jalal's strength is very strong. Erza looked at Gray and Natsu beside him and said aloud. But before Erza finished speaking, Simon looked at Yiyu and said, with this help, Jalal should be stopped. Simon also saw the strength Yiyu showed just now, although Erza is very strong. But Simon knew that, with Erza's character, he would definitely not be cruel to his former companion. To stop Jalal, Yiyu is the most suitable person. Hearing Simon's words, Erza looked at Yiyu. As for Yiyu's real strength, Erza doesn't know either, but she could feel that Yiyu's strength was definitely not inferior to hers. If it's Yiyu, just as Erza was thinking, Simon suddenly said, I am willing to entrust you with 10 million J. 10 million J. Simon's words were like a blockbuster. When Lucy, Gray, Natsu, and Happy heard this astonishing number, they were all dumbfounded, and they had already begun to fantasize about a rich life in their minds. If you have 10 million J, you can buy this and that. Erza, we are following this commission. Lucy, Gray, and Natsu couldn't wait to speak to Erza. But Yiyu. Erza looked at Yiyu and asked in a beseeching tone. Lucy, Gray, and Natsu looked at Yiyu with bright eyes again. Then take it on, this mission. After hearing Yiyu's promise, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy were overjoyed. And Happy also imagines that there are many fish to eat. Simon, where did you get so much money? Erza asked Simon. Of course I don't have that much money, but he has. Simon said something with a look of embarrassment, and then pointed to the frozen Wally over there. Although Wally and Miliana were frozen by Yiyu, but they could also hear the words between Simon and Erza very clearly. After Yiyu unfreezes Wally and Miliana, they are furious that Jalal lied to them for 8 years, and willing to pay 10 million J to entrust Yiyu and others. Jalal, the top 10 holy wizards, just let you try the power of this Iron Flame Dragon mode. Yiyu looked at the magic attribute of Fire Dragon Slayer and the magic attribute of Iron Dragon Slayer on the system screen. His fists clenched suddenly. His face was full of anticipation. Daily asking for flowers, asking for monthly tickets, asking for all kinds of support. Wow. It seems that only 3 chapters were updated yesterday, so make up for it in the past 2 days. Chapter 28. Magic Senate. Your plan seems to have failed. Altair, dressed in white and with long hair, reported to a man in white in front of him. I saw the man with short blue hair like waves and a tattoo on his right eye. The man was none other than Jalal. To be precise, it is Jalal's thought body lurking in the Senate, Zikrian. Although Altair didn't say much, Jalal still knew that the failure of the plan Altair said was the plan to capture Erza. I didn't have much hope for those guys. Jalal said something without hesitation, and then the corner of his mouth curled up and continued. The important thing is the plan here. As long as the power of the super magic wizard falls, everything will be over. Is it finally over? Altair glanced around, as if saying goodbye to this place. By the way, Lord Zekaline, the mage I told you about last time has joined Fairy Tale. You mean the man who, like you, can use Arc of Time magic? Right. After being confirmed by Altair, Jalal showed an interested expression on his face. Fairy Tale, this is really interesting. I really want to fight him and see if he is as good as you said powerful. Altair echoed. After the plan is successful, Mr. Zekaline, you will definitely get your wish. While Jalal and Altair were talking, a staff member of the council came over and reminded Jalal, Lord Zekaline, the meeting is about to start. Hearing these words, Jalal immediately got up, and a ray of light burst into his eyes. No one can stop me anymore. After all, Jalal walked out of the room. As for Altair, who was following Jalal, the corner of his mouth curled into an undetectable arc. At the same time that the Senate was holding a meeting, Yiyu and Natsu and his party took a ship and headed towards the Tower of Heaven where Jalal's body was located. Look, that's the Tower of Heaven. Simon pointed to a tall tower standing above the water ahead and said to the crowd. Hearing Simon's words, Yiyu, Erza, and others all looked up. Is this the Tower of Heaven? Yi looked at the tower and immediately launched the perception magic. Soon, a large number of magical reactions appeared in Yi's perception. Tower of Heaven, was it really built? Erza, who was dressed in silver-white battle armor, looked at the tower-like building, and her eyebrows suddenly clustered. Sister, if you go any further, you will enter the attack range of the Tower of Heaven. If we go by boat like this, we will definitely be treated as living targets. As the ship approached the Tower of Heaven, Xiao, who was released from the different space by Yi, immediately reminded Erza. Obviously, Xiao also learned the truth about Jalal, deceiving them from Simon and Miliana. Right now, like Miliana, he just wants to settle with Jalal. Then what should we do? Do we have to dive through the water? Gray looked around for a while, then suggested. At this time, Yi stood up and said, just walk over there. Go? There is no road here. Catgirl Miliana looked at Yi and said. Yi didn't answer Miliana immediately, but he spread his palm and thrust it into the water under the boat. In the next second, a bone-piercing chill centered on Yi's palm and spread out in all directions like ripples. The water surface within a radius of several kilometers was instantly frozen. Now there is a way. Yi responded with a Miliana, and then stepped on the thick ice and walked directly towards the Tower of Heaven. Seeing Yi's leaving back, Lucy, Miliana, and others were all dumbfounded, and the shock in their hearts could not be subsided for a long time. Amazing. It's too powerful. It can be frozen in an instant. Xiao scanned the surrounding frozen area, and he said in amazement, not only space magic, even ice magic is so powerful. Yi, what are you? Erza stood up from the boat, looked at the back of Yi in front of her, her eyes flickered, and she thought to herself, Natsu, get up quickly, we're here. Happy pushed Natsu, who was like a puddle of mud. Hearing Happy's words, Natsu's face turned blue and he tried to open his eyes. When he saw that the surroundings were frozen, he instantly revived from seasickness with full blood. That's awesome. Did you do this? While speaking, Natsu jumped onto the ice and stomped a few times. Natsu, what are you doing? Seeing Natsu's dangerous behavior, Lucy asked aloud. I'll try to see if the ice is solid. Boom. As soon as Natsu finished speaking, Lucy punched him with a fist. The last time we were on Galuna Island, you caused us to fall from that dilapidated palace. Lucy snapped angrily. When Yi and Natsu's group approached the Tower of Heaven for a certain distance, the guards on the Tower of Heaven discovered them. The guards directly attacked Yi and his party without saying a word. Fire Dragon's Roar. Facing the attack of those guards, Natsu took a sharp breath and directly issued a Fire Dragon's Roar. Gray on the side was not to be outdone. He punched the palm of his hand, and immediately a huge magic circle appeared in front of him. Form of ice. Hammer of ice strike. A huge ice hammer and a cluster of violent flames directly charged towards the guards. At this moment, the guards screamed again and again. Oh, that's amazing, sister. Are all the mages in your guild this strong? Seeing that Natsu and Gray knocked all the guards into the air, Xiao said aloud. At the same time, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came from Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +6. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +5. I'm begging for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day. Thank you guys. Chapter 29. Tower of Heaven, the top floor. Above the resplendent hall, there is a throne. At this time, a man in a black robe was sitting on the throne. This man is none other than Jalal himself. Master Jalal, that traitor Erza, brought a group of fairy tale mages to kill him. A long-haired man hurried over and reported to Jalal on the throne. Hearing these words, Jalal slowly raised his head, revealing his evil face. Erza, this is really interesting. I didn't expect her to deliver it to my door. The corner of Jalal's mouth curled up, and then he said to the long-haired man in front of him, Order, let Erza and the others come in. Let Erza in. Hearing Jalal's words, the long-haired man looked puzzled. Master Jalal, with your magical power, wouldn't it be easy to destroy Erza and the others? Why do you let them in? This world is so boring. It's a game. After the long-haired man left the hall, Jalal had a cat-and-mouse expression on his face. Fairy tale, who will appear in front of me first? While Jalal was speaking, Yi, Erza, Natsu and his group had entered the Tower of Heaven. However, the inside of the Tower of Heaven is much bigger than it looks from the outside, and there is a side road every time you walk a certain distance. After just passing a few side roads, Natsu became a little impatient. Happy, let's rush up. After hearing Natsu's words, Happy grew a pair of white wings behind her, and then rushed towards the top of the tower with Natsu. Let's go first. Jalal will be defeated by me. During the flight, Natsu shouted to Yu, Erza, and others excitedly. Natsu, Jalal is not an opponent you can defeat alone. Erza immediately called out to Natsu. It's just that for Erza's words, Natsu is as if he has never heard of it, and there is no pause in his figure. However, just as Natsu and Happy were about to rush to the top of the tower, an owl-like creature fell from the sky and shot Natsu and Happy down. Master Jalal said, "This is a game, and everyone must abide by the rules of the game." Natsu looked up at his attacker after falling to the floor below him. When Natsu saw the person in front of him clearly, he shouted in surprise, "The owl has spoken. I am a righteous warrior, owl." The guy with the owl's head tilted his head and introduced himself to Natsu. "I don't care who you are, don't get in the way. I'm going to beat Jalal." Hearing Natsu's words, Xiao Zhao's eyes showed a fierce light. Defeat Master Jalal? Whether you can get out of here alive is still up for debate. After all, Xiao Xiao launched an attack on Natsu. Seeing Xiao Xiao attacking, Natsu was not afraid at all. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. After casting the dragon's slaying magic, Natsu fought fiercely with the owl. At the same time, Yu and Erza's group rushed towards the top of the tower under the leadership of Simon and others. However, just as everyone turned a corner, the sound of a guitar suddenly sounded in the air. This voice is... The moment they heard the guitar sound, the faces of Simon, Miliana, and others changed drastically. It's the eagle from the Skull and Bones assassination team. That guy is very strong. Try not to fight that guy until you meet Jalal, draining mana. After Simon said something, he was ready to lead everyone around. But before Simon and the others had gone far, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, blocking the way of everyone. "I found you." A man with a guitar and long hair on the ground said to Yu and Erza's group. Obviously, this person is the eagle in Simon's mouth. "It's a game. Will you be able to leave alive?" Taka said, while strumming the guitar in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the long hair behind him was like a living thing, sweeping towards Yu and his party overwhelmingly. Before Yu could make a move, Gray dodged in front of everyone. Ice Hammer. I saw Gray clenched his hand into a fist and smashed the other palm. In the next second, a huge ice hammer directly hit those hairs. Chilla. However, the moment the ice hammer hit those hairs were like hard spears, piercing the ice hammer to pieces. What? Gray was taken aback when he saw that his magic hadn't worked. Too weak. After Eagle defeated Gray's magic, he played the guitar with a smug look on his face. At the same time, the hair that crushed the ice hammer didn't stop at all and rushed towards Yu and Erza. Three Feather Crow, it's too strong. Miliana saw that Gray's ice magic could not withstand the eagle's attack, so she said something with a look of shock. However, just when Miliana was about to block the rushing long hair, Yu activated Invel's ice magic attribute. With the activation of the ice magic attribute, a gust of cold air swept across the entire isle in an instant. The long hair rushing over there was the first to be frozen. Immediately afterwards, the eagle holding the guitar was also frozen into an ice sculpture, and the entire isle is like a freezer, extremely cold. Now, at this time, Erza and others were not in the mood to marvel at Yu's strength. After seeing the eagle being frozen, she rushed directly along the aisle without any hesitation. Yu also chased after collecting the magical attributes dropped by the system. Erza, who rushed to the front, soon saw a woman in a white dress blocking the front. The woman had long cherry blossom-colored hair and was standing pretty with a long knife in her hand. It's the captain of Sanyuwu, Turtle Dove. Simon, who was following Erza, looked at the cherry blossom-colored long-haired woman and immediately reminded him aloud. I didn't expect to be able to defeat Eagle. You still have some strength. After Turtle Dove said lazily, he swung the long knife in his hand. Call out. In the next second, Strands of sword energy swept towards Yu as if tearing apart the space. Ding ding ding. Without any hesitation, Erza immediately swung the sword in his hand, blocking all the sword energy. Change. However, just as Erza was about to perform the magic of changing clothes, Lucy on the side hurriedly stopped him. No. While speaking, Lucy looked at Yu with a strange expression. And Erza also remembered that Yu was here, and her dress-up magic couldn't be used at all. Here, I leave it to you. I will go first. Yu said something to Erza, Lucy, and the others, then moved his feet and rushed directly towards the turtle dove. "Wanna go?" Seeing Yu rushing up, the long knife in turtle dove's hand suddenly swung. "Call out." Immediately, a sword chi cut towards Yu. However, just when the sword energy was about to hit Yu had activated the space magic, and then disappeared out of thin air under the gaze of everyone. Chapter 30. On the top floor of the Tower of Heaven, Jalal in black robe leaned on the throne with one hand. At this time, he is manipulating the council meeting through his thought body Zikaline. One vote short. Now, as long as there is one member of parliament who agrees to release super magic spirit power on Tower of Heaven, then the council will use super magic spirit power to attack Tower of Heaven. At that time, Tower of Heaven will absorb the huge magic power of the super magic elves, so as to truly complete the system that can resurrect the dead. Just as Zikaline encouraged those hesitant congressmen, a guard came to the top floor of Tower of Heaven in a panic and reported to Jalal on the throne. "Master Jalal, the Wizard of Fairy Tale has come up." Jalal acted as if he had never heard of the guard's report. At this time, all his attention was on the meeting of the Senate. A few seconds later, at the instigation of the thought body Chi Klein, a congressman raised his hand. Seeing this, the corner of Jalal's mouth curled up. "It's all over." Boom. As soon as Jalal finished speaking, there was a loud noise outside the hall. "Ah!" Accompanied by two screams, the bodies of the two guards flew in backwards. Jalal looked up without changing his expression. "I saw a black-haired man in a black robe strolling in." "Master Jalal, this is the man." The guard who came to report first looked at Yu who broke in, and he said to Jalal with a look of horror, "Stand aside." Jalal looked at Yu and greeted the guard. After the guards retreated to the side, Yu walked to the center of the hall and stopped, meeting Jalal's eyes on the throne. Jalal looked at Yu in front of him with an interested expression on his face. Seeing that Jalal recognized him unexpectedly, Yu frowned suddenly. But soon he was relieved. When he was on Galena Island, he played against Altair. Yu knew that the crystal ball used by Altair had the function of long-distance projection. According to Yu's guess, Jalal had already seen clearly through the crystal ball when he played against Altair. It was no surprise that Jalal recognized him now. "If you came a few minutes earlier, I might still play with you, but now, unfortunately, everything is over." Jalal stood up from the throne, spread his arms in a victorious gesture, and said to Yu, "Hum." As soon as Jalal's words fell, a huge magic vortex suddenly appeared above the sky of Tower of Heaven. "That is..." Yu looked up at the magic vortex above the sky. His expression changed slightly. "That is the power of the super magic spirit. Once that falls, the entire Tower of Heaven will be destroyed." Jalal glanced at Yu, then looked up at the sky, and said in a feverish tone, "Make it up, make it up. A man full of lies. If it were another person here, I'm afraid I would believe Jalal's words." But Yu knew that after the power of the super magic wizard fell, not only would the Tower of Heaven not be destroyed, but it would also allow the Tower of Heaven to be truly completed. Immediately afterwards, under Yu's gaze and Jalal's expectation, a huge magic beam of light rushed straight down from the vortex. In just a split second, the huge beam of magic light hit the Tower of Heaven. At this moment, an incomparably dazzling ray of light bloomed above the sea area where the Tower of Heaven was located. It was originally night, but under the shining of this dazzling light, the whole sky is as bright as day. This dazzling light lasted for several seconds. After a few seconds, the light faded away. The Tower of Heaven was not destroyed, and the people inside the Tower of Heaven are also safe and sound. Ha! Those idiots of the Senate. The Tower of Heaven will not be truly completed until it absorbs the huge magic power of the 2.7 billion concept. At this moment, Jalal seemed to go crazy. and suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Amidst Jalal's wild laughter, a large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the huge Tower of Heaven. Kacha. Immediately afterwards, the outer surface of the Tower of Heaven fell off completely, and a magic crystal like a tower was completely exposed to the air. And this huge magic crystal is the real posture of the Earth system. Yiyu, is that guy Jalal? Soon, a familiar voice came from the air. Following the sound, I saw Natsu and Gray rushing towards this side. Natsu, son of the dragon, Erza is all here now. Jalal looked at Natsu and Gray who were rushing over, and then continued. Next, let you see with your own eyes the end of one era and the advent of another era. After all, Jalal directly threw the guard behind him into the magic crystal of the Earth system. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he wanted to sacrifice the guard's life and resurrect Zeruf. Natsu, Jalal wants to revive Zeruf, and Gray is the first to disagree. After he greeted Natsu, he directly attacked Jalal. Immediately afterwards, Natsu also rushed forward. But Yiyu was not in a hurry to act. After all, the current Jalal is not perfect yet. Jalal's strength will not be fully restored until Jalal and the mind-body Chi Helion are combined into one. Also, Zeruf isn't dead at all. Yiyu also wants to see what kind of our system this is and what will be resurrected in the end. In Yiyu's mind, Natsu and Gray have already fought fiercely with Jalal. Since the power of Jalal's body is very small, he soon fell into a disadvantage. Ice-shaped knuckles. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Gray and Natsu punched at the same time, hitting Jalal directly. Bang bang. Jalal, who was hit hard, flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came from Yiyu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +5 ding. Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +4 ding. Congratulations to the host. Gaining combat power attribute +0.3. What's going on? Why is this guy so weak? After Natsu and Gray knocked Jalal into the air, they looked at each other with confusion. After all, on the road, Erza, Simon, and others repeatedly emphasized that Jalal is very strong. But right now, Jalal's strength is completely different from what Erza said. That's because I didn't show my real strength at all. Just then, a voice came from another direction. Following the sound, I saw a man who looked exactly like Jalal walking out. The difference is that Jalal is wearing a black robe, and the person who came over was dressed in white. What's going on? Why does this guy look exactly like Jalal? Natsu looked at Jalal in white in front of him. His face was full of doubts. Because we are the same person. Jalal in black came over, stood with Jalal in white, and said to Natsu. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yiyu, Natsu, and Gray, Jalal in white and Jalal in black merged into one. At this moment, both Natsu and Gray could feel that the Jalal in front of them contained enormous magic power, and they were completely different from before. And Yiyu also looked at Jalal in front of him, and said with a look of fighting spirit, "Have you finally regained the power of the Holy Ten?" Chapter 31. The two became one. Jalal stood in front of Natsu and Gray, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said jokingly, "Continue the battle just now. Let me see the strength of Dragon Slayer." It's a completely different person from before. What a powerful magic power. Is this the real strength of Jalal? Gray looked at Jalal with a serious look on his face. While Gray was speaking, the body of the guard who was sacrificed by Jalal was already submerged in the crystal. After Gray realized this, his heart sank. No, Zeruf is about to be resurrected. After Gray gritted his teeth and said something, he smashed his fist against the palm of the other hand. Ice hammer. At this moment, a magic circle appeared in front of Gray. Immediately afterwards, a huge ice hammer rushed directly towards the magic crystal. Judging from his posture, it seems that he wants to destroy the magic crystal and interrupt Zeruf's resurrection ceremony. Is the target a sacrifice? Seeing Gray attacking the magic crystal, Zeruf's expression changed slightly. "How could I let you succeed?" While speaking, Jalal waved his hand. "Celestial magic." Suddenly, a golden magic circle appeared on the front of his palm. "Call out." Immediately, a golden streamer swept out from the magic circle, and directly charged towards the huge ice hammer. Boom! After the golden streamer hit the ice hammer split into pieces in an instant. However, before the shattered ice fragments fell to the ground, Natsu had already rushed in front of Jalal. Fire dragons, sword horns. I saw that Natsu's hands were wrapped in flames, and he hit Jalal like an arrow from the string. However, just when Natsu's head was about to hit Jalal, Jalal avoided Natsu's attack directly. Before Jalal had time to breathe a sigh of relief, Gray's magic came over there. Sculpture of ice, ice cannon. I saw a cannon barrel made of condensed ice on Gray's shoulder, and an ice cannonball hit Jalal at an astonishing speed. Avoiding Natsu's attack, Jalal, who hadn't landed yet, saw the ice shells zooming sharply in his eyes, and his face suddenly changed. Can't dodge in the sky, perfect fit, Natsu. Gray watched the cannonball go straight towards Jalal, and he complimented Natsu in his heart. Boom! Then, under Gray's gaze, the icy cannonball hit Jalal directly. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the air, and a large amount of ice fragments scattered and splashed. Is it finished? Gray put down the ice cannon on his shoulder, looked at the place where the explosion occurred, and said to himself, but in the next second, Gray saw only Jalal's black robe on the ground, and Jalal's body had disappeared. Missing. Seeing Jalal disappear, Gray's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately glanced around. Soon he saw Jalal in short sleeves, floating above the sky, and a faint golden light radiated from his body. Gray, where did you aim? It just hit the clothes. Seeing that Gray missed Jalal, Natsu yelled at Gray, complaining. Stop talking. Faced with Natsu's complaints, Gray didn't show any weakness, and directly turned back. Maybe Gray and Natsu didn't see Jalal clearly, but Yu saw it. The moment the Gray cannon was about to hit Jalal, Jalal cast the celestial magic, Meteor. With the blessing of Meteor, Jalal's speed is greatly increased. In just a split second, he dodged the shells and moved into the sky. Humph! Two people teamed up. Do they only have this level of strength? Jalal floating above the sky, he said jokingly. Then his figure turned into a streamer of light, rushing directly towards Gray. Boom! Before Gray had time to react, Jalal had rushed in front of Gray and launched an attack on Gray. It's so fast, it's completely invisible. Gray, who was hit hard, shouted in shock. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. At this time, Natsu has rushed over and launched an attack on Jalal, who was attacking Gray. But before Natsu's fist approached Jalal, Jalal's figure was like a shooting star, and he circled behind Natsu in an instant and hit Natsu with a punch. Boom! With a crash, Natsu flew upside down and finally hit a magic crystal. 3 seconds. It took only 3 seconds from when Gray attacked the magic crystal to when Jalal knocked Natsu and Gray down. Too strong. Not at the same level at all. Gray, lying on the ground, looked at Jalal with a pale golden light on his body and said with a look of shock on his face, Dragon Slayer magic seems to be nothing more than that. Jalal, who was suspended in the sky, looked at Natsu over there and said with a look of disdain, Yeah. Just as Jalal finished speaking, there was an abrupt voice in the air. Hearing the sound, Jalal turned to look. I saw Yu standing proudly over there, and a burning crimson flame rose from his body at some point. At this moment, the temperature of the surrounding air rose sharply. In addition, due to the high temperature of the grill, the space around Yu gives a sense of distortion, and the magic crystals under Yu's feet were all melted. Seeing this change in Yu's body, Gray's pupils suddenly opened. Dragon Slayer magic? Same Fire Dragon Slayer magic as Natsu. And this huge magical power is not at the same level as Natsu. Natsu looked at the flames on Yu's body. His eyes flickered. What on earth is it? Why does Yu also use Dragon Slayer magic? And it's still the same Fire Dragon Slayer magic as me. But Natsu is not Gray. After he thought about it for a while and couldn't figure it out, he was immediately relieved. Never mind. I'll leave it to you, Yu. While Gray and Natsu wondered why Yu used the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, Jalal, who was suspended in midair, also looked surprised. However, Jalal was just an accident. I didn't expect that you are also a Dragon Slayer, so let me see your strength. Don't let me down. Jalal grinned and said, and then his body turned into a stream of light, rushing directly towards Yu. After Yu collected all the attributes dropped by the system, he also faced Jalal. I asked for flowers, monthly tickets, and various supports every day. Duh. Chapter 32. Iron Flame Dragon Mode Meteor. Jalal, whose body was covered with pale golden light, turned into a streamer, rushed to Yu in an instant, and punched Yu. Facing Jalal's attack, Yu didn't hesitate in the slightest. That fist wrapped in crimson flames blasted out. Boom. In the next second, the fists of Yu and Jalal directly shook together. At the same time as there was a loud noise in the air, an invisible shockwave centered on Yu and Jalal, spreading out in all directions like ripples. The surrounding magic crystal fragments were instantly reduced to powder after being affected by this invisible shockwave. As for Natsu and Gray, they were also forced back by the shockwave. Can Yu keep up with Jalal's speed? Natsu, with his hands on the ground, saw Yu's fist colliding with Jalal's fist, and he said in amazement. After all, he had fought Jalal just now. He is completely invisible to the speed of the Meteor Jalal. But right now, Yu easily blocked the attack of Meteor Jalal. Oomph, you can actually block my attack. It seems that you still have some strength. Jalal looked at Yu, whose whole body was wrapped in flames. He grinned. Call out. After all, Jalal's figure turned into a stream of light, disappeared in place in an instant, and flew towards the sky. But soon, he adjusted his direction again, and rushed towards Yu at a faster speed. In the blink of an eye, Meteor Jalal got behind Yu and kicked Yu with a whip leg. Indeed, the speed of Meteor Jalal is fast, almost to the point where both Natsu and Gray can't see. But Jalal's terrifying moving speed is not so fast in Yu's eyes. The moment Jalal whipped and kicked, Yu raised his foot and blocked it directly. Boom. Soon, Jalal's leg kicked Yu's leg. It's not over yet. After Yu blocked Jalal's whip kick, his backhand was a punch. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Then, in the vision of Natsu and Gray, a golden streamer and a cluster of crimson streamer in the air were constantly flashing and intertwining. Every time they interweave, there will be a violent impact sound in the air, accompanied by a powerful air wave. Is this the battle between the Holy Ten? Even the aftermath of the battle is so terrifying. Gray, with his hands in front of his body, said with a look of shock while resisting the battle rage. Natsu Gray. Not long after Gray's voice fell, Erza, Lucy, and Simon and the others rushed towards this side. Boom! Before Erza and his group approached, a violent shock wave swept over directly. Before Lucy could stand still, he was staggered by the shock wave. What is this? Lucy, who stabilized her figure, looked at the two streamers in front of her who were constantly confronting each other, and said with a look of astonishment on her face, "It's Yu and Jalal. The two of them are fighting," Erza said with a serious face. Forehead. Hearing Erza's words, Lucy's eyes were as wide as bells. Fighting? This is too exaggerated. I can't see it all. This is Fire Dragon Slayer magic? At first Erza didn't pay much attention. Suddenly, she realized that Yu, who was fighting Jalal, was using Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Looking at the crimson flames surrounding Yu, Erza's face was full of surprise. Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Lucy looked at Erza, puzzled. After all, she couldn't see the battle between Yu and Jalal at all. Gray, what's going on here? Why does Yu use the same Fire Dragon Slayer magic as Natsu? Hearing Erza's question, Gray said in a deep voice, I don't know either. In addition to ice magic, enlargement magic, space magic, and dragon slayer magic, how many kinds of magic does Yu know? Erza looked at Yu over there, his eyes flickering constantly. At this moment, in Erza's field of vision, Yu is like a mysterious existence. Just as Erza was shocked, Yu, who was fighting Jalal over there, a fire dragon's iron fist, bombarded Jalal directly. Facing Yu's charged punch, Jalal was startled. Then the arms of both hands crossed in front of the body as a conditioned reflex. Boom! Soon, Yu's fist hit Jalal's arms. Although Jalal blocked Yu's punch, but the terrifying power contained in Yu's punch still sent Jalal flying backwards. I saw Jalal's figure draw an arc above the sky, and finally landed. His feet wiped a long trace on the ground, and then he stabilized his figure. At the same time, Yu also stopped. Happy and Lucy saw the blazing crimson flame on Yiyu's body, and they both exclaimed in unison, "The same flame as Natsu." On the other hand, Miliana, Shio and others stared at Jalal with resentment. Jalal lied to them for 8 years. Now that they know the truth, seeing Jalal again, they don't hate or get angry. Miliana, Shio, calm down. Jalal is not something you can deal with. Now everything is handed over to Yiyu. When Erza lied to Miliana and Shio for any aggressive actions, she immediately spread her arms and stopped them. Erza, is everything here? Wait for me to deal with Yiyu first, and then I will clean up you together. Meteor Jalal said something jokingly to Erza and the others, then turned into a streamer and flew towards the sky. After flying to a certain height, Jalal stabilized his figure. That magic is. When Simon saw Jalal's posture in the sky, his expression suddenly changed. Dangerous. Jalal wants to use celestial magic, 7-star sword. After Simon recognized Jalal's magic, he immediately reminded Yiyu loudly. Sure enough, when Jalal's figure flickered, 7 connected stars appeared in the sky. 7-star sword. With Jalal's soft snort, the 7 starbursts turned into streamers, like meteorites, and rushed towards Yiyu below. Seeing the 7 streaks of light rushing towards him, Yiyu didn't seem to dodge in the slightest. If Yiyu uses space magic and transfers to a different space, he can avoid this magic very easily. But Yiyu didn't want to hide. Iron Flame Dragon Mode. With a deep snort, Yiyu directly activated the magic attribute of Gajil's Iron Dragon Slayer. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. Iron Flame Dragon Mode. After Yiyu activated the Iron Dragon Slayer's magic attribute, Jalal's 7-star sword magic came with a bang. Boom, boom, boom. 7 golden streamers landed directly on Yiyu's place like 7 meteorites. At this moment, Yiyu's figure was overwhelmed by the golden light, and there were loud noises in the air. In addition, violent air waves also swept through the entire hall. The magic crystal on the ground was also trembling. Yiyu, Erza, Gray and the others saw Yiyu being hit head-on by Jalal's magic, and their faces were full of worry as they resisted the sweeping air wave. The storm came and went quickly. After one breath, the air wave dissipated. Erza slowly lowered the arm in front of him and looked up. However, when Erza saw the scene in front of her, her face was full of surprise and joy. To her delight, Yiyu did not fall down. To his surprise, Yiyu's body was unscathed. Look, Yiyu has changed. At this moment, Happy found something unusual from Yiyu, and he was immediately surprised. Hearing what Happy said, Erza, Gray and the others all stared intently. Soon everyone noticed that Yiyu, who was wrapped in crimson flames, was covered with a layer of steel-like dragon scales. It's just that under the high temperature of the flame, the steel dragon scale is not the usual black, but red like Luotai. The crimson steel dragon scales and the crimson flame complement each other, and Yiyu looks like a human-shaped fire dragon. What on earth is it? Why did Yiyu become like this? Lucy, Gray and the others, seeing Yiyu's attitude, were all amazed. Natsu. Erza immediately asked Natsu over there. From Erza's point of view, Natsu is also a fire dragon slayer magister and probably knows something. I don't know either. Hearing Erza's question, Natsu responded, and then looked at Yiyu's attitude. His eyes sparkled. Although I don't know what's going on, but it looks so handsome. While Natsu, Erza and others were talking, Yiyu also spread his palms and glanced at his own hands. Although Yiyu knows that after Fire Dragon Slayer magic and Iron Dragon Slayer magic are used at the same time, it will enter the Iron Dragon Slayer mode. But Yiyu himself entered this mode for the first time. Is this the Steel Flame Dragon mode? The magic power and strength seemed to have improved a lot. After Yiyu felt the power in his body for a while, he looked satisfied. Then he clenched his fists and slightly raised his head to look at Jalal above the sky. Compared to Natsu's excitement, Jalal at this time saw Yiyu in Steel Flame Dragon mode, and his face was extremely ugly. What on earth is it? This guy was clearly hit by my celestial magic 7-star sword, and he didn't get hurt at all. Also, what's the matter with this gesture? Jalal hovered above the sky and looked at Yiyu. His eyes flickered and his face changed constantly. I am undefeated. I am the chosen one by Zeref. I communicated with the undead of Zerif to create a truly free country. Suddenly, the horror on Jalal's face disappeared completely, replaced by a touch of madness. While speaking, Jalal's figure turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Yu at an astonishing speed. After getting close to Yu, Jalal raised his fist and blasted directly at Yu below him in a slam dunk. But before Jalal's fist hit Yu's figure moved behind Jalal. Yu waved his arms. Boom. Jalal, who was hit hard, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body is like a cannonball, falling towards the ground below. In an instant, Jalal's body penetrated layer after layer of magic crystals, and finally penetrated the ground of 7 layers of magic crystals before smashing his body onto a huge magic crystal. Boom. Jalal, who suffered the second trauma, spat blood again, and the magic crystal behind him was also shattered by the impact. From Yu's shot to Jalal's being knocked into the air, it was only a blink of an eye, because it all happened so fast that Simon, Miliana, and others hadn't reacted yet. When they reacted, they just saw the scene of Jalal being shot through the ground. What did he do? Miliana opened her mouth slightly and asked with a look of surprise. Just now Yu hit Jalal in an instant. Just one blow, and Jalal was knocked out of the ground. What a terrifying power. Erza looked at Yu, whose whole body was wrapped in flames, and she said with a shocked face, "It's amazing, it's amazing, it's amazing, Yu." And Natsu looked excited. Boom. While Erza and Natsu were talking, a golden streamer broke through the magic crystal and rushed out, and flew to the sky above Yu's head. This golden streamer is naturally Jalal. But at this time, Jalal looked extremely embarrassed, with scars all over his body. I haven't lost yet. It's not finished yet. I will destroy all of you together. Jalal shouted frantically, and then a huge golden magic circle appeared between his palms. That is... Erza's face changed drastically after seeing the magic that Jalal cast. At this time, Yu's mind also heard the mechanical notification sound from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the taboo magic Purgatory Shattering attribute. Purgatory Shattered. Yu's expression changed slightly when he heard the system's notification tone. For this magic, Yu has heard of it. When the ghosts attacked the goblins back then, the huge super magic giant planned to use this purgatory to shatter the magic circle and raise the fairy tale guild to the ground in one fell swoop. But the power of Purgatory Shatter is not just to destroy a fairy tale guild. Once the Purgatory Shattering magic circle is activated, most of Magnolia Town will be destroyed. Erza naturally recognized that the magic that Jalal was about to release was Purgatory Shattering, and she immediately shouted, "Jalal, do you want to destroy this tower together? Things are up to now, whatever happens. As for the tower, there will be plenty of time to build it later. All of you must be buried here today." Hearing Jalal's words, the hearts of Natsu, Gray, and others sank to the bottom of the valley. Just when everyone was thinking about how to deal with the ensuing destruction, Yu had already charged above Jalal's head and punched Jalal in the past. After Jalal noticed it, he immediately looked up. I saw Yu's fist magnified sharply in his eyes, and the flames surrounding Yu are like a real dragon roaring. At this moment, endless fear rose from the bottom of Jalal's heart. That is the fear that comes with death. Jalal knew that once he was hit by Yu, it was certain death. Without any hesitation, Jalal immediately gave up casting Purgatory Shattering, intending to use the meteor to avoid Yu's blow. But before Jalal's body could move, Yu's fist had already landed. Boom! At this moment, a loud bang sounded in the air. Jalal's body, like a cannonball, fell in a straight line towards the crystal tower below. The ground of those crystal towers, like paper paste, was instantly penetrated by Jalal's body. In just the blink of an eye, Jalal's body was pierced to the end. At this moment, the entire crystal tower collapsed. Chapter 34. A crystal tower like a big tree stands above the sea. This crystal tower is naturally the art system that Jalal spent 8 years building. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the air. I saw a black shadow rushing down from the top of the crystal tower, passing through the entire crystal tower in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the huge crystal tower collapsed. A large number of shattered magic crystals fell down like rocks. Natsu and Gray, who were originally on the top of the tower, also fell down together with the shattered magic crystal. I'm about to fall, Happy. Natsu, who kept falling, greeted Happy. After hearing Natsu's words, Happy, who had already spread her wings, immediately flew over. But before Happy catches Natsu, Shio uses card sealing magic to put all Natsu, Gray, Erza, and his party into the card space one by one. And Happy took Shio together and flew towards the outside of the collapsed crystal tower. Saved, when Happy placed Shio on the ice made by Yiyu earlier, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he released all Natsu and Gray in the card space. It actually destroyed this tower with one blow. What a terrifying power. Gray, who came out of the card space, looked at the collapsed crystal tower in front of him. His expression changed for a while, and he said with lingering fear, "By the way, Yiyu." Erza glanced around and found that Yiyu didn't come out with them. Her pretty face changed suddenly, and her eyes immediately fell on the collapsed crystal tower. Could it be that Yiyu is still in that tower? Hearing Erza's words, Natsu looked at the ruined crystal tower, put his head in his hands, and shouted in astonishment. Yiyu's words have been in the sky since just now. Look there. Happy pointed to the sky above the crystal tower and said to everyone. Looking in the direction of Happy's finger, I saw a cluster of crimson flames floating above the sky. Because the distance is too far, everyone couldn't see Yiyu clearly inside the crimson flame. But the moment they saw the crimson flame, Erza and his party breathed a sigh of relief. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the cluster of crimson flames flew towards them at an astonishing speed like a shooting star. Seeing the crimson flames streak across the sky like a shooting star, Gray's expression changed immediately, and he immediately exchanged glances with Natsu. The celestial magic of Jalal. Yes, the reason why Yiyu can hover above the sky is using Jalal's celestial magic, meteor. When Natsu, Gray, and Jalal were fighting, the system had already dropped Jalal's celestial magic attribute, just in time to use it. Yiyu, who activated the magic attribute of meteor, even surpassed Jalal in flying speed. In just the blink of an eye, Yiyu flew from a high altitude in front of Erza, Natsu, and others, and finally landed slowly on the ice. After landing, the crimson flames on Yiyu's body, as well as the steel-like dragon scales, faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Yiyu returned to normal again. Yiyu, you just used Jalal's celestial magic, right? Seeing Yiyu approaching, Gray asked with a puzzled look. For Gray's question, Yiyu didn't hide anything, and replied directly, "Not bad. Ice magic, space magic, fire dragon slayer magic, and Jalal's celestial magic. How do you use so much magic?" Gray looked at Yiyu and asked suspiciously, "How can you use so much magic?" Naturally, it is picked up through the attribute picking system. But the system is the deepest secret in Yiyu's heart, and he will not tell others about it. When Yiyu was thinking about how to answer Gray's question, Erza, who was resting on his chin, suddenly raised his head and looked at Yiyu seriously, and then asked, "Could it be that, Yiyu, you are a magic genius?" What the hell is a magic genius? I've heard of some magic geniuses who are proficient in hundreds of kinds of magic. Ordinary magic can be learned by just looking at it, and they can create their own magic. As soon as Erza said this, Natsu looked at Yiyu's eyes and said in amazement, "This is really powerful. You can learn other people's magic with just a glance. No wonder you can use Jalal's magic and my extinguisher dragon magic." At that time, Igneel and I had studied dragon-slaying magic for several years before we learned it. You learned it in a flash. Lucy also echoed, "I see, magic genius. How can you use so much magic?" Hearing the words between Erza, Lucy, and Natsu, Yiyu was speechless. I didn't know how to refute for a while. "Yiyu, have you created your own?" However, just when Natsu was about to ask Yiyu if he had created any magic of his own, a terrifying wave of magic power suddenly came from the ruins of the crystal tower over there. Shocked by this terrifying magic power, the faces of Natsu, Erza, Gray, and the group all changed, and they immediately looked up at the ruins of the crystal tower. Could it be Zerif resurrected? After Miliana felt the terrifying fluctuation of magic power, she said with a look of horror, "Zerif revived? How can it be? Zerif wasn't dead at all." Yu immediately denied Miliana's guess in his mind. It's just that the power of the super magic spirit contained in the magic crystal has spread. After observing for a while, Yu said aloud. Before Miliana and the others had time to breathe a sigh of relief, Erza said solemnly, "We'd better get out of here quickly. Such a huge magic power is released in a short period of time. I am afraid it will explode." After heeding Erza's suggestion, everyone immediately left by boat. Sure enough, it's not waiting for everyone to leave. The place where the crystal tower was located instantly produced a shocking explosion. Bang! I saw a flame soaring into the sky. Immediately, the powerful air wave set off huge waves several feet high on the sea surface and spread out in all directions. The boat that Yu and others were on was like a flat boat in the huge waves, and it might be submerged at any time. I asked for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day. Thank you guys. Chapter 35. Magnolia Town. Are you finally back? Just as Yu and Erza were walking on the street, a figure suddenly stood up on the roof of the nearby building and jumped down. After the figure approached Yu and his party, he punched in the air. Call out. In the next second, the man's fist was stretched out like rubber. Who? Seeing someone attacking, before Yu could make a move, Natsu over there moved his feet and rushed forward. Soon, Natsu's punch was firmly shaken with the outstretched fist. Boom! After a sound of steel crashing in the air, Natsu's figure took 2 steps backwards. What a hard fist, it's like steel. While Natsu was amazed, the outstretched fist also retracted. Finally, a man with long black hair landed in front of everyone. Looking at the person in front of him, Yiyu's expression moved slightly. This person is none other than Gajeel, who was knocked away by Yiyu's additional magic that night. Maybe Yiyu knew Gajeel, but Natsu doesn't know it. After all, Gajeel was beaten down by Yiyu before he officially appeared on the stage. Gajeel right now is the first time he appears in front of Natsu, Erza, and others. Natsu, look at his arm. While Natsu was staring at Gajeel, Happy, who was beside him, suddenly said. Hearing Happy's words, Natsu, Yiyu and others all looked at Gajeel's arm. That is the emblem of our guild. Seeing the fairy tale guild tattoo on Gajeel's arm, Natsu yelled in surprise. Is this guy from our guild? Why do I have no impression at all? It should be a newcomer who joined recently. Gray and Erza looked at Gajeel and analyzed. You guy, since you are a member of our guild, why did you raid us? Natsu yelled angrily. I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for him. Gajeel raised his arm and pointed at Yiyu. Hearing Gajeel's words, Yiyu frowned. Yiyu is not surprised that Gajeel will join Fairy Tale. After all, wizards also need to eat. After Spectre disbanded, Gajeel was considered unemployed. Generally, regular guilds are not willing to take in Gajeel, who was born as a ghost. In other words, Makarov is willing to ask for Gajeel. I didn't expect you to be alive. Yiyu looked at Gajeel and said in a playful tone. Although Yiyu didn't use all his strength when he attacked Gajeel that night, but that blow was enough to crush a mage. That level of attack, wanting my life. I'm afraid it's not enough. Gajeel said so on the lips, but in fact he felt lingering fear. Gajeel knew that if he hadn't been protected by the steel dragon scale, he would have been killed by Yiyu's move on the spot. In addition, although he survived, the injuries on his body took a long time to recover. He had never been so seriously injured before. Yiyu, do you know each other? Hearing this conversation between Yiyu and Gajeel, Erza looked at Gajeel and asked Yiyu. Yiyu didn't answer Erza's words immediately, but thinking that Erza and others would know Gajeel's identity sooner or later, he said, he is the dragon slayer of iron from the former ghost. As soon as Yiyu said this, the expressions of both Natsu and Gray changed drastically. Is he the guy who broke up the guild and wounded Jet and Droy? Calm down, Natsu. Spectre has disbanded. He is now a member of our guild. Seeing Natsu's angry face, Erza immediately reminded him aloud. I will not be a companion with such a guy. After that, Natsu moved his feet, and his figure rushed towards Gajeel like an arrow from the string. After getting close to Gajeel, Natsu clenched his hands into a fist, and a crimson flame surrounded the fist immediately. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Without any hesitation, Natsu punched Gajeel directly. This is Dragon Slayer magic? Seeing Natsu's fist attacking, Gajeel's expression changed, and he immediately raised his arm to block it. Boom! In the next second, Natsu's fist hit Gajiel's arm. Suddenly, there was a sound of steel clashing in the air, and Gajiel's figure took a few steps backwards, keeping a distance from Natsu. So, you are the real fire dragon of fairy tale. Gajiel glanced at Yiyu over there, and then turned his gaze to Natsu in front of him. That night, when Gajiel and Yiyu were fighting, Yiyu also used Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Gajiel once thought that Yiyu was the rumored fire dragon, only to be denied by Yiyu. Now see Natsu using Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Gajiel asked tentatively. Seeing that Natsu did not deny it, Gajiel confirmed that Natsu in front of him was the real fire dragon. Fire Dragon's wing strike. After one blow was blocked by Gajiel, Natsu didn't stop there and urged the Dragon Slayer magic to attack Gajiel again. Iron Dragon Arm. Faced with Natsu's blow, Gajiel immediately used Iron Dragon Slayer magic to harden his arm and block Natsu. Ding! Soon, Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic was blocked by Gajiel's Iron Dragon Slayer magic. Is this Iron Dragon Slayer magic? Gray saw Gajiel's arm turn to steel, and he said aloud. At this time, Yiyu also heard a series of prompts from the system in Yiyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +5 ding. Congratulations to the host. Gaining combat power attribute +0.3. May I ask if the host collects attributes? Collect. Following Yiyu's order, the magical attributes and combat power attributes that Natsu and Gajiel dropped during the battle were all turned into golden tadpole runes, and they gathered towards Yiyu directly. After those attributes entered Yiyu's body, the magic attributes and combat power attributes on the virtual screen in front of Yiyu continued to rise. Do you ghost bastards only bully the weak? Just as Yiyu was collecting attributes, there was an abrupt voice in the air. Hearing the sound, Yiyu, Erza, and others followed the sound. And Natsu also stopped and looked up. I saw Laxus in a coat walking towards this side, and his face was full of murderous intent. Obviously, he was after Gajiel. Laxus. Seeing the expression on Laxus' face, Erza's expression changed suddenly. Sure enough, when Laxus raised his hand, a golden lightning struck Gajiel, and Gajiel's body crashed to the ground. At this time, the system's prompt sound came again in Yiyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the attribute of Thunder Magic. Hearing the notification sound from the system, Yiyu frowned. Laxus has Thunder Magic and Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic. Right now, the system only drops the Laxus Lightning Magic attribute. And what Yiyu wants is Laxus Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic attribute. Chapter 36. The first battle with Laxus. May I ask if the host collects the Lightning Magic attribute? Collect. Yiyu replied to the system immediately without any hesitation. Following Yiyu's order, the Thunder Magic attribute under Laxus over there directly turned into a golden tadpole rune, and together with other attributes, gathered towards Yiyu. After those attributes were all submerged in Yiyu's body, all kinds of data on the virtual screen in front of Yiyu jumped up. Yiyu directly ignored the attributes of magic power and combat power, and his eyes fell directly on Thunder Magic in the magic attribute column. Thunder Magic? After Yiyu thought to himself, he clenched his hands into fists and activated the Thunder Magic attribute. In the next second, a golden thunderbolt appeared above Yiyu's fist. After Yiyu increased his magic power a little, the golden thunder and lightning became more and more violent. Erza, Gray, and others didn't see the golden thunderbolt in Yiyu's hand. At this moment, their attention was all on Laxus over there. After Laxus paralyzed Gajiel with lightning magic, another violent attack landed on Gajiel. Boom! Gajiel was hit hard. His body was like a cannonball. He flew upside down and finally hit the wall not far behind him. In an instant, the wall shattered, and Gajiel's body was also buried in the rubble. Laxus didn't let that stop him. It's all because of you, ghosts, that someone underestimates my guild. At this time, Laxus almost fell into a state of madness. The magic power in his body surged crazily, and on the whole body, the golden lightning gathered densely together, and a dazzling golden light bloomed. After Natsu, Gray, and Lucy felt the terrifying magic power of Laxus, they were all extremely frightened. Although they were very angry about Gajiel destroying Fairy Tail, and injuring Jet and Droy. But seeing Laxus wanting to kill Gajeel right now, they couldn't bear it. Erza looked at the violent magic power on Laxus. Her pretty face changed, and she immediately stopped her. Laxus, stop. He has now joined Fairy Tail, which means that the president has agreed. Before Erza finished speaking, Laxus, with a ferocious face, directly attacked Erza. Stop talking. I saw Laxus' palm full of golden lightning suddenly waved at Erza. A golden beam of thunder and lightning rushed towards Erza at an astonishing speed. No, Erza can't use the dress-up magic. Seeing that the embarrassed Laxus even attacked Erza, Lucy's pretty face suddenly changed, and she immediately shouted. But at this moment, Erza watched the golden thunderbolt magnify sharply in her eyes, and her face was also full of seriousness. If it was normal, she would definitely not be afraid of Laxus' blow. But right now, because of Yiyu's space law magic, she can't use the dress-up magic. Laugh. Just when the golden thunderbolt was about to engulf Erza, Yiyu flashed in front of Erza. I saw Yiyu waved his hand casually, and the violent golden thunder and lightning that hit him disappeared without a trace, as if being torn apart in an instant. Blocked Laxus magic with bare hands. Gray saw Yiyu dispelling Laxus lightning magic so easily. His face was full of surprise. Gray is also very clear about how strong Laxus is. Every time Natsu fights with Laxus, he is always beaten. From Gray's point of view, Laxus is as strong as a monster. Although Gray knows that Yiyu is also very strong. If Yiyu used some kind of magic to block Laxus' blow, Gray could still understand. But Yiyu blocked Laxus' magic with bare hands. This shocked Gray very much. How did Gray know that Yiyu did not block Laxus' lightning magic with his bare hands? He just used the lightning magic attribute he just collected from Laxus to offset Laxus' lightning magic. Yiyu. Erza saw the golden lightning still wrapped around Yiyu's palm, and she asked worriedly. I'm fine. Yiyu looked at Laxus and responded to Erza behind him. While Erza and Yiyu were talking, Laxus, who was full of ferocity, all his eyes fell on Yiyu. Laxus didn't pay much attention to Yiyu, a newcomer. In his eyes, there are only the strongest candidates such as Mystigan and Geardas. Even Erza, he looked down on. But what Laxus didn't expect right now was that the newcomer in front of him, who he didn't pay much attention to, blocked his magic so easily. This made Laxus feel his majesty was challenged. A newcomer in the guild can easily block my attack. It seems that I need to let you know who is the strongest in this guild. Laxus stared at Yiyu, and after roaring in an angry tone, he directly attacked Yiyu. Lightning Fist. I saw Laxus's fist filled with golden lightning suddenly hit the ground. The moment Laxus' fist landed, a golden arc instantly tore the ground and swept towards Yiyu. Before the golden thunderbolt approached, Yiyu's fingers were a little bit in the air. Additional magic, hum. The moment Yiyu gave the ground additional instructions, a violent shock wave suddenly appeared on the ground. Originally, Laxus was going to block Yiyu's blow, but the moment he was about to make a move, a sense of danger rose in his heart. This feeling is an instinctive reaction accumulated in his body through years of fighting. After realizing the danger, Laxus immediately used lightning magic without any hesitation. I saw his figure turned into a golden thunder light and retreated directly to the side. The moment Laxus avoided it, the violent shock wave on the ground left a huge, deep pit hundreds of meters long on the ground. Ah, Yiyu, do you want to kill Laxus? Natsu looked at the huge, deep hole in the ground in front of him, and he shouted in horror. Meanwhile, Gray, Erza, and Lucy were beyond shocked. Laxus retreated to the side. His body hadn't landed yet. After he saw the gully left by the shock wave on the ground, he seemed to have been awakened. The anger in his heart was gone, and there was only a feeling of facing the strong calm down. And his face was full of astonishment. He never expected that this newcomer would be so strong. Chapter 37. Although Laxus was astonished by Yiyu's strength, he was not afraid of Yiyu because of his astonishment. Quite the opposite. After a brief surprise, Laxus was very excited. He was excited that the guild had added another strong man. Meanwhile, in Laxus' mind, Yiyu has been regarded as one of the strongest candidates for Fairy Tail. Very good, very good. That's what makes it interesting. Besides Mystigan and Guild Arts, you should be the strongest person in the guild right now. It's just right. I will defeat you first today, and I will defeat Mystigan and Gildarts later, so that I will be the strongest. Laxus stared at Yiyu with a fighting look on his face. While speaking, the golden lightning around Laxus' body was also extremely intense. There was the sound of thunder and lightning exploding in the air. And on the ground under his feet, the rock fragments shook endlessly and even began to rise towards the sky. Judging from his posture, it seems that he is preparing for a decisive battle with Yiyu. Yiyu is naturally not to be outdone. The crimson flames around him rose instantly. At this moment, the temperature of the surrounding air rose sharply, and the bluestone floor under Yiyu's feet was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is Yiyu's real magic power. Gajeel over there just crawled out of the pile of rocks. After feeling the terrifying magic power emanating from Yiyu's body, his face was full of horror. Only at this moment did Gajeel know that when Yiyu fought against him that night, he didn't use his full strength at all. If he used all his strength, he would not be just seriously injured. Looking at Yiyu in front of him, Gajeel felt a wave of fear in his heart. Erza, what to do? Looking at Yiyu in front of him with crimson flames and Laxus with golden lightning flashing all over his body, Lucy asked Erza with a complicated expression. Just when Erza was thinking about how to stop Yiyu and Laxus from continuing to fight, a majestic voice suddenly came from the other side of the street. Laxus, hurry up and stop. Following the sound, I saw Makarov, Mira Jane, and other members of the guild walking towards this side. President, Erza, Lucy, and others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Makarov coming. Over there, Laxus glanced at Makarov and the others, and let out a dissatisfied sound. Hey, it's really fast. Speaking of this, the astonishing aura on Laxus disappeared in vain, and then he turned to look at Yiyu again. Our battle is not over yet. After all, Laxus strode towards the direction of the guild. When passing by Makarov, Laxus grinned and said, Master, you'd better give up the chief's seat earlier. Hearing what Laxus said, Makarov didn't even think about it and snapped. If I want to let you go, I won't let you go. I will let you come out obediently. After speaking, Laxus left directly. President, why are you here? After Laxus left, Natsu and Gray went up to Makarov and asked, If you don't come again, the whole town will be destroyed by you. Hearing Natsu's question, Makarov said with a sullen face, That guy is. While Natsu and Makarov were talking, Jet noticed Gajeel. The moment he saw Gajeel, he was furious. It's the Spectre's Iron Dragon Slayer. After hearing Jet's words, the fairy tale members behind Makarov all set their eyes on Gajeel. This is the guy who attacked the guild and Jet, and almost beat Levy. Unforgivable. Wait, why does he have the coat of arms of our guild on his arm? President, what is going on? When everyone denounced Gajeel, Levy over there was also a little scared when she saw Gajeel, and she hid behind Yiyu like a conditioned reflex. Yiyu turned to look at the somewhat petite Levy, and Levy met Yiyu's gaze with a smile on his face. It feels safer here. Not long after Levy's voice fell, Makarov explained his thoughts to everyone. Naturally, no one had any objection to the president taking in Makarov, but they were still very against Gajeel. After all, not so long ago, Gajeel was the enemy. Just when everyone was about to return to the guild, there was a commotion on the other side of the street. Hearing the commotion, Yiyu, Erza, and others followed the sound. I saw 3 people walking towards this side. These 3 people are 2 men and 1 woman. The woman has long brown hair and a pair of glasses on her face. Of the 2 men next to him, one is dressed as a swordsman with long green hair, while the other is wearing a helmet. The moment he saw the 3 of them, Yiyu raised his eyebrows and showed a look of interest on his face. But when Makarov, Gray, and others saw these 3 people, their expressions changed as if they saw some trouble. Laxus Progard, Thunderlords. Yes, those 3 are Freed, Evergreen, and Bixlow of the Thor crowd. Yiyu is quite interested in Freed's magic. Laxus Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute, Freed's spell magic attribute. Let's collect them together. Yiyu thought to himself while watching Freed walking over. At this time, Laxus, who was on the roof not far away, naturally saw the 3 of Freed. Are you finally back? This time, I will definitely win with you, Yiyu. Laxus looked at Yiyu over there and said with a look of war. Chapter 38. When Yiyu and Erza returned to the guild, they saw that the dilapidated guild had long since disappeared, replaced by a brand new guild. Oh, new guild! Natsu and Happy looked at the brand new guild in front of them, and they couldn't help shouting excitedly. The new ones are not just guilds. Hearing the exclamations of Natsu and Happy, Mira Jane, who was wearing a black gothic dress, blinked playfully and said with a smile to the crowd, "New bar, new store, new pool." After everyone walked into the guild, Mira Jane introduced them one by one. "Oh, there is even a swimming pool." Natsu clenched his fists. His eyes were full of excitement. Not just the swimming pool, but other recreational facilities. Mira Jane's fair and pretty face was covered with a gentle smile. After hearing Mira Jane's introduction, Lucy glanced around. Suddenly, she seemed to see something extraordinary and said in shock, "That is, Juvia." As soon as Lucy finished speaking, Yu followed her gaze. Sure enough, I saw Juvia in formal attire walking towards this side. Juvia, why are you here?" After all, Juvia couldn't catch Lucy before. Seeing Juvia right now, Lucy asked with a nervous expression. "Because Juvia is now a member of our guild." Mira Jane looked at Lucy's nervous expression. She tilted her head and smiled and replied, "Juvia at this time is completely different from before. In the past, she always had a gloomy expression on her fair face, and her whole person gave off a gloomy feeling. But for Juvia right now, that gloom has completely disappeared." Juvia walked to Mira Jane's side. She glanced at Yu erratically, and then introduced to everyone. "I'm Juvia. Please give me your advice. Please teach me more." Erza first responded to Juvia, then looked at Juvia and said, "In addition to Gajeel, there is also Juvia, so the guild has 2 new members at once." "That's right. Then Erza, can you take Juvia to familiarize yourself with our guild first?" Mira Jane asked Erza with folded hands in front of her body. "I can't. I still have to work." Erza refused without thinking. "Work? Didn't you just get paid 2.1 million J not long ago?" Lucy looked at Erza with a puzzled look on his face. After leaving the Fairy Tale Guild, Yu and his team completed 2 tasks in succession. One is to annihilate the underground Holy See in Rubina City. One is the one commissioned by Simon to stop Jalal. For these 2 tasks, Yu and his team were paid 2.1 million J. In Lucy's view, it doesn't matter if they don't work in a short period of time. They just got paid 2.1 million J. But right now, they've just come back, and Erza says he's going to work. Lucy was naturally surprised. Under the gaze of Lucy, Gray, and others, Erza replied directly, That one is already used up." When Erza said this, Lucy and Gray were shocked. "So fast? That's 2.1 million J. During the Tower of Heaven, that woman named Turtle Dove destroyed several of my armors, and I used the reward to buy new armors." Lucy asked with a look of surprise, "Did you buy all those armors with money?" "Of course, how do you think it happened? I thought it came with the dress-up magic." Hearing Lucy's words, Erza also sighed, and then she turned her gaze to Yu and asked, "Yu, do you want to work together? I'm going to take on an S-level mission. With your strength and cooperate with me, any kind of S-level missions are no problem." Before Yu could answer, Lucy asked on the side, "Didn't Macau just say that the current S-level mission requires an S-level wizard to lead the team?" "I'm not an S-rank mage. By the way, there are currently 5 S-rank mages in the guild. Me, Mystigan, Gildarts, Laxus, and this one beside you," Erza said, pointing to Mira Jane. "Huh? Mira Jane?" Lucy looked at Mira Jane in disbelief. After all, in Lucy's impression, Mira Jane has always been a gentle image with a smile on his face. It was really hard for her to imagine that such a Mira Jane was actually an S-rank mage alongside Erza, Laxus, and others. Seeing the surprise on Lucy's face, Mira Jane didn't speak, but responded with a smile. How to become an S-rank mage? Yu knew that in the near future, Fairy Tale would hold an S-rank wizard assessment on Sirius Island. But what Yu wants to know is that apart from that one assessment, there is no other way to upgrade the S-rank mage. After all, after being upgraded to an S-rank mage, there will be no restrictions when taking on tasks. "Yu, do you want to become an S-rank wizard?" Hearing Yu's question, Erza looked at Yu and said something, and then continued, "Indeed, your strength is enough to be promoted to S-class wizard. However, if you want to officially become an S-level mage, You need to go through the annual S-level mage assessment. Exactly. The S-class mage assessment will be held soon. Aside from the assessment, is there no other way to become an S-rank mage? For example, the appointment of the president. Hey, you are really amazing. If the president can assign it, it will be unfair to other people who want to become S-level mages. Anyway, the S-level mage assessment will be held soon, and you will don't rush this moment. Erza first said something earnestly to Yiyu, and then continued, talking about the S-level mission I just told you about. Do you want to go together? I just came back. I don't want to work for the time being. Seeing that Yiyu rejected Erza, Gray and Natsu were shocked. Natsu, did you hear that just now? Yiyu dares to refuse Erza. In our guild, apart from Laxus and the others, no one dares to refuse Erza. And Erza is not angry. Natsu and Gray, who were often oppressed by Erza, couldn't help casting admiring glances at Yiyu. Chapter 39. Time flies, and the harvest festival in Magnolia Town arrives in a blink of an eye. On this day, the entire town is filled with a strong festive atmosphere. Various programs can be seen everywhere on the major streets. The Fairy Tale Guild is also preparing to host a beauty contest. His eyes narrowed to the main hall of the Fairy Tale Guild. I saw crowds of people on the main hall, gathering a large number of spectators. In front of the main hall, there is a high platform. Laxus and the Thunder Gods, haven't you made any unusual moves recently? Makarov, who was dressed in a suit, asked Mira Jane beside him. I haven't seen them in the guild recently, and I don't know very well. Mira Jane, in a red Gothic dress, replied with a smile. Because of the harvest festival, everyone in the guild, except for guildarts, will temporarily stop working and gather in the guild. If Laxus wants to do something, I'm afraid he will do it today, Makarov said in a deep voice. At this time, Yiyu, who was sitting on the side, heard the conversation between Makarov and Mira Jane. His expression moved slightly. According to what Yiyu knows, Laxus and Thor will indeed make a move today. They'll take Erza, Mira Jane, and others as hostages and force Fairy Tale to fight each other. Perception of magic. Yiyu directly activated the attribute of perception magic without any hesitation. In the next second, most of Magnolia Town appeared in Yiyu's perception field of vision. Soon Yiyu sensed that the magic power of Laxus and Thunder Gods was rushing towards this side. Sure enough, do you still want to make a move today? Just as Yiyu was thinking to himself, the host on the stage ahead announced loudly. Contestant number 3 is invited, our fairy queen, Erza Scarlet. As soon as the host's voice fell, the audience below instantly boiled up. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Erza, dressed in silver-white armor, came out from the back of the stage. Yiyu. When Erza was waving to the audience, she accidentally saw Yiyu staring at her. The moment he found Yiyu, Erza was startled. Originally, she was going to perform a dress-up magic, but with Yiyu present, her dress-up magic will be disabled. Totally forgot that Yiyu is also a man, and he would be interested in this kind of competition. What a mistake. After Erza thought to himself, he stepped aside. Erza, aren't you going to perform something? When the host saw Erza stepping back, he asked tentatively, if I'm not in shape today, I won't perform. Lucky. At this time, Lucy, who was behind the stage, saw that Erza was not performing. She clenched her hands into fists and looked excited. Maybe the host didn't know why Erza didn't perform anything. But Lucy knows. She noticed Yiyu on the stands below her early in the morning. In Lucy's view, if Erza doesn't perform, the score will be lower. That way she would have one less competitor. And her chances of winning this game have increased a lot. While Lucy was excited, she suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. Yiyu's magic seems to affect my celestial spirit magic too. I'm also going to perform dancing with celestial spirit. Thinking of this, the smile on Lucy's face disappeared instantly, but was replaced by a wry smile. A second ago, she was gloating at Erza. In the next second, it was her turn. Next, we invite Fairy Tale's newcomer this year, Lucy. I'm not ready yet. Hearing the host's words and the cheers of the audience, Lucy seemed at a loss. But in the end it was on stage. I'm Lucy, and I'm going to perform. Before Lucy finished speaking, a very abrupt female voice came from the air. Okay, this boring game is over. Hearing the sound, Lucy turned to look. A woman with glasses and a fan came over. This woman is none other than Evergreen, one of the Thors. Evergreen. Maybe Lucy doesn't know Evergreen, but Makarov does. He had long thought that Laxus might make a move today, but I didn't expect to make a move in full view. The moment he saw Evergreen appear, Makarov stood up. But by this time, Evergreen had taken off his glasses. Petrified eyes. Evergreen activated the petrification spell directly at Lucy. This magic can petrify the person who looks at her in an instant. Lucy, don't meet her eyes. Seeing Evergreen shoot Lucy, Makarov yelled. At this time, Evergreen's eyes suddenly lit up. Just when Lucy was about to be petrified, Evergreen's body was frozen into an ice sculpture. This is... Makarov looked at this sudden change. His old face was startled. Soon he noticed that Yiyu on the side was spreading his palms to Evergreen, and Yiyu's palms exuded a biting chill. Is it Yiyu's hand? Makarov looked at Yiyu and heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a golden lightning bolt descended from the sky and landed on the stage suddenly. What a disgrace, Evergreen, to fail before you even make a shot. Laxus looked at Evergreen, who was frozen into an ice sculpture beside him, and said jokingly. Although Laxus was calm on the face, he was very angry in his heart. Originally, he wanted Evergreen to petrify Erza and others, and then used Erza and others as hostages to force people in the guild to fight. But right now, before petrifying others, he was petrified by others. In this way, his plan was disrupted. Laxus, what exactly do you want? Makarov stared at Laxus above the stage and snapped. But for Markov's scolding, Laxus was staring at Gray as if he had never heard of it. Ice magic, was it done by Gray? It shouldn't be wrong. This guy's magic power hasn't reached the point where Evergreen can be instantly frozen. After negating Gray, Laxus looked at the others again. Soon, he noticed Yiyu. After seeing the air conditioning around Yiyu, Laxus grinned. Is it you again? Duh. Chapter 40. Erzav's Laxus, is it you again? Laxus roared at Yiyu with a look of war, and then swung his big hand suddenly. The next second, a golden thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck at Yiyu. Danger! Levi saw Laxus attacking Yiyu suddenly. Her pretty face changed suddenly, and she immediately reminded loudly. Without Levi's reminder, Yiyu had already seen the thunder and lightning that swept over him. However, Yiyu didn't dodge, seeing the lightning rapidly magnified in his eyes. Because there is no need to dodge. He has the attribute of lightning magic, and this level of lightning will not cause any harm to him. Soon, the golden lightning fell on Yiyu. Chi. At this moment, Yiyu, who was struck by lightning, was filled with golden lightning and glowed with golden light. Seeing Yiyu being struck by Laxus lightning, Levi's pretty face turned pale. Although she knows Yiyu is very strong. Gajeel strong enough to defeat Spectre. Strong enough to reassure her. But Laxus is an even more terrifying existence in her heart. After all, Laxus is recognized in the guild as the strongest person besides Guildarts. Don't worry, Levi. This level of attack will not affect Yiyu. Seeing Levi's worry, Natsu on the side said to Levi with a face of trusting Yiyu. Maybe Levi doesn't know, but Natsu had seen it before, and Yiyu easily withstood Laxus' angry blow. That blow of Laxus at that time was even more powerful than this one. But, although Natsu said so, Levi was still a little worried. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Natsu, Levi and others, the golden light on Yiyu's body disappeared, and Yiyu's figure reappeared in everyone's sight. Yiyu was unscathed. Look, it's all right. Natsu glanced at Levi, then set his eyes on Yiyu again, and said with a grin. Levi first responded to Natsu, then looked at Yiyu, put his fists in front of his body, and said in a voice that only he could hear. Great. It's okay. Just as Laxus attacked Yiyu, the guild hall was already in chaos. Except for the members of the Fairy Tale Guild, the other ordinary spectators, like frightened fawns, swarmed towards the outside of the guild. When Makarov saw this, his old face was full of anger. After confirming that Yiyu was fine, he scolded in an extremely angry tone. Laxus, what exactly are you trying to do? What are you doing? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that you should hand over the chairman's position? Since you don't take the initiative to hand it over, then I have no choice but to let you hand it over. Laxus spread his arms and said in a frantic tone, How could you? A guy who doesn't take the lives of his companions seriously, hand over the guild to you. Makarov scolded with a look of hatred. So far, it doesn't matter what you say. I originally wanted to use these few people in the guild as hostages. But now that the plan has been disrupted, we have to change the plan. Laxus glanced at Evergreen, who was frozen by Yiyu, and then turned his eyes to Makarov and said jokingly, Shinming Temple. You should have heard of it. Shinming Palace. The moment Laxus said the name, the expressions of Makarov, Erza, Mira Jane, and others who knew Shinming Temple changed drastically. Could it be that? Erza suddenly thought of something and said to Laxus with a serious face. But before Erza finished speaking, Laxus interrupted Erza's words. I will place 300 Shinming temples on the entire Magnolia town. If you want to save this town, come and defeat me. As soon as Laxus finished speaking, Makarov, Erza, and others were all furious. 300 Shinming halls. If they are activated at the same time, the people in the whole town will. Using the lives of ordinary people as hostages, damn it. Although everyone was angry, due to the terrifying strength of Laxus, members of the guild, such as Macau, did not dare to charge forward at all. And Natsu didn't seem to know the seriousness of the matter. He jumped directly at Laxus with an excited face. A fight. Laxus come to fight. However, it wasn't until Natsu approached Laxus. A golden bolt of lightning struck Natsu directly. Natsu is no Yiyu. After being struck by the golden lightning, the whole person fell to the ground as if scorched. If you are too weak, don't come to me. I will not fight the weak. Laxus glanced at Natsu, then looked at Yiyu with a provocative look. Obviously, Laxus wanted Yiyu to fight him. However, as soon as Laxus finished speaking, Yiyu raised his arm and activated the ice magic attribute on Laxus. In just the blink of an eye, Laxus' body was frozen into an ice sculpture. Ding! Immediately afterwards, the ice sculpture shattered like glass, turning into countless tiny ice crystals and dissipating into the air. Dissipating along with the ice sculptures is Laxus. Yiyu, you killed Laxus? Seeing that Laxus disappeared with the ice sculpture, Gray and the others shouted in surprise as if struck by lightning. That's just the thought body. The real body is now somewhere else. Yiyu said something to the crowd, then turned around and walked out of the hall. Hearing Yiyu's words, Erza, Gray, and others followed Yiyu and walked out of the hall. When everyone came outside the hall, they saw transparent balls like lanterns appearing in the sky, and the ball is filled with violent thunder magic power. Shinming Dian, that guy Laxus can really do it. Erza looked at the Shinming temple constantly appearing in the sky. She gritted her teeth and said. After that, she chased after Yiyu in front. Yiyu, do you know where Laxus is? Oh. Yiyu glanced at Erza, who was running over, and he responded lightly. I'll deal with Laxus. You find a way to destroy these Shinming temples. Hearing Erza's words, Yiyu didn't answer immediately. Originally, Yiyu wanted to fight Laxus himself, and then forced Laxus to cast Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. This way the system can drop the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute. But right now Erza is planning to deal with Laxus. Erza's Laxus? After thinking for a while, Yiyu replied to Erza, yes. Shinming Temple is body link magic. If you attack it, you will suffer the same damage. In the original drama, Erza almost died in order to destroy these Shinming temples. But Yiyu wants to deal with these Shinming temples. It is much simpler. All he needs to do is use Neinhart's embody magic and embody some dead people to come out and destroy the Shinming temple. Or use Irene's additional magic, add personality to some swords, and create some thinking lowly to deal with. That's fine too. And Yiyu himself went to the vicinity of the battle between Laxus and Erza and collected various attributes dropped by Laxus and Erza during the battle. Of course, Thunder Dragon Slayer magic properties are also included. Chapter 41. While Erza was rushing towards the place where Laxus was, Gray and Kana and his group were thinking about how to solve the Shinming temple that kept appearing in the sky. There are so many. If these Shinming temples release lightning at the same time, I am afraid that the entire Magnolia town will be destroyed. Kana looked at those Shinming temples that were connected together and said with a look of shock, how long will it be before these Shinming temples are activated? Gray also knew the seriousness of the situation. He asked in a solemn tone. About 3 hours. Hearing Kana's words, Alzak and Biska, holding magic guns, came over. 3 hours is enough. With the guns of the two of us, destroy all those Shunming halls. Alzak and Biska stood back to back, winking at the crowd. Oh, there is another method. If it's you guys, you can indeed destroy those. Kana looked at Alzak and Biska. The solemn look on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a touch of joy. Then we'll destroy all of that. While talking, both Alzak and Biska raised their magic guns and aimed at the divine thunder above the sky. Stop! Yiyu came over and saw that Alzak and Biska were about to attack Shinminglei. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately stopped him. But as soon as Yiyu finished speaking, Erzak and Biska shot. Hum. The moment Alzak and Biska pulled the trigger, 2 magic bullets rushed towards the 2 Shinming temples. Boom. Boom. After the magic bullet hit the Shunming temple, the 2 Shinming temples instantly produced a large amount of golden lightning and then exploded. Look, 3 hours is enough to destroy these. Biska saw the Shunming temple explode, and a triumphant smile appeared on her face. And Alzak also turned around to look at Yiyu and asked, Yiyu, you asked us to live just now. Chi. Before Alzak could finish speaking, 2 golden lightning bolts struck Alzak and Biska directly. Ah! With 2 screams, both Biska and Alzak collapsed to the ground. Seeing Alzak and Biska fell to the ground, the faces of Kana, Gray, and others changed drastically. It's body connection magic. If you attack the Shunming temple, the attacker will receive the same damage. That Laxus guy. After helping the unconscious Alzak and Biska up, Kana gritted his teeth and said resentfully. When Gray and the others heard Kana's words, the big stone that had just been loosened in their hearts lifted up again. Damn it, there are more than 300 of them here. How can we destroy them all? Gray looked at the large number of Shunming temples above the sky and said unwillingly. In Gray's view, even if each of them took a lot of damage to destroy one, the number of people is not enough. There are still more than 200 divine thunders, and there are only dozens of them. Is there no other way? Said Elfman, standing next to Mira Jane. I'll handle it. Just when everyone was helpless, a voice came from the air. Hearing the sound, everyone followed the sound. Yiyu, do you have a solution? Gray looked at Yiyu and asked. Don't mess around. There are body connection magic in these Shunming temples. If you attack them, you will suffer the same damage. Alzak and Biska have already. Levi glanced at Alzak and Biska, who were seriously injured, and said to Yiyu with a worried face. Don't force yourself. Erza has already gone to find Laxus. Just ask Laxus to release these Shunming temples. As soon as Levi's voice fell, Mira Jane also said something out loud. I have my own way. Yiyu glanced at Levi and Mira Jane, and then activated Neinhart's manifestation magic, the history of the corpse. With the history of corpse magic activated, on the open space over there, a large number of embodied people appeared out of thin air. Jalal. Isn't Jalal dead? Why is he here? And that owl? Obviously me and Natsu have already killed him. Lucy and Gray saw a lot of people they used to know in the crowd, and they all spoke in disbelief. While speaking, Gray suddenly saw a familiar face among the crowd. The moment he saw that face, Gray's heart felt like an electric shock. The soul trembled. You are you? You must know that the person embodied by the history of the corpse has all the memories and strengths of the deceased. Hearing Gray's words, Alu, who was manifested over there, also turned his head to look at Gray, and then showed a surprised expression. Gray, you've grown so big. Hearing Ulu's familiar voice, Gray finally couldn't restrain the emotions in his heart, and the tears in his eyes couldn't stop spinning. Ulu is not just Gray's mentor. It's more like a mother's existence. He always wanted to see you again. Now that Ulu appeared in front of him, how could he suppress the emotion in his heart? Ulu, are you still alive? After confirming that the person in front of him was Ulu, Gray asked. No, I should be dead already. Ulu looked at his palms and said, Then why? This is my magic. Before Ulu could answer, Yi reminded Gray. He originally just wanted to use the history of the corpse to manifest some people to deal with Shenming Temple. But I didn't expect that you, Jalal, and others would be realized. This is really troublesome. Your magic. Did you resurrect you? Gray looked at Ulu in front of him, and then at Yiyu, with a puzzled look on his face. Resurrection? Eh. Hearing the conversation between Gray and Yu, Lucy and the others looked at Yu as if they saw some monster. Do you even know resurrection magic? Lucy widened her eyes, looked at Yu, and asked. They have not been resurrected, they just have memories of their lives. Hearing Yu's words, Lucy and the others couldn't help wriggling their throats. It's not a resurrection magic, but it looks so powerful. As for Gray, he also looked at the Uru with a look of reluctance. But thinking that the Ulu in front of him was not the real Ulu, he tried his best to shake his head again, trying to expel the fantasy in his heart. At the same time, Elfman over there looked at Yu with a dull look. Maybe Lysana can also. Jalal in this book is dead, no whitewashing accepted. Chapter 42. In front of the fairy tale guild, Ulu, Jalal, and other dead people from the past were all manifested by Yu. Finally, under the control of Yu, Wulu, Jalal, and other manifested people launched an attack on the Shinming Temple above the sky at the same time. Celestial Magic, 7-star sword. After realizing that Jalal's body was covered with a layer of pale golden light, he took a stance. In the next second, 7 clusters of light appeared in the sky. Wait until the 7 light groups are connected together. Embody Jalal with a jerk of his arms. The 7 connected light clusters turned into 7 golden streamers and swept towards the Shunming Hall above the sky. Boom, boom. The 7 beams of light hit the 7 Shunming Halls respectively. Immediately, the 7 divine sound halls exploded. Can these people still use magic? The moment the Shunming Temple exploded in the sky, Lucy exclaimed with her eyes wide open as if seeing a ghost. As for Kana and Macau's group, they were all amazed when they saw that the manifested Jalal killed the 7 Shinming temples in an instant. Amazing! The 7 Shinming temples were killed in an instant. Just as Kana and the others were amazed, the 7 exploding Shinming temple connected the magic through the body, causing back damage to the manifested Jalal. Chi chi chi. At this moment, the superimposed attack of 7 layers of lightning directly bombarded Jalal's body. But Jalal's body is like a TV set in a thunderstorm, flickering twice, and then returning to its original shape. It's okay to suffer from the backlash of the 7-fold body connection magic. Are these people immortal? No, they are dead people. It's amazing, isn't this invincible? Invincible? To some extent, the earth is invincible. After all, it cannot be killed. But these manifestations also have weaknesses. As long as Yu is defeated, these manifestations will disappear. In addition, these manifestations will also disappear if they feel fear in their hearts. But in general, if you want to defeat these manifested people, unless the strength is higher than Yu, or the strength is far beyond the manifested person, otherwise, the manifested person is an invincible existence. While everyone was amazed, Jalal and other people who were manifested by Yu launched an attack on the Shunming Hall again. Celestial Magic, 7-star sword. Moonless Flow, Garuda Luoyen. Ice Shape, Ice and Snow Cannon. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the sky exploded like fireworks. And the Shunming Hall is also continuously decreasing. These people are too powerful, and the number of Shunming Temple is constantly decreasing. In this way, the crisis in Magnolia Town will be resolved. It's not that these people are amazing. It's that Yu is amazing. After all, Yu's magic created them. Yes, 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 Yu is amazing. Yu, huh? Why is Yu gone? Just as Mao and the others were cheering, they realized that Yu had disappeared. Maybe Macau and others don't know when Yu disappeared. But Levy knew. She saw it with her own eyes. Yu disappeared out of nowhere. Yu, you saved me again. No, not just me, but everyone. Thanks. Levy looked at the place where Yu disappeared with a smile on his face and said in his heart. At this time, almost everyone was very happy to see the continuous explosion of the Shunming Temple above the sky. After all, the Shunming Temple is all killed and Magnolia Town is safe. But Gray's mood is very complicated. At this moment, his gaze has been on the body of the real Uru. With a movement of Ulu's palm, a white magic circle appeared out of thin air. Ice Shape, Ice and Snow Cannon. In the next second, a gun barrel made of condensed ice appeared on Ulu's shoulder. Then, Under Gray's gaze, a huge ice cannonball hit the Shenming Hall. Bang! After the ice cannonball hit a Shenming temple, there was a huge explosion in an instant. In that explosion, several surrounding Shenming temples were all destroyed. Although Gray tried to tell himself in his heart, the Ulu in front of him is not the real Ulu. But the moment he saw Uru cast the ice-shaped magic, Gray's heart trembled. And his thoughts were also brought back to the days when he and Ulu learned ice modeling magic together. As Gray recalled, time passed by every minute, and the 300 Shenming halls above the sky were all destroyed in the end. After completing the task, Jalal and other manifested people disappeared one after another like light and shadow. Gray. Incarnate Uru called Gray a few times. Hearing Ulu's words, Gray pulled back his thoughts from the memories. He looked at Ulu in front of him. I saw Ulu's body dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gray, I am relieved to see that you can make so many partners. I'm dead. You should look at the present and cherish the people in front of you. Also, it's really great to be able to help you guys after you die. After all, Ulu's figure dissipated between heaven and earth together with other manifested people. Hearing Ulu's words, Gray also showed a relieved expression. Did not forget to educate me after death. It really hasn't changed at all. After Ulu completely dissipated, Gray looked at the place where Yiyu was before. Thanks, Yiyu. Yiyu naturally didn't know about the conversation between Gray and Ulu, and he came near Cardia Cathedral not long after he manifested Jalal, Ulu, and others. And Erza also rushed over quickly. Erza, I didn't expect you to be the first to find this place. Laxus, who was waiting here, opened his eyes when he saw Erza walk in. End of this chapter. I ask for flowers and monthly tickets every day. I ask for all kinds of support. Duh. Chapter 43. Erza's Laxus. 2. Magnolia Town, Cardia Cathedral. In the bright church, Laxus in a coat and Erza in silver-white battle armor faced each other far away. Laxus, you have put the lives of the people of Magnolia Town at risk for such nonsense. Boring purpose? You should thank me, Erza. Once I master the guild, I will make Fairy Tale the strongest guild. The president will not hand over the guild to a guy like you. Aren't I asking him to hand it over? If you can stop it, stop it. Laxus raised his head and said to Erza with a playful face. It's useless to say more. Erza directly activated the magic power. Change. In the next second, a dazzling light burst out from Erza's whole body. After the light dissipated, the silver-white battle armor on Erza's body had disappeared, but it was replaced by a demon-like black feather armor. Your boring purpose, let me smash it. After that, Erza moved his feet, and his figure rushed towards Laxus like an arrow from the string. Erza's speed was very fast, and in just the blink of an eye, she was in front of Laxus. Without any hesitation, Erza slashed at Laxus with the pitch-black long sword matched with the black feather armor in his hand. Call out. At this moment, a sword light flashed in the air. If it was an ordinary mage, he would have fallen under Erza's sword at this time. But Laxus is clearly no ordinary wizard. Just when Erza's sword was about to hit Laxus, Laxus moved his feet, and his figure rose into the air directly, jumping to the sky, avoiding Erza's sword. Humph, is it only to this extent? Laxus, who rose into the air, looked at Erza below and said something jokingly. While speaking, Laxus waved his palm at Erza suddenly. Lightning strike. A golden thunderbolt directly hit Erza. Change. At the moment of Laxus' shot, Erza activated the magic again. Immediately, the black feathered armor on his body was replaced with the silver-white Thunder Emperor's armor. At the moment when the golden thunder and lightning swept over, Erza pointed the thunder gun in his hand at the ground. A defensive magic circle instantly appeared on the spear. After the golden lightning approached Erza, the magic circle above the thunder gun absorbed all the golden lightning. That's pretty awesome, Erza. After seeing Erza block his blow so easily, Laxus's face showed a fighting look. Before fighting Yiyu, let's warm up a little bit. While speaking, golden lightning began to condense on Laxus's palm. After all, he waved his hand. Lightning gun, chi. A golden thunderbolt, like a spear, struck at Erza at an astonishing speed. Thunder gun. Facing this blow from Laxus, Erza did not dare to neglect in the slightest. The thunder gun in his hand stabbed in the air. Laugh. A cyan lightning bolt swept out from the tip of the spear. In the next second, the blue lightning and the golden lightning collided together. Zizizi. At this moment, there were bursts of thunder and lightning explosions in the hall. Dazzling thunder light also filled the entire hall. At this time, Yiyu on the roof of a tall building outside the church was watching the battle between Erza and Laxus inside the church through the window of the church. In the original drama, Erza and Laxus only had a short fight, and there was no real winner. Yiyu also wanted to see who was stronger between Fairy Queen Erza and Laxus. As the magic continues between Erza and Laxus, in Yiyu's mind, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +9 ding. Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +8. Although Erza and Laxus have not yet used their full strength. But when they release magic, the magic attribute value dropped by the system is already higher than when Natsu and Gray were fighting. After all, whether it is Erza or Laxus, both of them have the same magic power as the Holy Ten. Under Yiyu's watchful eyes, the dazzling lightning produced by the clash of two lightning bolts in the church has dissipated. The figures of Erza and Laxus reappeared in Yiyu's field of vision. Hey, I didn't expect you to use thunder attribute magic, so you should know the rules of battle between mages of the same attribute, right? Hearing Laxus' question, Erza responded, of course, in the battle between mages of the same attribute, the comparison is the magic power and combat experience. While speaking, Erza already rushed towards Laxus. Before Erza approached, Laxus' fist condensed with light explosion and lightning bombarded the ground. Lightning fist. The moment Laxus' fist hit the ground, a golden arc tore through the ground and rushed towards Erza like a living thing. This is the trick against Yiyu? Seeing the electric arc sweeping over, Erza's pretty face suddenly changed, and the scene of the fight between Laxus and Yiyu rang in his mind. The enraged Laxus used this move against Yiyu. It can only be defeated by Yiyu using additional magic, and it is easily defeated, leaving a long, deep pit on the ground. Erza is not Yiyu. She doesn't add magic. The moment the electric arc swept over, Erza jumped into the sky, avoiding the electric arc snort. Seeing Erza leap into the sky, Laxus grinned. Before Erza landed, he waved his palms suddenly. Shhhhhhh. All of a sudden, a large number of lightning bullets rushed towards Erza like a hail of bullets. Apparently, Laxus deliberately forced Erza into the sky. Generally, mages who can't fly will lose the ability to dodge in the sky. Now Laxus fired lightning bolts at Erza above the sky. Erza undoubtedly became a living target. Boom! Soon, a large number of lightning bombs gathered at the place where Erza was. At this moment, a terrifying explosion sounded in the hall, and Erza's figure was also submerged in the thunder of the explosion. However, just when Laxus thought the battle was over, a white figure suddenly rushed out from the exploding thunder. At this time, Erza had already shed the Thunder Emperor's armor and replaced it with the Sky Wheel armor. Chapter 44. Obtaining Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Attributes Cardia Cathedral. Erza, wearing the armor of the Sky Wheel, hovers above the sky like a four-winged angel. Behind her, rows of silver-white sword blades were neatly arranged together. Yiyu outside the church saw Erza as if he had descended from an angel. His eyes lit up immediately. At the moment of the explosion, did you use the armor of the Sky Wheel to avoid the damage of the explosion? As expected of Erza. While Yiyu praised Erza, Laxus in the church also looked at Erza in surprise. At first he thought the battle was over. Unexpectedly, Erza was unscathed. There are 2 hits. Laxus looked up at Erza in the sky and grinned. However, just when Laxus was about to attack again, Erza, who was wearing the armor of the Sky Wheel in the sky, raised the long sword in his hand. Tianluan, Chaos Sword. At this moment, the blades behind Erza all burst into a silver light. Immediately afterwards, it revolved around Erza's body continuously. It looks like a kaleidoscope from below. The moment Erza swung the long sword down, the sword blades surrounding her, like rain, swept past Laxus on the ground below. Thunder and lightning suit. Facing a large amount of sword rain, Laxus did not neglect in the slightest. He roared, and a powerful wave of air erupted all over his body instantly. At the same time, violent golden lightning gathered densely together, and Laxus' body was also covered by a layer of golden lightning. Soon, the rain of swords swept down from the sky. Facing the overwhelming sword rain, Laxus not only did not dodge, but also directly faced the sword rain, rushing towards Erza above the sky. He rushed up directly. Erza in the sky saw Laxus dodging all the blade attacks and charging straight over. Her pretty face changed slightly. It's really underestimated. Erza closed his eyes slightly and said something in a low voice. The moment she opened her eyes, her figure directly charged towards Laxus below. Sky-Will Pentagram Sword. In just the blink of an eye, the long sword in Erza's hand streaked 5 sword lights in the air. SHHHHHHH. The 5 sword lights were intertwined to form a pentagram, and the body of Laxus is exactly in the center of the starless star. If it is an ordinary mage, at this time, it has been cut by Erza's sword skills. But Laxus, who casts the lightning battlesuit, his physical strength is greatly strengthened by the lightning. After being hit by the pentagram sword, Laxus landed on the ground without taking too much damage. Erza, it seems that I underestimated you. If that's the case, then I'll show you my true power. Landed Laxus said to Erza with a crazy face. While speaking, Laxus tossed the overcoat he was wearing aside casually, then clenched his fists tightly and opened his posture. Huh! I saw Laxus roar, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his body instantly. At this moment, the ground of the entire church trembled continuously. The rock debris on the ground rose to the sky as if attracted by some mysterious gravitational force, and the muscles on Laxus are constantly expanding. Soon, the clothes on his body were burst by the swollen muscles. It's almost like a transformation. Erza looked at the changes on Laxus. Her pretty face was full of surprise. At the same time, Yu outside the church, after seeing this change in Laxus, he was overjoyed. Finally, using the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Originally, Yu came here to collect Laxus' Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute. Right now, as long as Laxus uses Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, the system will drop the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute with a probability. Laxus' transformation process lasted several seconds. After a few seconds, the dazzling golden light dissipated. Laxus' figure was once again exposed to the air. At this time, Laxus was constantly flashing with golden lightning, and his body was also a circle bigger than before. It's been a long time since I used this power. I really miss it. Okay, Erza, let's continue the fight just now. Laxus raised his head, looked at Erza, and said jokingly. After all, Laxus was the first to attack Erza. His figure was like lightning, and he disappeared in place in an instant. In the next second, it appeared above Erza's head. The jaw of the Thunder Dragon. Laxus put his fists together, like hitting a volleyball, and directly bombarded Erza below. Erza watched Laxus charge towards him from the sky. Without any hesitation, she moved her feet, and her figure rushed out. The moment Erza jumped into the sky, Laxus' fists landed on the ground where Erza had been before. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang sounded in the church. Immediately Erza saw that a series of golden electric rings, mixed with violent air waves, spread out in all directions centered on Laxus. In addition, the ground under Laxus' feet also sank in an instant. The whole church shook at this moment. What a terrible destructive power! When Erza saw the terrifying destructive power of Laxus, her heart skipped a beat. What's the matter, Erza? Where did the momentum just now go? Laxus seemed to be in a state of madness at the moment. He saw the surprised expression on Erza's face, and he said jokingly. After that, he raised his fist full of knotted muscles and directly bombarded Erza. Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. The moment Laxus punched, the violent golden thunderbolt charged towards Erza with an astonishing momentum. Change. Seeing Laxus' amazing punch, Erza immediately activated his magic power without any hesitation. In the next second, Erza's sky wheel armor was replaced with giant armor. The moment Laxus' fist hit Erza, Erza's armored fist also went up to meet Laxus. Boom! In the next second, Laxus' fist full of violent lightning and Erza's giant fist directly faced each other. At this moment, there was a violent crash in the air. The violent thunder and lightning instantly drowned Laxus and Erza. At the same time, a powerful air wave, centered on Erza and Laxus, spread out in an instant. At this moment, all the surrounding glass windows were shattered. At the same time, the system prompt sound he wanted finally came from Yiyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute plus 15 ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained combat power attribute 3.2 ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute. Chapter 45. May I ask if the host collects the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute? Hearing the prompt from the system, Yiyu replied without any hesitation, receive. Following Yiyu's order. In the church over there, the Thunder Dragon Slayer's magic attributes, and combat power attributes dropped by Erza and Laxus when they were fighting, all turned into golden tadpole runes, all facing Yiyu's side gathered over. After those attributes entered Yiyu's body, the various data on the virtual screen in front of Yiyu also continued to rise. In the end, Yiyu's magic power increased from the original 15,747 to 15,839. The confrontation between Erza and Laxus has already increased Yiyu's magic power by nearly 100 points. In addition, the combat power attribute also rose from 447.3 points to 452.6 points. Regardless of the fact that the combat power has only increased by 5.3 points. You should know that in the previous battles between Natsu and Gray, the combat power attribute value dropped by the system was only about 0.3 each time. As for Erza and Laxus strike just now, the system lost 3.2 combat power attribute value. This is 10 times more than before. After Yiyu glanced at the magic power attribute and the combat power attribute, he immediately set his eyes on the magic attribute bar. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute. Finally got it. Yiyu looked at the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute on the magic attribute bar, and a fiery light burst out of his eyes. Originally, Yiyu had acquired Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute and Gajil's Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute. With the current Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute, Haoran made Yiyu possess 3 different types of Dragon Slayer magic attributes. With this Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute, you should be able to use the Thunder Dragon Slayer mode like Natsu, right? Yiyu looked at the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute and Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute on the system screen. He clenched his fists immediately, his face full of anticipation. In the original drama, after Natsu received Laxus lightning magic power, he entered the Thunder Flame Dragon mode. Natsu in Lei Yanlong mode. Hades, the president who once hammered the devil's heart. With Yiyu's current strength, if he has the blessing of Lei Yanlong mode, his strength must be higher than that of Natsu in Lei Yanlong mode. Of course, in addition to the Thunder Flame Dragon mode, if the 3 dragon-slaying magic attributes of Iron, Thunder, and Fire are used at the same time, it is estimated that it will enter a more terrifying state. But these are things for later. What Yiyu most wants to use right now is the Lei Yanlong mode. Laxus, I will use you to test the power of this Lei Yanlong mode. Yiyu looked at the church with a fighting look on his face. Just as Yiyu was thinking in his mind, the golden thunder light produced when Erza and Laxus confronted each other has dissipated. The figures of Laxus and Erza also reappeared in Yiyu's field of vision. I saw that Erza and Laxus were still in the state of fist bumping together. It can actually block a blow from my giant armor. What a terrifying power. Erza, who was wearing giant armor, looked at Laxus in front of him and said with a look of shock, "You must know that her giant armor has very powerful power." But right now, Laxus was shaking with the power of her giant armor with bare hands and did not fall into a disadvantage. Erza was naturally very surprised. Block your blow? Have you misunderstood something? Hearing Erza's words, Laxus raised his head and grinned. Click! As soon as Laxus finished speaking, a crack appeared on the fist part of Erza's giant armor. Kacha. Soon, the crack was like a spider web along Erza's arm and spread towards the whole body. In the blink of an eye, the giant armor on Erza's body, like glass, shattered and shattered. Seeing this, Erza's pretty face changed suddenly. Without any hesitation, she stepped back straight away and distanced herself from Laxus. Erza, you are indeed strong. But it's over. The roar of the thunder dragon. The moment Erza landed on the ground, Laxus took a deep breath and then let it out. Hum. A huge thunder and lightning beam directly charged at Erza with an astonishing momentum. It turned out to be Dragon Slayer magic. Erza watched the lightning beam sweeping towards her. Her face was full of shock. Shock is shock, but Erza was terrified by it. Seeing the lightning beam magnified sharply in his eyes, Erza directly activated the magic power without any hesitation. Change. Armor of Vajra. In an instant, a thick diamond armor appeared on Erza's body. On her hands, there are two semicircular diamond shields. At the moment when the lightning beam hit, Erza folded his arms together. The two semicircular shields are joined together. Soon, the lightning beam hit the diamond shield. At this moment, an incomparably dazzling golden light burst out from the main hall of the church. Although Erza's diamond shield blocked most of the power of the thunder dragon's roar, but in the end the shield was still broken, and Erza's body also flew upside down under the impact of huge force. The moment Erza's body flew upside down, a figure appeared out of thin air and caught Erza. Yiyu. Erza looked at the person who caught her, and she let out a soft cry. Then she suddenly thought of something and immediately asked, Shinming Palace. Shinming Palace has been resolved. Hearing Yiyu's words, Erza was overjoyed at first, and then had a complicated expression on his face. Originally, she asked Yiyu to deal with Shunming Temple, and she came here to deal with Laxus. But right now Yiyu has solved the Shunming Temple, but her task has not been completed. Sorry, I wasn't able to stop Laxus. Leave it to me next. After Yiyu put down Erza in his arms, he looked at Laxus over there. Erza was not defeated. If Erza and Laxus continue to fight, it is hard to predict who will win. But even if Erza wins, Erza will definitely be hurt badly. Yiyu, you are finally here. While Yiyu and Erza were talking, Laxus over there shouted at Yiyu with a look of war. I ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day. Thank you guys. Chapter 46. Cardia Cathedral. Yiyu and Laxus faced each other far away. Although Yiyu and Laxus have not made a move yet, but the terrifying magic power emanating from the two has already begun to confront each other. At this moment, the air in the church was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. If it wasn't for Erza being strong enough, it would be very difficult for an ordinary mage to breathe. Yiyu, Laxus is also a dragon slayer. Be careful. Erza thought Yiyu didn't know that Laxus was a dragon slayer, so she reminded Yiyu aloud. Hearing Erza's words, Laxus over there opened his eyes suddenly. Lightning shock. I saw Laxus suddenly waved his palm at Yiyu. A powerful golden beam of lightning swept out from Laxus' palm and directly charged towards Yiyu. The moment Laxus shot, Yiyu also raised his arm and activated the thunder magic attribute. Chi chi chi. In the next second, a golden beam of lightning light rushed out of Yiyu's palm and collided with Laxus' lightning beam. The two lightning beams collided with each other, and there were bursts of thunder and lightning explosions in the air. Exactly the same magic as Laxus. Erza behind Yiyu saw that Yiyu also cast Thunderbolt. She was startled at first, but soon she was relieved, because she knows Yiyu is a magic genius. As expected of Yiyu, I learned the magic of Laxus in an instant. As soon as Erza's words fell, the two golden lightning bolts that collided with each other burst into an incomparably dazzling light. This light engulfed everything in the hall. After a brief silence, there was a terrifying explosion in the air. Originally, when Erza and Laxus fought, many cracks appeared on the walls of the church. Right now, under the impact of this terrifying explosion, the entire church collapsed. Levi and Kana, who were near the fairy tale guild, all looked around after hearing the terrifying explosion. It's the direction of the church. Erza, are they over there at the church? Without any hesitation, Levi and Kana's group rushed in the direction of Cardia Cathedral. When Levi and others came near the church, they saw that the huge church had been reduced to ruins. Soon, Kana, Levi and others saw Erza standing outside the ruins. Erza, hearing Kana's words, Erza turned around. Kana, Levi, what is this? Just when Erza was about to answer, an extremely dazzling golden light suddenly appeared above the ruins over there. Immediately afterwards, there was another shocking explosion in the air. At the same time, the violent air wave mixed with rock fragments spread out in all directions. Erza and Levi and their group immediately raised their arms to protect their bodies. This terrifying explosion came and went quickly. In just one breath, the dazzling light disappeared, and the violent air waves also dissipated. After the weather calmed down, Levi, Kana, and the others lowered their arms and looked up. On the ruins, there were two figures facing each other far away. Of these two people, one had golden lightning flashing all over his body, and the other was wrapped in crimson flames all over his body. The moment he saw these two figures, Levi exclaimed, "Yiyu and Laxus? Erza, hurry up and stop them." Kana also said hastily, "Yiyu and Laxus are not Natsu and Gray. If it's a fight between Natsu and Gray, Erza can easily stop it. But neither Yiyu nor Laxus is weaker than her. What's more, at this time Laxus doesn't listen to people at all. I can't stop it. Now I have to trust Yiyu." Erza looked at Yiyu above the ruins and said to Kana, "Yiyu." Hearing Erza's words, Levi's face became more worried, and he prayed in his heart. Thunderstorm overwhelms the waves. While Erza and Levi were talking, Laxus on the ruins over there had already uttered a magic spell. At the same time, a thundercloud formed above Yiyu's head. With a wave of Laxus' arm, the thundercloud formed a huge golden thunderball, which directly suppressed Yiyu below. Soon, a huge thunderball bombarded Yiyu's body. However, just as the thunderball was about to explode, the thunderball was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Erza and Levi, who were still worried about Yiyu, now had doubts on their faces. As the thunderball continued to shrink, Yiyu, who was covered by the thunderball, reappeared in their field of vision. At this time, they found that Yiyu ate the huge thunderball just like Natsu ate the flame. To be precise, it absorbed the thunder in the thunderball. Seeing this scene, Loki, Max, and others next to Kana seemed to see a ghost, and they all shouted in surprise, "He ate Laxus' thunder." And Erza's may die as a cluster. Erza knows that Yiyu is the dragon slayer of fire. If Yiyu ate flames, she would not be surprised. But right now Yiyu is eating thunder. Erza knew that if the dragon slayer of fire ate magic power of attributes other than fire, the body would have a rejection reaction. In Erza's view, with Yiyu's heart, he should not do something like Natsu's mana eating. Could it be that, at this moment, Erza had a guess in his mind? Just as Erza was thinking to himself, Laxus over there also had a look of astonishment. "Eating my magic. In that case." The roar of the thunder dragon. Laxus with a displeased face. After he roared angrily, he launched the roar of the Brontosaurus. All of a sudden, a golden beam of thunder and lightning rushed towards where Yiyu was. At this time, Yiyu also took a deep breath and, like Laxus, unleashed the thunder dragon's roar. Sure enough, Yiyu learned Laxus' thunder dragon slayer magic. After Erza saw that Yiyu also used the thunder dragon's roar, her face was filled with joy. She knew that the battle was over. Lightning magic is invalid for thunder dragon slayer. Although both Yiyu and Laxus are dragon slayers of thunder, but Yiyu has other magic besides thunder dragon slayer magic. That is to say, Laxus' attack has no effect on Yiyu, but Yiyu's attack is effective against Laxus. Chapter 47. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. Above the ruins where Cardia Cathedral stands, the roar of the thunder dragon. Laxus and Yiyu cast Brontodragon's roar, almost at the same time. Under the watchful eyes of Levi, Kana, and others, two violent golden lightning beams collided together. But because Yiyu's magic power is relatively strong, and Yiyu absorbed the lightning just now, his strength has greatly increased. I saw that the lightning beam displayed by Yiyu suppressed Laxus' lightning beam in an instant with a crushing force. It even bounced my magic back. Seeing that his magic had been suppressed back, Laxus had a rare expression of seriousness on his face. Before Laxus had time to make the next move, the suppressed lightning beam, together with the lightning beam cast by Yiyu, impacted on Laxus' body. Bang! At this moment, a terrifying explosion sounded in the air. Immediately afterwards, the violent air waves spread out in all directions like ripples. The group of Erza and Levi, who were affected by the air wave, immediately raised their arms to protect their bodies, resisting the rock debris blown by the air wave. A few seconds later, Erza, Levi and the others put down the arms protecting their bodies and looked up. On the battlefield over there, Yi was standing there, and where Laxus was, there was a lot of smoke and dust. "How's it going?" Levi glanced at Yi first, and then shifted his gaze from Yi to the place filled with smoke and dust. "Laxus won't just be killed like this?" As soon as Levi finished speaking, Kana said with a look of astonishment. "Probably not. Laxus is the dragon slayer of thunder, and the magic attacks of the thunder system won't do much damage to him." Erza looked at the place full of smoke and dust and said aloud. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the smoke gradually dissipated, and Laxus' body was once again exposed to everyone's sight. As Erza said, Laxus wasn't hurt too much. However, his state is quite embarrassing. "Didn't expect you to use Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Then if this battle continues, it will be meaningless." Hearing what Laxus said, Loki beside Erza and other members of Fairy Tale were overjoyed. Is Laxus willing to let it go? Then this farce is over. However, just when everyone was thinking this way, Laxus over there suddenly seemed to go crazy. "Then everyone must die." After Laxus hissed in a frantic tone, his palms snapped together. This reversed so quickly that Loki at all hadn't reacted yet. But Erza recognized Laxus' posture. "That is the law of goblins. Laxus, do you want to kill everyone in Magnolia Town?" Erza yelled at Laxus with a frightened look on his face. Hearing Erza's words, Levi, Kana, and others were shocked. Of course, they knew the laws of goblins. When the specter invaded, Markrov used this trick to kill all the remaining ghosts. Right now, if Laxus uses the goblin's law, then the entire Magnolia Town will probably be affected. For Erza's yelling, Laxus seemed to have never heard of it. I saw a dazzling light cluster blooming between his palms. At this time, when Yu saw the ball of light between Laxus' palms, his expression also changed slightly. In the original play, Laxus also cast the goblin's law. Since he didn't regard Fairy Tale as an enemy in his heart, after the fairy law was launched, it didn't have any impact. But right now, Yu is not sure whether Laxus' goblin law will be the same as in the original drama after it is launched. Also, Yu is not sure if Laxus sees him as an enemy. Just in case, Yu has decided in his heart to kill Laxus before the goblin's law is activated. Lei Yanlong mode. Without any hesitation, Yu immediately activated the magic attributes of Fire Dragon Slayer and Thunder Dragon Slayer. The moment Yu activated the Fire and Thunder Dragon Slaying magic attributes, a berserk crimson flame erupted all over his body. In addition, within the crimson flames, streaks of golden lightning kept flickering. Is this the Lei Yanlong mode? After Yu felt the soaring power in his body, his fists tightened suddenly, and his eyes were fixed on Laxus over there. The law of goblins. At this time, the light cluster between Laxus' palms had already begun to spread out a dazzling beam of light. And at this moment, Yu and Lei Yanlong mode instantly disappeared in place. The next second, when it reappeared, it was already in front of Laxus. Seeing Yu who suddenly appeared in front of him, Laxus' expression suddenly changed. Immediately under Laxus' watchful eyes, Yu's fist wrapped in crimson flames and golden lightning bombarded Laxus' body. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the air. Immediately, I saw a violent thunder flame, like a shock wave, starting from Yu's fist and rushed out in the shape of and Laxus' figure, together with the berserk Lei Yin, flew backwards like a cannonball. In the end, his body wiped a trace hundreds of meters long on the ground, and then he stabilized his figure. From Yu's shot to Laxus being knocked into the air, it was only a blink of an eye, because it all happened so fast. So much so that Levi, Kana, and others haven't reacted yet. When they reacted, they only saw the scene where Laxus' body was mixed with Lei Yin and flew backwards. Has the goblin law been broken? After Erza saw Yu knocking Laxus into the air, she looked up at the sky again. When she saw that above the sky, the spreading clouds were healed together again, she was relieved in her heart. Chapter 48. But, damn it, Laxus, who was punched by Lei Yanlong mode Yu, got up from the ground staggeringly. He wiped the corner of his mouth, and after seeing the blood stains on his arm, his pupils opened suddenly, and his face became ferocious. I am Laxus, and I am the strongest. Laxus clenched his fists tightly, and Yang Tian roared. At this moment, a violent golden thunder and lightning erupted from his whole body. A large number of lightning, centered on Laxus, spread out in all directions. "Can he still stand up?" Kana said with a look of astonishment when she saw that Laxus could still stand up after suffering such a heavy attack. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the crazy Laxus raised his arms. In the next second, a huge magic circle appeared on his palm. Chi chi chi. Immediately afterwards, the berserk golden thunder and lightning frantically gathered together, and finally formed a thunder and lightning painting halberd. Thunder Dragon Fong Tianji. The moment the halberd condensed into shape, Laxus used all his strength to throw it towards the place where Yu was. It can actually materialize thunder and lightning. What a terrifying magic power. Kana looked at the high-speed thunder and lightning Fong Tian painted a halberd, she said with a look of surprise. Meanwhile, Erza's pretty face suddenly changed. No, this kind of magic cannot be absorbed. If it is ordinary thunder and lightning magic, you can eat it. But this Fong Tian painted halberd formed by the condensed thunder and lightning. Before you open your mouth, your head will be pierced. The flying speed of the thunder and lightning Fong Tian painting halberd was very fast, and it rushed to Yu in just the blink of an eye. At the moment when the thunder and lightning Fong Tian halberd was about to hit Yu in Lei Yanlong mode grabbed the thunder and lightning Fong Tian halberd in his hand with lightning speed and crushed it casually. Seeing this scene, Erza, Kana, and others were all shocked. "You caught it with your bare hands. Yu, what is this?" At the same time, Laxus, who was in a state of madness, moved his feet, and his figure turned into a golden lightning and rushed towards Yu. After rushing to the sky above Yu's head, his muscular arm clenched his fist tightly, and then, in a slam-dunk gesture, he suddenly blasted at Yu below him. But before Laxus' fist approached Yu, whose whole body was filled with thunder flames, landed on Laxus' chest with one punch. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the air, and Laxus spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew upside down towards the sky like a fired shell. A few seconds later, Laxus' body crashed to the ground, and he remained motionless for a while. Laxus lost. Yu is too strong. He even defeated that Laxus. Seeing that Laxus didn't get up again after landing, Max and other fairy tale members were amazed. At this time, Erza also breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Then, she looked up at Yu over there, with a touch of tenderness on her pretty face. "By the way, Levy, what about the president?" Erza suddenly thought of something, and then asked Levy beside him. "Freed set up a lot of spells in the town. The president and Natsu are trapped in the guild." Hearing Levy's words, Erza raised his eyes and looked around. Erza's expression changed slightly when he saw rows of purple runes that looked like words in the middle of a street. The spell hasn't been lifted yet. Laxus has already been defeated by Yu. There is no need for Freed to. Before Erza finished speaking, there was a loud explosion in the air. Hearing the explosion, Erza, Levy, and the others raised their eyes and looked in the direction of the explosion. This huge magical power is Mira Jane. Did Mira Jane's magic come back? What happened? A few years ago, Mira Jane was an S-class mage. But after Elfman accidentally hurt his sister Lysana, Mira Jane's whole personality changed drastically, and the magic power in her body was also sealed up. After many years, Mira Jane used that magic power again, and Erza knew something must have happened. "Yu, I'm going to find Mira disappeared?" Originally, Erza was going to tell Yu that she went to find Mira Jane, but when she turned to look at Yu had already disappeared. When Erza noticed Mira Jane's magic power, Yu naturally also noticed it. And Yu also knew that Mira Jane was fighting Freed at this time. Originally, Yu wanted to obtain the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute of Laxus and the spell magic attribute of Freed. Right now, the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute is in hand, and there is Freed's spell magic attribute. Yu, who disappeared in front of Erza and others through space magic, reappeared on the battlefield between Freed and Mira Jane. Yu, who landed on a hill, looked up and saw Freed with a team of purple phantom wings in the sky, fighting a female demon. This female demon is none other than Mira Jane, who has received the soul of Satan. Mira Jane at this time is completely different from the usual Mira Jane. Mira Jane usually has an angelic smile on her fair and pretty face. But at this time Mira Jane, like a real devil, is full of coldness on her pretty face. Is this Mira Jane's reception magic? Yu looked at Mira Jane, who kept attacking Fried. He thought to himself. According to Yu's knowledge, Mira Jane's reception magic has several forms. And in the back, after Mira Jane receives Liang Tianyue Sila, she can transform into Mira Jane Sila. Mira Jane Sila has the same personality as Mira Jane, but her figure and appearance are completely different from Mira Jane, but she is exactly the same as Liang Tianyue Sila. Just as Yu was thinking in his mind, Mira Jane in the sky suddenly rushed in front of Fried at an astonishing speed. Before Fried had time to react, Mira Jane kicked Fried. Fried suffered a heavy blow. His body was like a cannonball, fell directly downward, and then hit a hill. In an instant, the hill was torn apart, and Fried's body was also buried in the rubble. At this moment, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came from Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a combat power attribute of 2.9. Chapter 49. Is this the power of the demon Mira Jane? Fried, who rushed out from the pile of rocks, looked at Mira Jane with a cold face and said with a look of shock. As soon as Fried finished speaking, the demon wings behind Mira Jane suddenly flapped, and his body turned into a streamer of light and rushed towards Fried. But Fried wasn't slow to respond either. The moment Mira Jane attacked, his figure flashed, barely avoiding Mira Jane's attack. But before Fried had time to breathe a sigh of relief, Mira Jane circled back at an astonishing speed and kicked Fried. It's such a terrible power, it can't win at all. Steady. Fried looked at Mira Jane, his face full of horror. There is no other way, so I have to use that trick. After finishing speaking, Fried waved his palm in the air. In the air, a row of pitch-black words suddenly appeared. Dark text. Darkness. In the next second, the pitch-black text was attached to Fried's body. At this moment, a black magic power erupted from Fried's body, and his body is also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Fried transformed from a human into a horned demon. Fried, who turned into a demon, didn't hesitate at all. The demon behind him flapped his wings and faced Mira Jane directly. After the demon Fried and Mira Jane rushed together, they punched almost simultaneously. Boom! At the moment when the fists of the demon Fried and Mira Jane shook together, there was a violent crash in the air. An invisible shock wave also centered on the two demons, Fried and Mira Jane, and spread out in all directions. After the surrounding hills were affected by the shock wave, they collapsed in an instant. The fists of the demon Fried and Mira Jane didn't last long, and soon they were fighting together again. Boom, 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 boom. I saw the fists of the demon Fried and Mira Jane constantly colliding with each other. Every time there is a collision, there will be a violent impact sound in the air. As the demon Fried and Mira Jane continued to fight, Yu also heard a series of prompts from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining combat power attribute plus 2.8. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining combat power attribute plus 2.9. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining combat power attribute plus 3.1. At the same time, on the battlefield where Mira Jane and the demon Fried are located, the golden combat power attribute is also continuously falling. Hearing the series of prompts from the system, Yu was overjoyed. The attribute of combat strength is the most difficult to obtain among the three attributes dropped by the system. After all, the battles between mages usually use magic. Secondly, the combat power attribute value dropped by the system is generally very small. Like the battle between Natsu and Gray, the attributes of combat power are all dropped by a few tenths. But right now, in the battle between Mira Jane and the demon Fried, the combat power attribute is constantly dropping, and the value of each combat power attribute is around 3 points. 1 piece is 3 points, and 10 pieces is 30 points. In the past, you would need to collect nearly 100 combat power attributes to obtain a 30-point combat power bonus. But right now, it only takes a few seconds to reach this value. How could you be unhappy? Before the system prompted, you directly took the initiative to say to the system, collect the combat power attribute. Following Yi Yu's order, the attributes of combat power on the battlefield over there all converged towards Yi Yu. After those combat power attributes entered Yi Yu's body, Yi Yu's combat power was constantly soaring. 467.1, 469.9, 501.3. However, in just a few breaths, Yi Yu's combat power soared from 467.1 to 501.3. However, when Yi Yu's combat power rose to 506.9, the data on the system screen stopped beating. Because Mira Jane over there has knocked the demon freed into the air. Dark light bomb. The demon freed, who stabilized his figure, raised his arms, and in the next second, a pitch-black magic ball appeared between his palms. As the demon freed continued to inject magic power into the magic ball, the magic ball grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the magic ball grew to a certain size, the demon freed directly fired the magic ball at Mira Jane. Seeing the magic ball full of destructive aura magnified sharply in her eyes, Mira Jane didn't show any expression, only she pulled her hand suddenly. At this moment, a pitch-black magic ball also appeared between her palms. Soul Destroyer. Then Mira Jane pushed again with both palms, and a huge lacquer dark magic shock wave hit the demon freed. Soon, the dark magic shock wave bombarded the magic ball. The magic ball full of destructive aura was like paper in front of the magic shock wave, and it was swallowed in an instant. It's not over yet. After the magic shock wave destroyed the magic ball, it directly annihilated the demon freed. At this time, the mechanical prompt sound from the system came again in Yi Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get magic attribute plus 23. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute plus 67. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the magic attribute of the dark text just when Yi Yu was collecting attributes. Mira Jane's magic over there burst out in extremely dazzling light. This ray of light even overwhelmed the sunlight above the sky, illuminating most of Magnolia Town. At this moment, the world fell into a deathly silence. After a brief silence, destruction followed. Bang! With the sound of a terrifying explosion, a terrifying air wave instantly spread in all directions. Erza and Kana, who were rushing towards this side, had to stop under the impact of this terrifying blast. Mira Jane, Erza, with her hands in front of her body, looked at the terrifying explosion in front of her. Her pretty face became more and more serious. This horrible explosion did not last long. After a few breaths, the light from the explosion disappeared and the air wave dissipated. I saw that Freed had recovered from the demon form to a human form and fell directly towards the ground below. Mira Jane clearly has no intention of letting Freed go. She rushed towards Freed with an angry look on her face, as if she wanted to kill Freed completely. At this moment, Erza rushed over and shouted at Mira Jane, "Mira Jane!" Hearing this, the angry Mira Jane recovered a little bit of reason, and the image of her sister Lisena also appeared in her mind. Lisena. Chapter 50. The civil war started by Laxus came to an end after Mira Jane defeated Freed. At this time, the members of Fairy Tale gathered in the guild again. Why? Why doesn't Freed spell let me out? And I'm not 80 years old. Natsu complained angrily. In fact, he really wanted to fight Laxus. As a result, because of the Freed spell, he and Makarov were trapped in the guild. In the end, Natsu didn't do anything, and the matter was already quieted down. Natsu was naturally very dissatisfied. Why are you arguing? I'm still not 80 years old, and I can't get out. At this time, Gajeel came over and said to Natsu. Hearing the conversation between Natsu and Gajeel, everyone just took it as a joke and didn't fully care. No one thought about why Natsu and Gajeel couldn't pass Freed's spell. Perhaps in their view, there is a bug in Freed's spell. However, Yi Yu knew that this was not a bug at all. But Natsu and Gajeel are really over 80 years old. More than 400 years old to be precise. After all, Natsu, Gajeel, and Wendy all traveled back in time from 400 years ago through the Eclipse Gate. A spell that mentions Freed. Originally, Yi Yu wanted to collect Freed's magical attributes. However, when Freed and Mira Jane fought, no spell magic was used at all. As a result, Yi Yu only received combat power attributes, magic attributes, and Freed's dark text magic attributes. As for the attribute of the spell, it is not obtained at all. What should I do if I have not collected the attributes of the magic spell? It's very simple. Find Fried, and let Fried cast spell magic in front of you until the system drops the spell magic attribute. It's not the first time you has done something like this. When the Ghost 4 elements invaded Fairy Tale, Yu once shrank Arya, one of the 4 elements, and captured it. After the ghost retreated, Yu forced Arya to perform magic in front of him. In the end, Yu successfully acquired the 2 magical attributes of Arya's airspace, destroyed, and death airspace, 0. Erza, do you know where Fried is now? Yu walked up to Erza and asked Erza. In the hospital behind the guild, Laxus. Originally, Erza wanted to tell Yu Laxus was there, but before she finished speaking, Yu was already walking towards the hospital behind the guild. Still in such a hurry, Erza watched Yu's leaving back, and she couldn't help sighing. A little worried, Erza followed after hesitating for a while. After all, Yu fought Laxus not long ago. Now that Yu and Laxus meet again, God knows what will happen. When Yu walked into the ward, he saw Laxus in a coat and white bandages, leaning on the wall of the bed, and Fried, with a white bandage on his body, was standing aside. But Fried has far fewer bandages than Laxus. The moment Yu entered the ward, Yu's gaze collided with Laxus' gaze. At this moment, a strange atmosphere filled the ward. Yu Laxus. Just then, Erza came in and said something out loud. Hearing Erza's words, Laxus turned his head and looked away from Yu. Yu, is this the guy who beat Laxus? At this time, Fried heard Erza calling Yu's name, and he immediately set his eyes on Yu. Fried, don't do unnecessary things. You are no match for him. While Fried was staring at Yu, Laxus, who was looking out the window, said something to Fried. Laxus. Fried turned and glanced at Laxus, then looked at Yu and asked, is there anything else you can do with Laxus? No, I'm here to find you. Find me. Fried looked at Yu in surprise. Seeing that nothing happened between Laxus and Yu, Erza breathed a sigh of relief. In order not to disturb Laxus, Fried came outside the hospital with Yu and Erza. What do you want from me? Fried looked up at Yu. I'm very interested in your technique. I see you want to learn spells. Only then did Fried know Yu's purpose. The technique is very complicated, and it cannot be learned overnight. Before Yu could speak, Erza walked up to Yu and said, Fried, you just need to perform spells on Yu a few times. Maybe Fried didn't know, but Erza knows that Yu is a magic genius. No matter what kind of magic, you can learn it with just a few glances. Erza still has some prestige in the guild. Hearing Erza's words, Fried first glanced at Yu, and then said, all right then. While speaking, Fried pulled out the saber from his waist. Seeing this, Yu gave Erza a thankful look, and Erza winked at Yu. The technique is a type of enchantment magic. After Fried said something, he swung the sword in his hand towards the sky. In the next second, a large number of purple text symbols appeared above the sky. Those text symbols are closely arranged together, like a wall. Just add rules to the spell. While speaking, Fried activated another spell. At this moment, the system's notification sound finally sounded in Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gaining magic attribute +4 ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the magic attribute of the technique. While Yu was collecting the magic attribute of the spell, Erza spread his palm and touched the wall of the spell in front of him. The magic wall was so real that Erza's palm couldn't go through it at all. Yu, how are you doing? Although Erza didn't say much, but Yu knew that what Erza asked was whether Yu had learned Fried's spell. Yu nodded to Erza, then raised his arm, pointing his finger to the wall of the art in front of him. In the next second, the text symbols on the wall of the spell changed. You actually modified my spell rules. After Fried saw Yu modifying his spell rules, a look of emotion appeared on his face. Although the spell in front of him was just performed by him casually, it is not simple. In Fried's view, even Evergreen, who has worked with him all year round and knows some spells, may not be able to crack this spell. But Yu changed the rules of this spell. At this moment, Fried couldn't help but wonder if Yu could use spells before.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.